Hi. Welcome, welcome, by the way. Turn that down just a hair. Bird, Forgetful, and Hella. Nice to see you all here. Hello, hello. Early is, well, late, I guess. Late is crap for some of you. Early for others, I suppose, and that's okay. That's okay. Time zones all around. Hello, whatever your local denomination is. Nice to see you all again. Okay, I'm trying to message Famous. I don't know if we're gonna get anything over there, though. Seems like that might be a lost cause. I kind of thought that we'd be playing something tonight together, but I guess not. So, give me just a second just to double check and make sure, because I thought we were going to be playing some Warhammer tonight, but he hasn't responded to me yet, so I think we'll probably do something else in the meantime. I don't know exactly what we're going to do right now. I'm going to give him like a couple more minutes, just to be sure. I'll try messaging him one more time. Hey, Maldor, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lurks help, chatting helps, interaction helps, everything just helps, really. And it looks like I missed out. Hold on a second. Well, I can't do that right now. I'll have to go back and look at that. Oh, well, alright. I guess we can do a dad joke right now. Why not? Get one of my quickie ones. I got a couple of categories. Here's a good one here. You ready? So stupid. What is Jabba the Hutt's middle name? See if you know that one. See if you catch that one. Good, Forgetful. You nailed it. Exactly. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Yep. That's the one. I'm proud of you. Finally got one. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you've been trying to get them for a while. I think you've gotten more than... I think you've gotten a couple others before, if I recall. Alright, I don't think he's coming. Alright, so what are we gonna do instead? What are we gonna do instead? I got a couple of options that have been on the back burner bit. We did do Oxygen Not Included last week, and I feel like people really enjoyed that, so we could carry that one on. I actually played, I played some more on that same save a little bit just to kind of speed up some time, and found there is, unfortunately, no metal, no metal volcanoes, which is unfortunate. It's doable, but unfortunate. There wasn't even any on the other planetoid, which kind of stinks, but again, unfortunate but doable. We'd probably have to go deep into the space end of it and actually get a rocket up, so. Cities and Knights of Catan? I don't think I've heard of that. Cities like City Skyline? Or is that all just one game? That sounds crazy. But fun. Also, there was an update. I saw there was a hot fix on, Ooh, where did I see it? I think it was Reddit is where I read the notes for it. It didn't seem like there was a whole lot of, like, crazy stuff. Just kind of some bug fixes that they did. And they also changed the parallax on the stars versus the planets moving to make it more realistic. So, that's an expansion to Settlers. Oh, Cities and Knights of Catan. Oh, that's cool. I always played Settlers of Catan, but I did not actually play anything with an expansion. I'll be honest with you. I think it would have been fun to have something with a lot more expansion and you know, additions to it, but I always just played the default. So, oh, hi, Pistachio. A little early, is we? I was hoping that Famous was going to be on, and we were going to do some Warhammer, but he's not responding. So I'm wondering if something came up again. So, trying to decide what to do tonight. Just to kind of fill you in on that. I know we did talk about a little bit on Frostpunk 2. I've put in some time to learn the game a little bit more and found out there's a really cool way that Twitch can jump in with the council and stuff, which is really fun. I think we'd want to pre-plan that one because that would want people to actually have like a little bit more participation to make it feel like a true council with that one. So, I think we're gonna wait on this one. Maybe we'll do this one next week. We'll just kind of announce it Monday prior as like a little bit more of an interactive stream, excuse me, with that one. And Swain, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate that. I hope that your Phasmophobia is going very well indeed. What else did I have on the list here? So obviously we could do some more Factorio. We could do more Auction Not Included. We did have people enjoying Space Engineers as well. It's been a little bit since we've done that one. I've had a couple of people kind of talking about Tarkov and League. I'm not thinking about doing that one tonight, either of those ones tonight. But we might do those ones maybe, like, pretty soon here. I'm probably going to be playing Tarkov on my own time, at least. With that new season mechanic that they have. I also saw that they added the ability to spectate your teammates when you're down, which I think is a really interesting and cool feature. I'd be very interested in seeing how that one works. What else? Oh, new game that I've been playing that I think people might have an interest in one of these times is Astronauts. I actually played quite a bit of this last night. It's a really interesting concept. I personally have been greatly enjoying it, but I don't know if this is something that a lot of people would really dive into, so to speak. Because it's what's the word? It's a little slower paced, I think is a good way to describe it. It's not very fast. There's not a whole lot that's kind of actively going on the surface, but there's a lot that's going on in the background. So it's very much a space RPG type of thing, and there's a lot of systems in the back. You can make your own ship completely from scratch, which is really cool, because you're a salvager. So you go onto derelict ships, you take them apart piece by piece. You choose everything that you want to take from it, and then go and sell it. You have limited space on whatever ship you get to begin with and all that. The character builder is really interesting too, because you actually invest years of life to get more experience off the gate. But you do become older as a result of it, which can have some pros and cons. So I thought that was really interesting. Thought that was a lot of fun. So maybe one of these times, but I don't think we'll do this one tonight. I'm still kind of trying to get a feel for it to understand where the more entertaining aspects of it would be for watching, because it's entertaining to play, like absolutely to play, but to watch is a different story. I tried playing the Isle a couple days ago, and it was fun, but I feel like there was severe rubber banding issues again, that is one of the few games that I cannot accept rubber banding in. So, unfortunately, until that rubber banding's fixed, I don't really feel like playing it at all. So I'm giving it a few more days to see if they actually fix it. They did have a patch day of, well, not a patch day of, a dev blog, and then they had a patch a couple days ago. So we can see kind of what that does to that later. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Famous is coming on, so. So, do we have any opinions, any loves, hopes, dreams that we want to talk about? Anything you guys want to talk about at all? You guys are kind of quiet tonight. I'm a little surprised. Usually Wednesday's one of the more active days. Is everybody just tired? Is it one of those hump days? Hump weeks? Is it a hump week? Even though it's the start of the month? Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, let's see. So tiresome. I feel that. Well, let's probably go with oxygen not included for the time being. And then we can switch up from there if we need to. C-Tone. Yep, that's me. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Alright, so we'll go over to oxygen for a bit. I'm going to take off. Oh, you actually bought puppets. Oh, good. That's fun. Yard department's making others. Nice! Good on you. Getting the props together would be fun. Let's see. I'm gonna do... Let's do this position. I think this will be good. Just gotta wait for the... none of that. Okay, let's go over to the one that we started with this one. So like I said, we'll do auction not included for a bit, and then if Famous shows up later, we can switch up or something. Like I said, I was thinking of playing Warhammer and getting people on board with it, but all of a sudden just doesn't seem like a good day for that type of stuff. So we'll do this instead. Yeah, the Boolean algebra is going to be very helpful in a lot of your circuit designs and stuff, so definitely highly recommend it. Okay, I need to go over a couple of the changes because I did play some more offline, I'm sorry. There wasn't a whole lot of crazy stuff that happened, but there's a few things that I want to show. One of them was that I have this, which is the initial power plant, right? Well, not initial, but then again, also initial. So let me explain this a little bit. What all we changed with this, so to speak, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and just turn off my music so I can focus on this. This is the initial power that we had, is the coal generators. I've now relegated this to a secondary backup power because we just simply don't need it, and we're just kind of stockpiling coal from the stone hatches right now. We're going to actually improve our stone hatch ranching. This is a very basic, crude, rudimentary stone hatch. I've seen that video that has the Boolean algebra has a much better hatch ranch that I like, but I've seen a couple other ones that have vertical ranches, like very similar and akin to what we did for our slicksters here, but I'll explain all that later. So, let me explain this over here. So, we have a pretty awesome natural gas geyser right here, which comes out really hot. And some of you might remember us setting up the actual cooling loop that came over here. Well, so the problem right now with said cooling loop is that we're on a battery power over here, which, speaking of that, we need to get this going so that we can try to maintain said loop. But we had it going into such a way that it would pass through, and then it would be sent off to this, which is where this is our only source of refined metal right now. The problem with that is that if we're not pumping metal out, we're also not really circulating new coolant, right? Which means that the natural gas geysers will have their temperature even out a bit. So right now it's warm. It's not too bad, and that's really good for us because when these come out over here to the gas reservoirs actually will have some of that temperature in there. So you can see they're 20.8 Celsius. This one doesn't have any in it right now. And then 19 Celsius there. So that's all well and good, but we want to make sure that we're not heating things up too much. But we do have the water over here is unfortunately warming up because this is where our excess liquid cooling from the metal refinery is going at for this moment. But what I ended up doing is down here onto this power plant, I've added a cooling loop that will actually loop in some, it'll take some of this water and loop it through and allow us to actually get our machines cooled over here. Even though the slickers like it to be warmer, I don't want this heat really spreading out too much and burning up my dupes that are in here. So I have to find a different way to really give those guys the heat that they're looking for. So basically what this does is it'll kind of loop through here. When it comes over here, we have a sensor That just checks. And as long as it's, if it gets above 30 degrees Celsius, that's my, like, upper limit right there. That's when I send it off. As long as we're below 30 degrees, I'm pretty okay with what's over here. I know Slicksters have a different idea on what they like for comfort range, which is about 50. So what I could do is I could actually limit it to 50 instead, which wouldn't really give a whole lot of space for us to move through. But I think it would be fine as well. I wanted to see... 50 is between hot and scorching is the problem, so that's why we haven't really bumped it up there yet. I also did a bunch of research, which just takes a lot of time. And I came over here, and this is kind of like, I was experimenting a little bit with Hatch Ranch design, and I've kind of settled on something, but I don't want to execute it yet because it's going to be a little bit expensive to do it. And we can just have duplicates come over and grab the eggs and put them down here. That's really not a huge deal, to me at least. So that's probably what we're going to be doing for now on that one. I did actually put in the germ killer room right now, which has our chlorine gas in there. And we have a bunch of our water that's waiting to go in here. We had to do kind of a weird thing with our automation circuit to kind of get this to properly make sure that it checks all of our conditions, so we had to use a memory cell and all that, but it works out pretty well so far. I'm pretty happy, pretty content with it at this time. So we're just going to kind of leave it there to do its thing. Moved our science room over here with a couple of light automation stuff, nothing too crazy on that one either. So I'm going to go ahead and let this play out. Something that did happen, and I did this without people witnessing, we did unfortunately have to let our duplicates over on this planet die, because there was just no way that we could keep them. There was no feasible way that we could keep them, so we just let them pass. We had them do a couple of last tasks as their, you know, last little hurrah, and then they passed on. They did manage to get us a Slickster that we need for oil, because we don't have it set up over here to collect all this oil yet. But the idea is that they did a very worthwhile sacrifice that will allow the main colony to continue. So we kind of had to take that one on the chin a bit. But we knew that one was coming, so I'm not too worried about that. The good news is that between our smooth Hatch Ranch over here, which we're using this to actually help us with refining the copper that we've got in bulk, even though we're going to lose a little bit of the copper, it's better than heating up everything all the time. But because of that, I had to find a way to get water to pass through and carry on with cooling these more critical components while not being reliant on this. And this was the routing that I came up with on it, essentially. So. Oh, another dew seed. Yeah, we're not taking any more dupes right now, but we can take a dew seed. Okay. We're gonna do a little culling over here. I haven't set up an evolution chamber yet. Oopsie poopsie. Oopsie poopsie on me. But we will be getting one set up very, very soon. Alright. So I'm just gonna continue to let the music in-game play. But we did manage to mop up all this stuff, so now our cooled liquid is going to come through, and we'll start to see the temperature will even out on the majority of this once again. We did finally manage to come over here and actually analyze this, so... Auction not included, huh? Yeah, doing auction not included right now. Gotta switch it up a little bit. I thought we were going to do Warhammer tonight, but the guy I was going to play Warhammer with has ghosted me. So I wanted to do something a little different. If we want to do Factorio later, we absolutely can do Factorio later. Don't even worry about it. Don't fret. Don't fret now. I know people really like the Factorio, but you gotta switch it up every now and then just to keep your, you know, keep your mind fresh. But auction not included is, you know, Factorio adjacent. There's a lot of automation that goes on with this one, so I think that's good. And we are getting our proper cooling over with the gas geyser, which is fantastic. Which should mean that we are getting everything pumped out of that one now. So we get a little bit of extra storage over there. guys want to get, but I bought it because it will steal my soul as well. I've already purchased it, but refuse to play because I don't have the time. I gotcha. I gotcha. Definitely, you know, it's good to focus on one or the other at a time. I tend to kind of bounce around between them a bit, but they have a lot of systems that are similar that I do really like. I do. I really like being forced to manage the gases. That's my biggest thing that I love about this, is the gas management. So, I like the challenge that comes with it. I guess is like the number one thing for me on that. Did both of these get lullabied? Yes, sir. Okay, so I found out I actually need to do 600 seconds properly right there, because that actually gives us the appropriate timing. And then I can actually cut this down more to 75. Then it's just a matter of making sure I hit the correct time. It has to be during the daytime when our rancher is awake. They've got a slightly later time, so I'll just wait till I see that they're up and about. And then we'll be good. Okay, we'll see you later, DIY. Not a problem, no sweat. Okay, so like I said, we've got our initial power source, main and renewable power source, which is the natural gas over here. As long as we can just kind of maintain and stay on it, and we usually seem to be doing just fine. We only use one bank of natural gas generators right now as well, so I haven't been too worried about it yet. One problem we do have, though, is actually over here. You'll find this really interesting. So, the way I have the Slickster Ranch set up right now is I've got these Slicksters here, which are actually groomed and tamed and whatnot. They sit up here, they try to take off the excess CO2 that comes up to this point. But what you'll notice is that it kind of hovers down here. There's some chlorine gas in here, unfortunately. There's also been some natural gas. I'm not sure how the natural gas got in here. That's a little bit annoying. So what I want to do is I want to set up a pump up here to kind of clean and trim off the top bit of this in order to kind of equalize this a little bit more. But what happens is we take the excess eggs and we put them down here. Because down here, we have some extra Slicksters that will just take whatever is down here, and they'll continue to consume the carbon dioxide, and they'll survive down here. So because they are doing that, that means that up here, if these guys all die off, we can just kind of let that happen and then let these guys be untamed down here, collecting more oil, and then we can just capture some more if we start to get too much CO2. Oh, it's going good, Steel. How are you? How was work? So yeah, that's the current plan right there. I do believe there is another natural gas geyser somewhere. I know there's a volcano right there. I do want to actually crack open a volcano, since we do have most of the materials that we need to actually tame a volcano. And we're using igneous rock to feed our stone hatches, and we're probably going to be on stone hatches for a long time, so... Just got done helping my grandma learn how a phone works. Confirms she's forgetting everything tomorrow. They must run in the family, Steel. That's incredible. That's awesome. It's good on you to help your grandmother like that. Very good of you. Let's see, is this... I think this one is the polluted oxygen, hot polluted oxygen vent that we want to use this to kind of cool down the area. And then we want to clean all that is going to be the big thing of that. So we do have a lot of sand. We'll use regolith as well, which is a natural material that we'll get from meteor showers and whatnot. And you'll also notice that we have this cool salt slush geyser, which actually releases brine. And that is something that we're going to be trying to use, and I'm cleaning out the whole area around it because these slush geysers actually come out at 10 below Celsius, which is really nice. So I'm just kind of letting it sit there and just kind of drip whatever it's got going down there. I don't really care about levels necessarily of the liquid. There's plenty of liquid here. I actually pumped some of the liquid and put it into these tanks here, just to kind of save us a little bit of space, but there's no way this is going to really fill up to here in the time frame that this salt slush geyser is around. And if it does, I'll be very sad. And then we're setting this up because we want to put in some gantries. Like this. See that? So the exact size and position of the gantries is going to be interesting, so we'll see. Just let me say the password out loud because we wouldn't let her phone hearing her password. That's fair. That's fair, I suppose. Paranoia hits us all at some point, right? Okay, I forget, what was this one? Ah, okay, so that's hydrogen. That's where the hydrogen vent is. So hydrogen is something that we can also use to great effect, especially if we want to be ranching these Drekos. So Drekos actually will have... So they can eat off these plants that are basically free for us to produce, because they output phosphorite, and I think these guys will... Yeah, these guys actually consume phosphorite and polluted water. I think. Is their irrigation thing. So these guys actually will bring phosphorite back into the loop, essentially. And then... Ooh, 120? 120 what? Let me type credit card on Jen. Don't want them knowing her debit card info. Well, then how are you supposed to, like... If you don't put it into the app, what's the point of the app, then? I don't know. I feel like people get a little bit too, Oh, 120 street. Nice! Good on ya. So try to tell her. Well, that's okay. That's okay. You can't win them all on that one. As long as she feels better by the end of it with you. That's all that matters, right? Okay, we're not quite ready to produce and begin launching rockets, mainly because one of the things that we really need is we've got good sources of cool. Now we need a good source of hot. And right now, this one can get pretty hot at 150. I'd prefer to use this down here. We'll need to be able to use a volcano to tame it and get a free source of the igneous rock so that we can have our stone hatches just permanently, basically. Which is what we're also working on a little bit here. But we also are going to want to use that to produce steam, because we're going to be using steam engines for our early rockets. But I'm not streaming today? No. And it's hilarious that you're one of the people that didn't know that. Because she even... someone mentioned it was like, people don't pay attention and people don't read. And I was like, well, that means Steel has no clue. And sure enough, you didn't know. And that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, Pablo got home, so they went to go see the game. It was working. She's been saying it for like multiple days, though. She said it constantly. I'm just saying. The signs were there. They were always there. Don't listen to women? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Fair enough. Okay, so back to what we were saying here. We've got 2 volcanoes, and both of them, I think, are minor volcanoes, which is a little sad. We do have a lot of magma down here that we can actually abuse this for power. But what I need to do now is, because we're going to be dealing with volcano down here, this is going to be temperatures that I need to have exosuits for. So we need to convert an area up here to actually deploy exosuits and get people in. And to do that, I also need to make sure that we have clean oxygen that we can provide. Which, we've done a pretty good job now of clearing out most of the oxygen, but now we're going to set up an actual station for the exosuits. Or atmosuits, excuse me. I know what I meant. So we're going to do a checkpoint, and I don't know how many of them we're going to need, but we'll go here for the checkpoint, and then I'm going to put down the actual docks. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 docks is probably fine. Then we're just going to do a mechanical airlock here, and we'll throw up some insulation. to cut this off now completely. Everybody might play Bellin tomorrow. Yeah, she asked if I would play tomorrow because her and Guido were going to play, and she thought that I would be really good to teach him to play and, like, squad lead and all that. And I said, yeah, sure, just let me know. I haven't heard anything since. So, they might just go without me, I don't know. I also thought that things were going to be smooth this week. So, turns out that, like, with Tia's work and all of that, things kind of went pear-shaped while she was gone, so she's actually in a hyper... She's gonna become manager, like, we already know this. We already know this right now. Because of all the stuff that they got her doing. She's gonna become a manager, because when she left, everything just kind of went swirling the drain. And she's back now, and they got her, like, she's assigning tasks to people, she's delegating, she's coming up with plans and all this. So it's like, yeah, they're definitely making you a manager. You just gotta make sure it's official, that's all now. That's the only thing that's missing at this point. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be setting up an Atmos suit dock here. So in conjunction with this, we're going to do this in order to actually feed these suits. And then we're going to bring a happy little pump somewhere. I think we'll go... I'll pull it from up here. This is a pretty safe bet to get some good clean oxygen, because there's a lot of filters that come through by this point. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to have to pull some power right there. That'll be fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, what that means is that she has to be in office earlier than what we were thinking, so before kids are in school, I am now at home with all 4 of the kids, one of them being a newborn baby, which makes it a little bit more difficult to actually manage all that stuff. I don't know if y'all know that. So, it's been fun, though. Yeah, it's less sick, but she does come home at a fairly good time, even though she has like about an hour-and-a-half drive up, hour-and-a-half drive back when she does go into office. It's not too terrible, and she's usually able to stay pretty consistent. What was this nonsense? Huh. I guess we had something get too hot there. That's a little bit surprising. Oh, probably because I'm constantly turning our refined iron into steel whenever I get the chance. So, that's probably got something to do with it. Alright, let's start with some music. It's too quiet over here. I feel like I'm just talking to air right now with that one. Let's see. Ooh, here we go. That's a good one. Okay. So right now we've got 3 Atmos suits. So we're going to go over to our forge. And we're going to actually... I want to use copper, because copper is readily available. I'm just going to make 3 Atmos suits, and then we'll just constantly repair said Atmos suits. Alright, so we'll put that up to a 7. Yeah, once we have the Atmos suits ready and we have them actually filled up with oxygen, we can actually go down and safely work on that volcano. Wish I could get some noobs. Have I met Guido? Once, I think. Met him once. I don't remember what the context of the meeting was and all that, but we were playing something. He seemed pretty nice. Seemed pretty chill. I've seen him on Bunny's stream before, but like as far as personally meeting him, I wouldn't say that I've necessarily met him. And I mean I have, but I don't know if he even remembers, to be honest with you. I'm a very forgettable person. Just saying. I don't have one of those voices that people are like, hey, I know you from somewhere, you know, or oh, I could never forget you. Just kind of one of those, who are you again? Have we met? Okay, I do need to put down, I just realized I should put down at least one incubator. I'll just put an incubator here, F it, for the stone hatches, just to make sure that everything's good there. I need power. This is going to be kind of just some patchwork solution stuff. But this one we'll just do something simple. So I just need a timer sensor that I can put here. And then I'll probably just copy these settings. It probably won't let me paste it right now. You know, as he plays more tactical than I do in Arma, so he should transition well. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured he wouldn't really have that much of an issue playing. It's usually Bunny that has the problem playing whenever I'm on. I don't know why. And then Bunny's always like, you know, every time I play with you, I feel like, you know, you're always disappointed in me and stuff. I was like, oh, I mean, that's not how I would describe it, but... Because I think she's fun to play, it just gets, you know... It can get a little old sometimes, I'll say. I don't know when that green's hitting. Did these guys get lullabied? Says they did. 0.2 cycle. Okay, they didn't. Okay. We gotta change... We gotta reset the timers a little bit then. Oh, those suits are already done. That's fantastic. Okay, so this one we're gonna put the stone hatch eggs in here. They'll go in here fairly constantly, just to make sure that we're always keeping at least a couple of stone hatches available in case we need to repopulate until we get to the actual stuff. Benefits to playing safer to be rusty. And see, the thing is, for me, I don't care if people are rusty. Like, that doesn't really matter to me. The only thing that matters to me with Bellum, you just have to listen. Just pay attention. Give it your attention. You know what I mean? And I understand that can be hard for some people quite frequently. Just because of the nature of the game, it can be difficult to pay attention all the time and be, like, you know, locked in, so to speak. But Bunny's Peak was starting to listen. That's fair. Yeah, so I'm looking over here. These timers are unfortunately set to the nighttime, which is not when they should be set to. So I gotta reset these timers so they actually coincide with more of the morning time when dupes are up, and particularly Nisbet needs to be up and about and not busy. So let me get this appropriate timing here, because yeah, these turn off the second that she would even remotely be close to waking up. So I'm watching, she's right here. I need to wait for her to wake up, get some of her stuff done, then I'll set the timer. There you go, because there'd be that. Then they kind of go around doing some stuff. So now I'll reset the timer, copy this setting, and paste. What? That's not right. Probably good to offset them a little bit. No lullaby? Oh, these guys have higher priorities. Alright. That's what I need to do. Okay. That's fine. It's not a huge deal right now. Okay. So that's all set right there. That's all well and good. We just need to look at our oxygen. Which these need to have suits delivered. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of damage that gets incurred here, just as a result of some non-oxygen stuff coming through, and that's okay. And then we just have to make sure these are powered appropriately. And then clearance should be vacancy only. They have to be able to put their suits back when they're done. Okay. Yeah, wrong element damage is gonna happen a little bit. A lot more than I thought, actually, surprisingly. But it helps us get rid of some of that polluted oxygen that's just kind of floating around, too, so... We can afford to repair stuff. That's not a huge deal. So we will just kind of operate on that wavelength for now. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we just got some research done already, so the critter condo was one. Can't remember, does the critter condo need anything? I think you just put it into a room. So I'll just put like a little critter condo because I've not really used these much. But that should then allow us to get up to our 9 critter limit with the full mood happiness and stop the crowded effect there. Yeah, we want to kind of make use of this as much as we can for now, and then we'll build some of our more dedicated ranches that will have a little bit more to them, so to speak. Alright. Let's come over here and let's prioritize these just a little bit more. Okay. Oops, did not mean to do that. Alright, I have noticed that our algae is starting to get low, so I have implemented this algae distiller, which I think we're going to start using in order to try to pump out some more algae in the near future here. Because in the end, our ultimate goal is that we want to sustain things a little bit more. I need to get a better source of metal in the end. Right now, this is fine. And this is actually something we can do purely automatic. I just remembered. I do need to, actually make a tank for this. I just realized. So I'm actually going to turn off that priority so that we can get this tank made right here. And then once that tank's made, we can actually take that extra polluted water, we can get rid of it. So we're also going to put down a little deodorizer right here with an airflow tile. Yeah, I probably shouldn't turn that on. I didn't think about that when I put this soup dock down here. So that one's my bad. And that's okay. Yep, we'll just get all these guys built up there, and then I'm just gonna do this until I can get the plumbing for this and the power routed. Just do like that. And then the plumbing, we can just have this come straight over here. Like so. Yeah, because now that we've dropped below 5 tons of algae, we're actually down to measuring it in direct kilograms, which is not necessarily ideal. So now I need to get this whole chain here operating. Because we really need this to come down and actually provide to this, but then we also need this to get built. Just like so. Whoa, clock! Hello, Clock. My. How was Elden Ring going for you? I was watching it a little bit earlier. And everybody, if you have not followed Clock, please go ahead and follow Clock. Whenever they decide to get on their, you know, skittish, schizophrenic schedule, they're always a good time to have. So don't be afraid to follow them. Don't be afraid. Pop on over there and see what they got going on. They do a little bit of a variety here and there. I have been seeing more War Thunder. I think today was the first time I saw you stream Elden Ring. I could be wrong on that one. But they've done a couple things. It's been pretty fun. Also, you need to stream Factorio sometime, Clock. I don't know why you haven't streamed it. I need to see what you got going on. It's not Schizo go live between 1 and 4 p.m. Oh, there you go. It used to be Schizo. I keep thinking it's Schizo because it's always at times that are unusual for me. It's Schizo to my eyes. That's what it is. Maybe I'm the one that's Schizo. I never thought about that. That's something that I gotta kind of think about now. Now I'm questioning myself. But yes, wonderful person. Definitely go over, give him a little follow, give him a little see, give him a little try, give him a chance. That's all I'm asking. Give him a chance. Give love a chance, as it were. I wonder if I need to do these at a different time and offset them more from this incubator. I should imagine your friend, you're not a schizo. Oh, I'm so relieved. I'm so happy, yay. Well, I didn't mean to mock, that's fine. Chance if not elude orange tabby. Exactly, yeah. See? They're safe. They've always been safe. And always will be. Higby? Your ass better get working, thank you. Quit breathing like that. You're lucky that you need to breathe at all. Then we'll give this another priority. And then we have the bare minimum tank that we need for this. I can't believe this is still being provided to. That's crazy. I wanted the actual shipping done. And right now it's only partially done. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. Come on. That probably means that we also need to switch over to doing the word is there, I just know it. Electrolyzer. Yeah, I had the word. I knew what I was talking about. Doing an electrolyzer in the near future. But that's okay. So we still have a steady supply of oxygen going to the Atmo suits. The longest part of this is getting them initially filled up. Once the Atmo suits are good, then we're just, you know, we're solid, we're set. And then we can come down here, we can get this volcano moving. It's idle right now, but that won't last. And in fact, just to keep the temperature stable, let's fill in a little bit more those tiles there. Just to make sure that we're trying to keep that heat away from the main areas as much as possible. Because it is going to get very hot. It's going to get down to like these temperatures, bordering on them at least, because it is going to be spitting out liquid rock. And when rock is a liquid, that's a bad time. That's a bad time. You don't want to touch that. Don't drink it either. Anybody here do like smelting? Like smelting soda cans and stuff? Because I've done that. And recently, one of my friends, well, not recently, this was like a year ago, they sat there watching it, and they were looking into the crucible. They just looked over like, this might sound weird, but I have this feeling that I need to drink it, looking at the liquid aluminum, and I was like, that feeling is normal, don't do it, though. That feeling is completely normal, do not do it. Resist. Yeah, Liv does that stuff. Yeah, I figured he did. I couldn't remember if he had one or not. Okay, let's see. So you're not gonna get lullabied in time. That's okay. I think I still need to do... I need to offset it a little bit, not just do the full 600. That way they'll go at the same time every time. So let's reset it to here. Those ones are both lullabies, so they're going to be offset a little bit. But that puts them more at like a different time in the day. We'll see if those will maintain. Okay, we now actually have suits available here. So what I'm going to do now is with these suits, we're going to start clearing out a little space for the volcano that's down here. And we're going to have a little bit of water that's going to get turned into steam. And normally, when I try to do steam engines and the like, I actually try to keep the steam in a closed loop. We're going to do something a little different this time. I actually want to send out steam as well. I want to be able to send out steam in order to fuel our steam engines later on. So we need to have one that kind of keeps it, but also allows it to go as well. And I was thinking over here trying to see if I was lucky enough to get another volcano or something there, and we were not lucky. That's fine. That's totally fine. Then here I'm just going to dig out, get some more space here. The temperature here is going to increase dramatically, which is why we needed to have the suits here while we're getting stuff ready. Another thing is we've got some steel, but our steel is quite limited right now. And part of that's because we don't have enough eggshells to make our lime. We're slowly getting there, like over here. I actually need to put down another condo so I can do the full 9 right there, and that'll be fine. Okay. So I'm thinking I want to move at least some of the critter ranches down here. Specifically thinking about the stone hatches so that they're closer to the igneous rock. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the travel time for Nisbet. If we get some more food out of this, we actually expand the ranches, we can actually bring on more duplicates, and I'll try to get another rancher specifically. Yeah, we're now freeing up this volcano to do its thing, which this will, of course, start to allow us to get some steam as well going. And what I want to do is essentially set it up where I have the steam, and hopefully I get the steam in such a way that I can do an insulated pipe in a vacuum tube, is what we're going to make. And that vacuum tube will hopefully travel all the way up here. I'm looking around here, though, and to do a vacuum tube, you essentially have to dedicate an entire area straight to that. So the best way to do that, of course, because we have the Atmos suits as well, is we need to just kind of dig through. And we just need to make an area with like a liquid lock or something to actually give us that vacuum area that we can then transfer the steam with no heat transfer the entire way, so it's not dipping into anything. So the way that we're going to do that, it's going to essentially kind of travel up here and go up and along. But to do that, we have to, of course, build this in such a way that we can even have a vacuum. So it's going to look something like this. So we're going to start the bones of it right here. We just have to make sure that we're out of the neutronium completely. So we do the outside edge like this. So we're just going to come up here. And again, this is the first stage of it. So we're going to build the one side, then we're going to build the core, the middle bit, which is just going to be out of regular tile, so that it's easy to deconstruct, and then we're going to do another insulated tile on the side. Then we're going to have a liquid lock up here, or probably down here with the Atmos suits, and then we're going to deconstruct the center, and that will give us a clean vacuum going all the way up that we can then route a pipe, and we'll do an insulated pipe. Well, we'll have to do an insulated gas pipe. And we just have to make sure that we have one that we do probably granite or obsidian, although we could just do it out of ceramic, to be honest with you. So I'm going to actually get a bunch of ceramic ready, because I think ceramic is the safer option. I had an alarm set for 2030, and I'm going to be completely honest, I don't remember why. So I might go upstairs and check on some things, but I've got enough refined carbon, so we're going to queue up these 3 for the purposes of ceramic. Since we have cooling now, our duplicates won't suffer over here too much, is the idea. So I can get some ceramic queued up, and then we can do that proper. I'll do the oxalite just to get some free oxygen while we're working on getting this algae distiller, because I need to get the slime condensed in the meantime. And this construction is going to take a very long time. But once it's done, it's going to be perfect. So I'm just going to go ahead, I'm going to just drag this all the way down, because this will also help us to visually see what all we're doing. Okay. I don't think we need to go down that far. We'll start with that. And then... let's see. None of this is connected otherwise. I want to make sure that the Atmos suits are doing the grand majority of this work. So, what I want to do then... come over here. This is going to be the core structure of it. And then we'll take out the tile. In fact, what I'm going to do, and this is going to be kind of weird, but I'm going to do this and make it too wide. There is a reason why I'm making it too wide that will come into play later, and if I do this right, I don't have to set up a pump to vent all the gases out of this and all that, but that might still have to happen at some point if I mess this up. But the project relies on us essentially getting this into such a way that we can then bring this the entire way up, once more in a vacuum, like so. And then we just do, again, the spacing here to kind of showcase 1, 2, 3. So imagine that is going to kind of run along the side completely. And what this allows us to do, because with the ladder there for maintenance and all that as well, this will allow us the ability to run that ceramic pipe all the way up in a vacuum, completely free of heat transfer and losing the heat that we would have and risking our steam getting too cold. And this is probably the most important thing, it'll also allow us to run a power line that we can additionally work with in order to run a kind of a power spine and then distribute power from the right side. It's a method that I've done in the past before doing a power spine that I do like doing, because you can then just kind of designate transformers and whatnot off of that. And I was looking, I do want to do this insulated conductive wire, but in order to do that, I require rubber or I require plastic. And rubber, I don't think is something that I can get without great effort. Applications produced by latex in a vulcanizer. And to get latex, you would have to get gumwood. Yes, okay. So gumwood is not something that we naturally have. However, I think I remember getting... No. I thought I got a seed in the printer pod. So plastic is going to be the angle that we go with on that one. But right now we don't have a steady source of oil just yet that we can do all of that in. We're going to get one. We're going to get a source of that, but we don't have it yet. So, in the meantime, we just have to let our current projects run a little bit. Which I do see over here that our food, which was kind of spiked before, has gone down. Still got some gristleberry, that's good. Not seeing a whole lot of meat. And part of that's probably because we let a lot of the meat just kind of get hit immediately. Yeah, so we just have a stone hatch that's just sitting there. Which is kind of funny that they don't just let them out when they're done. Because they have nowhere to go, technically. So, that's okay. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of time to properly do all this. But once it is done, it is going to be fantastic. And I don't know if we necessarily have to do insulated tiles on the sides, but I think having it makes me feel better. Just kind of like an added assurance. I also think it just looks a little bit more professional to do it that way. And you know me, I'm all about professionalism. All about the professionalism. It's in my blood. It's in my soul, so to speak. Yeah, we can allow dupes to work on it this way, which is kind of your more conventional way of building out something like this, typically. And then we can have the other dupes come over here and start to carve it out from the inside. And allow all this junk to just kind of fall down. So that's going to look very simple. Because we're just going to start by running a ladder. And what we'll do is we'll actually run a ladder up one tile away. I think. Yeah. So you do one tile away. What? Sandstone ran out? That's surprising. Okay, we'll just do granite then. That's good. And then we'll just dig out that whole section there. Because they should be able to dig 2 tiles out that way. Now, unfortunately, this will have a conflict right here. So what I want to do is I am going to lock. Well, actually, I'll still do auto. Let's do that. Now I'll lock it. Just to make sure that it doesn't get locked with somebody over on this side. We will be unlocking that later because we do want dupes to pass through. But we're going to lock it for now just to prevent like this happening. Because we definitely don't want this happening. Now let's do this. We're just not going to allow dupes to pass this way anymore. Because as you can see here, this is now going to create a bit of a hazard zone. But this also gives a door for them to actually go through. And get out. But just not go back in. And then we can double up that. And then we're good. Okay. Now then, for this, steam turbines, we need gaskets now. It's not just plastic. And in order to make a gasket, we need plastic in order to make the plastic gasket, specifically. And that's because of the, aqua... whatever the thing is. So right now it says, no ingredients discovered, but it's literally, we just need plastic to make the plastic gasket. We can't do a rubber gasket, even though a rubber gasket would be technically superior. At least in real life terms. There we go. Yep, and then it'll tell us these are unreachable over here. Now, we can lock this one as well, because one thing we don't want to have happen is we don't want to have dupes that have these Atmo suits be allowed to go somewhere that they can't have an Atmo suit, right? Because that would be irresponsible. So we'll just do that. So then we'll only have 3 dupes maximum over here working on this project going from the bottom up, which is good because we're going to have a lot of stuff that drops down here, and particularly any of this liquid is just going to come down here and it's going to contribute to the steam supply, is what we're going to call this one. So the more water that's just down here naturally that we don't have to actually pipe in, the better it's going to be for us. Now, the only thing to think about here is, with these gas reservoirs, they have an overheat temperature of 75, which we could make them out of steel to bump it up to 275. But we could also temperature control our steam. So if we look over at steam, specifically, and what is the bare minimum that it would need? It's 99.7, basically, I think. No, wait. Polluted mud of steam dirt, 99.4, I guess, is the flash range, so to speak. So as long as we are able to get a gas reservoir that can sustain above 100, maybe even like 115, that's what we'd be looking for. So if I do gold amalgam, that gives us 50, which would do 125, which would be adequate. Hey, Omen, how's it going? Famous bailed on me tonight. And nobody wants to play with me. It's very sad. Very sad indeed. I'm very sad, Omen. I'm very sad. I have to play Oxygen Not Included. Because I'm on me own. It's terrible. What were we gonna play? We were gonna play Warhammer. But then he just dipped. He died? I think he died. I think somebody killed him. That's what I think. Getting closer to that one. The project is progressing. It is going. It is schmoving. The next part of this is, of course, going to be the second tier, and then we're going to have the final insulated tile bit of this will come into play. It'll be good. It'll be good. Looks a bit gassy in there. Oh yeah, because we strip mined it completely. And what we're doing here is we're making a vacuum tube that we're going to actually transfer steam with no heat transfer. Because heat doesn't transfer in a vacuum, did you know that? Because physics. We love it. And thermodynamics. Get out of there. Alright, yep, now we've got our Atmo suit equipped dupes. We'll come down here and work on this occasionally. Which is beautiful. Because they should be protected from most environmental hazards with that. Didn't think anything does with vacuum. No, it doesn't. But specifically heat. We are concerned about thermodynamics in this case. Go. We're getting through some of that abyssalite, some of the sandstone. Yep, so this takes a little bit of time, obviously. Which is, I was going to try to do this one on my own time. Didn't really end up happening, and I thought, well, since we didn't have the original plan, why not do this while we're waiting around to see what goes down, huh? But yeah, if you and like Pistachio want to play something, like I think we could get something together. I know you guys have well, I guess Pistachio doesn't have Warhammer installed. Wimp. Puss. Little puss. It's very sad, very sad. Saddest thing I've ever seen. To be deprived of Warhammer. He's a wimp, yes. I knew it. I also had toyed around with just jumping on Factorio again tonight to go ahead and just set up some more things and get a couple more systems in place. But then I thought, well, I'm always playing Factorio, so I should probably not, you know, if I don't have to necessarily. Even though, you know, we always want to. Yeah, that's going perfectly right there. I still kind of think it's funny that we can't make gas tanks out of ceramic. I think that would be a fine material to make a gas reservoir out of, but that's fine. That's fine. Could finish the last remnants of the purple science. That is true. Although it is producing purple science, you know, like, trains are coming and going, it does actually get purple science to the, to the labs now. I went ahead and did that because I realized that we needed to do research, basically. We needed more research, I should say. I'm trying to think, Oh, a gantry can only be made with steel? That kind of sucks. Yeah, that really sucks. Here, since I'm doing my music, let me turn off the in-game music. Because might as well, right? I don't want it conflicting right now. Alright. There we go. See how much a minute it was making its current setup? I kind of vaguely looked at it, but I wasn't paying too close of attention to it. My main objective was, you know, making sure that it was actually working, and it was. I was pretty content with that, not gonna lie. Now we do the second layer. Coming up. And it doesn't really matter what material we're making the tiles out of, because we're going to get all that material back anyway. But this should give us the first real look at what the tube itself is going to look like. And like I said, we're going to have the tube come up, and then we're going to have the power line, I think. Although, having the power line in a vacuum probably is not a good idea. Actually, it's fine. I don't think these things could even overheat, necessarily. We do definitely want to do the heavy watt conductive wire to give it as much power. The 50 kilowatt, very important. We want that. 3 weeks for the planning working. That's finally in place. Yeah. Well, like I said, if you guys want, we can do Factorio tonight. I'm not saying we can't do it. I just figured, since we tend to do Factorio a lot, that maybe I should switch it up a bit, but perhaps I'm wrong. I could be wrong on that. I know people have preferences on what they do and don't like around here, which is totally fine. Alright, we got those smooth hatches are now pretty much up and running here. And I've started to collect a bank over here. So this is what the stone hatches are going to look more like, as something similar to this. And we're going to have a little starvation ranch. We'll just kind of sit over here, they'll just kind of die. We'll probably add some water to this, because we might as well. And then they'll just drown and then get collected, you know, whenever they die. But I have this situated here perfectly to pick them up wherever they sit. Didn't come here for Craptorio. Hey! You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. We love Factorio around here. I love it. But I like Auction Unclouded. I like Ani too. Just saying. So Battle 6, I just more hammer and decide what I want to do yet. Currently enjoying watching Ani. Oh yeah. I love Ani. See, like, I live for the automation circuit stuff, and right now we have very, very basic stuff. I want to do something more. I have plans. Oh, I have such plans. I can't wait. I'm still just upset there's not a metal volcano of any type, not even like a cobalt volcano on either of the planetoids that we got. So I'm a little bit annoyed by that, but we're going to adapt. which is also why I'm kind of prioritizing getting at least a rocket, because I'd like to get a dupe out and find a planetoid that does have a refined metal source, or even just like somewhere with more ore that we can feed to a large number of smooth hatches and just get like some in there. There's automation. I know, did I miss? Omen, there's always been automation in Ani. Tell me that you haven't been playing it without telling me you haven't been playing it. Just saying. I'm just saying. There's always been that. There's always been that. They got some really cool stuff. If you look in the research tab and you go down, you've got your computers, right? So it starts in smart home where you get your little, the overlay actually opens up. You get your switches, the wires themselves, and then a motion sensor, basic stuff. Then you get the sensor bit. We haven't done parallel automation. I actually should research that. I don't know why I haven't researched that yet. You get to advanced automation, which has your AND, your OR gates, then the buffer filter gate. Then you get the computing, which has your exclusive OR gate, which is really fun, and the memory toggle, which is essentially an SR latch, which is really fun. I haven't done much with the multiplexing. I don't think there's really a need in the game to do multiplexing, but it can be cool to do multiplexing, so that's something that we'll probably look into later. But I have ideas for using these ribbons. I have ideas for these ribbons that are going to be really, really cool. So, it's coming. It's coming. It's not much. I figured as much. You can have a like, but I don't even try DSP, which should be an even better game. Didn't hold my attention, just don't like logistics. What? I love logistics. So Factorio, my favorite thing about Factorio is trains. Well, and the combinators, but trains. Ooh, I love trains. I love trains, so Factorio just speaks to me. It speaks to me on so many levels. And Ani speaks to me particularly because of, again, the automation circuits and stuff that you can do. And I like that you have the gases and the liquids and the heat. Those three in particular, that you have to manage those at a bare minimum. Solid game. And then anything beyond that is just icing on the cake. So I like having multiple systems that you have to kind of have in place in order to achieve, like, sustainability and to achieve life support. So that's what draws me to Ani. But Factorio, I like the complexity and how you can have it be as complex or as simple as you want, and I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool, especially when when Factorio added the Space Age DLC. That's when things got really cool with that stuff. Just couldn't care about moving stuff around, but I love moving stuff around. Oh, I love trains are so good. Trains are so good. The trains are so fun. Alright, so we got the vacuum going there. Whoa. Is it that time already? How time flies. What do we got? Free steel? I can't believe that. That's crazy. My traintism? I don't know if I have traintism, necessarily. I wouldn't call it that. There's people way crazier about trains than me, I'm just saying. Is this... Why is this not getting done? Where is our mechatronics expert? Where are you? Who was it again? It wasn't Freya. I feel like it was... Oh, it is Camille. Research supply? Out of there. Fabrication supply to Camille. What? Is it down here? Oh, is it because of the kilns? Bump those down a little bit. Do I ever play DSP? I've played it some. I played it a while ago. But it wasn't the game that turned me off. I'll be honest with you. I had a bad experience with somebody that came in and didn't like the way that I was playing Dyson Sphere. And I was trying to calmly tell them that it's a sandbox game. You can play it however you want. They didn't like that. They didn't like that, and I felt like I was being very civil about the whole thing, but they basically told me, like, you know, you probably don't have very many friends with the way that you act and all this, and you know, you're subverting the way that the developers are intending you to play, and I can't believe that you would intentionally, you know, handicap yourself, blah blah blah, and then left. But this was over the course of like 2 hours, and by the end of it, I was like, you know what? I think I'm done. I think I'll take a break from it. I'll play it on my own time. Didn't play it on my own time. Said I'd come back. I didn't go back to it. Now they have enemies in it, which I'm actually really interested in that because I like to maintain a defense network and have the logistics for feeding said defense network on top of all the other stuff. Which is also why I like Factorio, because you got the biters that you got to manage, and then you have the trains to help you with managing that and, you know, making the trains smarter with the combinators and all that. And that's what ultimately makes games for me when it's in this genre. It's automation. If there's a way that I can do true automation using circuit logic and setting up machines that will just like do their own thing and make decisions based on criteria that I want, you've basically sold me on the game at that point. Which is what made Factorio such a iconic game for myself, is that it has the combinators, and then you can simulate very close to reality most real life, you know, analog circuit stuff, which is great, which is fantastic for me. I love that. I really like that a lot. I still don't understand why this isn't taking higher priority. Let's see, Camille, what do you have? Oh, you don't have any priorities. That's why. So go for your stuff. Go down that. So double up on the building in particular. You should be focused, very focused on building, because you're good at building. There you go. Yeah, I forgot to do that before. Look at you swing for the fences now. I completely forgot that I did the priority on most of them, but not you. Thank you for the reminder, Metal. I appreciate it. There we go. That's so much better. Yeah, we really need this, though. So this is going to be accepting... Oh, that's just the receptacle. Whoops. So I need to... Oh, what? I gotta wait for that one. So one's gonna be taking algae out. I can just leave that as is. One's going to take algae out, one's going to put slime in. Because we should have most of our slime is collected up here. Ha! I misspelled. Beautiful. There we go. That'll extend our diffusers for a bit longer, at least. I don't know how much longer it's going to extend them, but it should be a bit longer. All right, we need to set up another sweep order for all that, except for you. Beautiful, beautiful. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Well, at this point, it's just a matter of waiting, to be honest with you. I'm not going to let people through here, because I don't want all that water leaking over and have to deal with all that. So we're just going to let it kind of sit here, let it drain down this way, and call that good. That'll be good. Good, 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 good. Alright, so what are we missing right now? Oh, we could actually go ahead and analyze that volcano now, I suppose. That way we just know the duration of stuff. These poor slicksters have been just starving up here. Because for some reason my CO2 drastically went down. I need to get this gas out of here. The chlorine and the natural gas both especially. So that there's just more space for that CO2. But I've got these ones down here doing pretty much the same thing, which is good. So I'm not super worried about it. Just, you know, grooming them tends to just allow you to get more of the eggs out. So maybe we'll actually... Let's see. Maybe we'll kind of wrangle a couple of them here. We can let the long-hair slicksters just kind of die off there. If there's any... If there's, by some grace of God, there is some oxygen down there, they can have it. Ooh, she's gonna blow. Yeah, the nice thing about this is that we'll be able to actually, we'll steam out the pollution in the water for everything that's down there, so that'll be good. Okay, I think while products are in transit, they don't count towards how much you actually have. So I want to see when these drop. If we see the algae number tick up, it should. I'm pretty sure while they're in transit, they just kind of are not counted. Nope, they are counted. Okay. So the hope then is that with our distiller there, we're able to actually produce these quickly. Might end up being that we need two of them just to kind of really go through it. So let's go ahead and make another one that doesn't really take much. So let's do another distiller here, which is going to affect the ladder that I had there. I realized that's okay. And then, all right. Time frame on that one doesn't matter a whole lot to me. Just as long as it gets done. And then that way we'll be able to hopefully extend how long we've got there. Are you trapped? Oh my gosh. I forgot about the possibility of sand coming in. No, don't sleep in the suit. No. Oh well. That's fine, I think. Probably won't be, but that's okay. Alright, how's our food looking? We got gristleberry and a little bit of pickled meal left. And that's okay. They still say crowded? Oh, I guess they can be crowded. Just the critter condo keeps them happy. That's true. That's true. Okay, as long as they're happy, we're good. And then we can kind of see about turning some of this area into additional ranching space. And then we'll hook up the pipe. Probably go ahead and just put it up here. And then we can let some of it actually come over here to do the cooling. Kind of, you know, dual purpose it a little bit if it's got the right temperature. Asked me to teach them how to play chess. So I said pick up get first match at 1 on time because they thought for 3 minutes, a couple times for no reason, I was like half focused. Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they're learning to play chess, they don't realize that time is actually part of it. They're too used to playing like at home, where most people at home are just gonna like play, you know, where you do a move, you walk away for a bit or something, you do a move. No one's using timers for some reason. Even though you're supposed to, because time is literally part of the game. But hey, huh? But hey. There we go. Look at all that. Now we can get double the algae coming out of that slime. It's a beautiful thing. Let's do a priority 1 on that. Okay, as long as we're able to get that cycled through. Now I have to actually pay attention to this because there's plenty of sand coming up through here. Thought for 30 minutes of most moves in the end game, man. Not all Chess attorneys use timers? Really? All the ones I've been to use timers. I don't know of any that didn't use timers, actually. So I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Ooh, squash fries. Perfect. We'll just extend our food supply a little bit while we're getting stuff rolling here. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I just assumed that most chess tournaments, well, all, I guess, because I didn't know that, just had timers. I've never seen a match official or even, like, an unofficial, like, competitive match never use a timer. Classical chess, it's so much longer. Games happen over hours? Yeesh! A 40-move rule that resets clock. Really? That's weird. Well, you learn something new every day. Every day you learn something new. I like that. That's good, that's good. Okay. I want to get this completely cleared first before we add, like, the rest of this here. Because what we need to do is we need to do this, so this is that, and then we also need to do another ladder that will come up here, like so. I'm just going to do that just to kind of help represent this a wee bit. And I'm going to go ahead and just add some insulated tiles there at that point. Because what's also going to happen is we just need to clean... We might as well clean this out while we're going. There's no sense in holding off on that for later. Just clean out the whole thing, and then it's a matter of just putting in the row of tile up, and then we do the row of tile over the ladders coming down, and then we do the insulated tile coming up here. Just like we've got at this point now, actually, so we can do this. Okay, and that's the first stages of our tube. Big ones, just because they don't want a good game to end on time. Oh, that's fair. Enjoy more blitz and chess. Nice, some starting specific shake up the opening beta. Oh, okay. Rapid chess. Usually we hit the 5-minute marker. Oh wow! So it's super rapid, is what you're saying. It was even more rapid than you banked on. It's not a bad thing. Yeah, I want to have everything cleaned off and everything has fallen. Then we can start doing the rows. We'll just go up row by row here to keep things nice and simple and not too complicated. This used to be a good way to transfer Steam. I hope it still is. Oh. I just got an achievement that I haven't gotten before, which is surprising. Slick, okay. Yeah, I've done that. Produce 10 tons of refined metal by ranching smooth hatches. Ah. That's, I guess, I've never had to do that before, so I guess that's true. I got an achievement today. That's cool. That's hilarious. I thought I'd used smooth hatches before, but I guess not significant enough because I've always had the metal volcanoes that I just switch over to anyway. So I don't have that option this time, so I guess it forced an achievement out of me. Isn't that exciting? And I am using igneous rock on some of these, but we also have infinite igneous rock with this volcano and this volcano, so I'm not too concerned about it. I could probably let this volcano open, to be honest with you. We could let the temperature come here. I can keep all this stuff cool, and then these guys get a little bit more of the heat that they like. That could be good. We'll see, we'll see. Let's see. Why do we have so much food now? Gristleberries came in. Okay, because we have a bunch of bristleberries now. Barbecue is a bit. There's still some meat, pickled meal, and then the squash. I guess the squash rays did bump stuff up a little bit. That's true, that's true. Oh, I forgot. I need to... I can deconstruct this and do fridges now, can't I? In fact, I should be doing fridges. We'll do like normal, and then let's do a nautical stripe fridge. Huh? Why not, right? Okay. I am straining this power a bit, but everything's got a lot of limiters on it, so it should be fine. So we're gonna do edible, and this is gonna be cooking ingredients. That should be fine. We have a little bit of rot that happened. That's fine. Let's see. How is this going right now? Excellent. Yeah, 9,275 potential load. But it should be fine. We'll separate it out later. It's okay. Used to love watching chess streams. Didn't understand a single thing and have to explain everything. I feel like there's people like that in any sport. You know what I mean? I had the same thing whenever I watch, like, I watch League of Legends esports and that, and I have to explain to people all the time what's actually going on, because most of the people that would sit down and watch it with me don't really know what's going on, which is really funny to me. And then there are, like, Dia will sit down and watch it with me. She knows what's going on. So she'll actually really enjoy it. She knows the characters, and she understands how the game is supposed to play, how it works, and all that. But then there's other people that they've touched the surface of League, but they haven't actually dove into the nuances of League, and so they don't really understand what's going on when team fights break out. Ugh. Fun drinking game. Beach by machine. The prosperity starts speeds will continue until morale improves. That's perfect, Mike. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Thank you, thank you. I was half expecting to taste like some backup in that, because my youngest daughter got a hold of it earlier. That could have been bad. Okay, I have a lot of junk to go through. I just realized that we went through all of the slime that we had. So what I need to do actually is let's sweep only. Allow manual use. Yeah, I need to feed slime into that relatively quickly. So I need to keep on providing that so that we can keep oxygen up at good levels. Need to feed felt. It's true. It's true, though. Okay. I hope you guys that normally watch Factorio that aren't feeling bored by Oxygen Not Included here. There is stuff happening, I swear. Okay, there is stuff happening. We set a project over here that's going to take a little bit of time to actually execute on. I apologize, That's just the way that it goes sometimes, though. This section is actually almost done, so you can see the vision. You can see the vision. This is what we're looking at right here. The vacuum tube is coming together. And once we have most of the digging done, this will actually get a lot better. It'll get a lot better. Making Fallout Shelter? No. There's actually more stuff to manage, I'd like to add. There's much more stuff to manage here. This is a thinking man's game. There's automation, there's circuits, by the way. Have you heard of circuits before? Look at that thing. Beautiful. Upgrading the Overseer's office provides more quest slots. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, quest slots. Oh. Talk dirty to me. Oh, shoot. Yeah, don't... We're not sweeping any of that stuff. Yeah, frickin' slap me. Slap me with that one and call me Sally. Lay me down sideways and lick me dry. That's what I'm hearing from it. That's what I'm hearing. Oh, my word. It's taking a little longer than I thought. Oh. Hey, you guys should probably focus on letting yourselves out, actually. I would say, yeah. There you go. There you go. You're getting there. Okay, or not. Or not. Oh my goodness. It never ends. There's quite a bit of sand still there, so that's going to be a recurring theme for a bit. Grab some more nutrient bars there. Yes. Definitely I'm so rusty. Aw, man. Well, sounds like you need to get off of chess and go play Bellum instead. Make sure that you're nice and on time and on top of your game for tomorrow. If Bunny actually plays Bellum. Because I don't know if Bunny's going to actually play Bellum. 68 refineries with plus 18% productivity. Nice! Good on ya. Upgrading to 136. Good on ya! Good on ya. Aw, man. Well, that's not good. They literally ignored that. Guido did say he's for sure playing, so assuming she's gonna be there. Okay. The question now is, will I be there? Well. Lindsay just went in their suit, unfortunately. Because for some reason, a priority 8, they were not okay with that. They decided to press on with the ladders. That's fine. What? I know. See, that's the thing is, Bunny just kind of half mentioned it. I haven't actually been asked to play, so I don't even know what's going on with that. Because there's no, like, discussion of time, which I won't be able to get on earlier than normal Thursday. It would have to be at my normal time that I get on, like, today. Because I don't have another adult in the house until later. And we've got karate and stuff that kids are going to, so I don't have... Unless Grandma comes and watches the kids, you know, God be praised, praise be, you know, heaven help us, Jesus take the wheel. What do kids say these days? I thought of something really stupid. There's no way people say that. I'm not going to say that one. Playing what? Bellum. Because Guido is new to Bellum and well, okay, I don't know if Guido wants this, but Bunny mentioned this yesterday? Or was it Monday? I think it was yesterday. She mentioned yesterday asking, like, hey, you know, would you play, like, Bellum on Thursday? And I said, yeah, I'd be there. Like, yeah, I'm totally down to clown. And so she said, bet. That was the end of it. Are you running Linux or the amusement fake? The amusement Window's fake. This computer is Windows, I'm sorry. But my laptop is Linux. My laptop's Linux. I do enjoy Linux, but my main desktop is Windows 11. Unfortunately. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick with Windows. I've been so annoyed. I can't believe they cut Windows 10's, like, service so quick. That was crazy. They didn't even do Windows 7 that dirty. I still miss Windows XP. Those were the golden days. Praise the sun? That's our word. That's our word. That's my generation. You back off. You back off. Dude, what the hell? Break these. You're already doing this stuff. Oh, they're focused on construction, aren't they? Oh. They're free! They're free! I can't believe it, they're free. There we go. I haven't tried Linux desktop for about 10 years. So I've got this ThinkPad that I picked up, and it was running Windows for a bit, and then I was like, well, it can't do Windows 11. So I started thinking, I was like, you know what? I haven't done Linux beyond like Kali Linux on an older laptop that I had, and then I had oh, I forgot the other one. It was Debian based. I forgot what flavor it was. I didn't have that one for very long. But then I was like, well, I want something that's kind of similar to Windows, like in terms of gaming and all that, but I still want Linux. So I did some research and I was like, oh, there's this Pop! OS, so I put it on. And then it was like, oh, in order to play games, actually, your ThinkPad has a video card that is right in the exact center between two generations. And so the older drivers don't work, but the newer drivers also don't work. So you have to get this one specific driver and you have to lock it in and stay on it. And it took me 2 days to figure out that that was the issue. Because when I got onto Factorio, it was like laggy and choppy. It was a slideshow at 2 frames a second. And I was like, there's no way. Factorio is way too optimized. The laptop can handle it. So it's something wrong on my end with it. And it was. I figured it out eventually. But boy, was that a process. Ooh, was that a process. Just got around to liking Windows 8 for the old yellow day. I never liked Windows 8. I'll be honest with you. I never liked it. Took you 4 years. So, growing up, I had Windows XP. Was the main one that I had. And that was coming off of the Windows 98 one that they had. My dad used Windows 98 very frequently, and then he was doing the servers and stuff for the college that he works at over here. So I got familiar with operating systems at an early age. And for me, Windows XP was the golden age of Windows operating systems, I feel like. Because it had newer features, but it wasn't just bogged down with bloat at that time. Windows 7 is when they really started getting into the more, oh, we can make things prettier and stuff, really good, and we can also put stuff over here to harvest your data, but it's, you know, it's not going to affect performance or anything. So they started going down that route, and I was like, you know, okay, I really miss XP, but I can still do Windows 7. Like, there's some nice features with 7 and all that. And then I looked at 8, and I said, nope. And I said, nope, I'm staying on 7. Pound sand, I'm not doing that. Windows 10 came around, I was like, well, they are cutting support, so I'd rather do 10 than 8. Because at least 10 looks like Windows. 8 just looked like a mobile app. No other Windows OS can beat XP, is what I'm saying. You skipped 8 too? Yeah, I think most people that were tech savvy skipped 8. 8 wasn't for, like, computer nerds, right? 8 was for your general population. 8 was kind of the whole, we're making this for everybody, and everybody else is like, you know, got their noses in the new cell phones and stuff, because that Windows 8 is when cell phones were still on the rise in popularity, and people were going away from landlines much more at that time. Cell phones were still around, don't get me wrong, but it was still kind of on that upward trend, I believe. And they're back in the suits again, man. Hated 8? Yeah, I think, I swear to you, most people hated 8. I don't know a single person personally, in my personal life, that liked Windows 8. And I've talked to a lot of people about it, because it was dear to my heart at the time. Yeah, and that's the thing with Windows 11 is, there is a lot of bloat. I am shocked at how much of my RAM is taken up just running it idle. It's disgusting. I hate it. It's so stupid. But there are ways to, like, you know, get rid of the bloat. There's people that have made bash scripts specifically for discarding the bloat and all that, which is super helpful. It's really nice. I always check the script every time, because I'm like, what are you actually running here? What does this say? No, okay, that's fine. Always read the latest science today. It was horrible and terrifying. Yeah. The thing that I hated the most about 8, this is just me. Everything was designed to look like it was made for a touchscreen, because, you know, because guess what? Windows 8 just expected that the whole world was all going to switch to touchscreens. So, like, you sitting at a desktop, yeah, you've got your mouse and keyboard, but you're also going to have a touchscreen. You're going to lean over and, like, swipe with your finger. I'm not swiping my finger across a screen when I'm sitting at a desk. That's stupid. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. But I heard that there was an actual argument that, you know, the whole world is going touchscreen. No, touchscreen for some things. There's still things that you can still use a keyboard. Relax a little bit. Just relax. At the attitude age, if I wanted tablet OS, I'd buy a tablet. Exactly! Yeah, exactly! Yeah, that was the right mentality to have with it, Mosquito. That's the right mentality. Still the old new settings. Oh, yeah. Dude, I tried to navigate the Windows 10 and 11, like, how they do the setting stuff. I said no, so what I do now, when I want to go to settings, I hit my Windows key, and then I just type in Control Panel, and it's the same symbols, I swear, essentially, that they use with Windows 7. Has, like, you know, system security, user accounts, network and internet, programs, uninstall program, like, the works with all that. I still add my printers on that interface. So was forced to install it so I could try playing WoW for the first time, then it refused to install, so I had to kind of resolve one from India, took over my computer while I went to sleep. Yeah. Like I said, I believe Windows 8 was intentionally made for people that were expected to be all addicted to mobile devices, particularly cell phones, but also leaning towards the tablet, you know, or phablet, whatever nonsense was going on at the time. And I think that's because that's what the world looked like it was all leaning towards. Which, to be fair, that is a pretty fair assumption to make, considering how phones are received nowadays. You know what I mean? But I don't think that mobile devices took on as hard as Windows was expecting at that time. Is Z-Gamer still alive? Yes. Yes. Where is Z-Gamer? E-Gamer should be about sleeping right now. Oh, I just saw them. Hang on. Right there. There's Z-Gamer. Look at that beautiful, beautiful creature. We also made E-Gamer our head decorator, a masterworks in art, by the way. Look at that fancy hat. What a pretty hat. I dare say. Yes, you earned your rest. Get over there. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Alright, speed up time. We need to get this vacuum tube done. Ooh, calories spiked up to 70,000 when we weren't looking. That's awesome. Bristleberry, meal, fish fillet. Oh, we got some fish fillets in there. Okay, so we're building up on the gristleberries right now. And we're actually sustaining on meat for the most part. That's very good. That's pretty good. We like that. Let's also go ahead and whenever we do get those fish fillets from the random paku that we have around, we just turn them into cooked seafood, because we might as well. Thought I was getting better than learned I'm bad at math. What did you try to mathematic-mize? Mathematic-mize. Oh. I'm surprised I came up with that. Mathematic-mize. That's not what I meant to say, but what did you try to do math with? Starving? Oh yeah, the oxygen ones are starving. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Peace Strides thought it would be equal. Whoopsie poopsie. Off by 5 points of material. For shame. Hey, we gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop doing that. Is there any more sand in this particular area right here? No. Okay. Okay, good. Which is a lot. I'm gonna take your word for it, so I'm gonna take your word for that. Alright, I'm not gonna judge you. I'm not gonna judge you, alright? But I have seen your decision-making in Bellum at times, and, yeah, I can believe that you're bad at math. The medic, he's off on his own, he's flanking! Why is the medic flanking? That was always my favorite. I don't know if you know this, but last time we were playing, There were people in the squad that were like, why is the medic over there? I said, I don't know, he's just doing this thing. I said, well, isn't his thing supposed to be saving life? I was like, you know, you have a point, but let the boy live. Let him fly. Let him be free. Then what, 10 if I kill Queen and Pawn, it'd be equal. Then realize I didn't calc what I'd lose. Ah. Let him live a little. Yeah! Let him be free. Let him fly high. Alright. We're almost done with the first half of this project. It's been a few cycles in the works here. And in the meantime, we've allowed this volcano to just continue to erupt. And it's going to erupt for the next 58 cycles. Which is fine. It is going to increase the temperature of the water here. Slowly. Very slowly, because it's just a minor volcano, but that's fine. It was a great fight, it was really good if we fought it, and then I was last to poke him. The problem was that you needed to be focusing on casualty recovery. You needed to play your role. You didn't want to play your role. You were like, I'm basically a rifleman. Didn't calc how bad my AK aim was at range. That's okay, most people don't clock that their aim is actually terrible. When everybody's forced onto iron sights and then, like, the most basic reflex sights you can get, most people just don't aim as good as they think they do. But that's okay. Kowtow was an FT by myself. That's true, that's true. You do give the, you do have, like, the aura of a full fire team. That is true, that's true. Okay, that's almost done. I would like to tap into this steam vent and start cooling this water down. Or, maybe since it's already hot, I could take it and just dump it over here, and then just get new... Let the new water get cooled down, and just get a cooling loop built over here. That might be the play, we'll see. Good news, it took them ages to like my solo corpse. That's true. That is true. Because they were playing careful. They were playing realistic-like. It was crazy. It was wild. I couldn't believe it myself. Ugh. No way that medic was alone. Yeah. What kind of medic would be foolish enough to be alone? That's crazy. You know what I can do? I could actually come up here and do some of this on this end, actually. I just realized. Yeah, just like that. Might as well, right? We can kind of try to connect it to both ends. It'll take a little bit less time. Not much less time, but a little bit less. Yeah, the real trick is going to be making sure that we get a liquid lock at one end, and then go through and properly seal everything off. That's going to be the trickiest bit. In fact, what we could probably do is we could actually have a chamber above. So we just like come up here. So we'll just clean off. Oh, man. Clean off some space up there. Alright, we'll let the ant farm go a little bit. My gosh. My nose started stuffing up all of a sudden. That's not good. Excuse me. It's a lot of shrooms. Oh yeah, you like that? Yeah, so the funny thing about that, let me grab control of my camera real quick. Because funny thing about that. Let's see, where is my record, sleep, resume? No, I want console. Here we go. And we're gonna turn off the normal tracking for a bit. So I made this shelf for my wife and for all of her fun stuff. So if we look over there, I'll even zoom in a little bit for you. So those are all happy little mushrooms up there. Happy, happy mushrooms, right? And she loves them to death. But she also has, down there you'll see there's a couple of other fun little guys that are like, you see Frodo there in the middle. There's Gandalf to his right, is what you're seeing. And then to the left, there's like a little quest guy. There's also some like little 3D printed Pokemon models. One of them's like a strong... The one in the front, you see there's a strong Charmander, and then there's a strong Bulbasaur in pieces. And I don't know if you can see... You can't really see from here, but there's another shelf, a 3-tier shelf that we made that has even more of the like figures and stuff. You can kind of see over there. So fun stuff, fun stuff. So let's just bring this over. I think, what was the zoom again? It was like 1.5 or something like that. And then let's go doo-doo-doo. And then come back over here. Yeah, she's got a really cool collection, actually. My collection is more behind me with like books and stuff. And she's got most of this shelf to my side here and going down. These are her books. There's a couple of mine there, but most of it's hers. And then that shelf I made myself out of mahogany, and that's... Everything on that shelf is mine. Is my stuff right there. There's another shelf back there that has a mix of her books and then some of our D&D role-playing books. Like, we got D&D, we've got Daggerheart, we've got Warhammer stuff as well. Yeah, we got a couple Warhammer stuff now. We have the Orcs Codex and stuff, so all kinds of cool stuff. We have a lot of cool stuff around here. Another blueprint, spicy tofu. Alright. We're turning very, very calorie positive right now, which is good. The only thing we're missing is, of course, just to have this whole thing built out more now. A little fleshed out, so to speak. Oh, and I just realized we can actually do the tile here. Because we're building on the top and the bottom. And then we'll just dig... Oh! It froze. There we go. Froze and it scared me. Okay. In fact, what we can do right now is we can go ahead and do this. And let's just rip the Band-Aid off a little bit on that one. Might as well, right? Might as well. Because the main thing is that this is just going to help with speeding up the whole process of building this. If we can allow them to build at this end, get that done, and then... This is the longer stretch that we have to actually go through. And this is also the end that we're going to have them actually go through. Because we will have a kind of a more natural liquid lock by the end of this down here. That we could utilize in order to maintain the vacuum. Other than there is quite a bit of the polluted water here, which is not good. Because it has the off-gassing that it's going to do. Oh, look at that. Our smooth hatch ranch is full. Look at those happy little guys. Look at them pooping out copper. Mm-hmm. You gotta love that. That's gotta be painful, right? Can you imagine defecating like solid metal. That can't be healthy. That can't be healthy. I don't care what kind of creature you are. Alright. So kind of like what I was saying before, the whole goal of this is to provide steam up here that we can then use to potentially load up our engines up. So we're going to go ahead and look at this. A steam engine. Just a single steam engine. And I do want to get this thing made. So we do have a lot of copper. I think we can get away with making it out of copper. So we're going to put the steam engine down first. That way we can actually see that a rocket is slowly being produced here. Train time? No, in Ani, your trains are technically your rockets. Kinda. Not exactly. Let's see. This one's being called the Neptune 1, it seems. That's nice. Dude, just supposed to fight a free queen? I'm sorry. Unless, are you guys wanting to switch games? Is that what I'm hearing the vibe of? Or do you want to see the project to its fruition over here? Because we're getting pretty close. Irrationally angry, Effector thinks the only green steel is iron. I got great news for you. You can do an overhaul mod, and you can get Coke to go with it. That ought to make you happy. Just saying. I'm just saying. In Oxygen Not Included, it's iron and lime and then refined carbon gets put together to make it. Just saying. Some games get some things right, some games get other things wrong. Whoa, that went a little higher than I thought. That's awesome. Okay, so what we need to do is bring this up and in line. 1, 2, 3. And then I will have to come up here. Gotta clear the way, you know? We all know steel's 85% alcohol. Only 85? That's crazy. Alright, so what this is showing right now, for those of you that are uneducated in Ani, is that we've put down our steam engine, and it now has a gas intake in order to accept steam. You can see right there. So now we know where it's going to be in order to actually fill it with steam. Additionally, it's also got the scaffolding that shows us the height of the rocket and how many modules that we can put in here, right? So we can add modules, we can swap them around a little bit as well. So the big thing is that we're going to need a solo Spacefarer nose cone, right? And then there's a Trailblazer module we can use to actually deploy down to an area, which is really good to have. Cargo bays are something that we're going to want to make use of as well, but the large ones require steel, and steel's a little bit of a premium right now. So, trying to think here. How much does a rocket platform cost? Is it 800? I think if we research the rover module, if I recall, it's been a while since I've done this. I think the rover module, you put that down, you have the rover module be made out of steel, and then it can deconstruct that in order to make the landing pad, I think. Or the duplicant can deconstruct it to make the landing pad. I forget which way it goes with that. We do want that drill cone eventually. But we also need to have a way to get more of these data analysis cards. I'm trying to remember where it's at. Spacefarer, artifact analysis, critter cargo bay, basic nose cone. Where is it again? Celestial detection. Research module collects free floating data banks found in its flight path. Is that what we need? That might be the one we need. Bare minimum, we should be going down here towards like meteor blasters and stuff. But really the big thing is that we need the celestial detection. So if we're going to start some research there. The coke is still speculative. Is it? Or are you just making it speculative? Are you just being difficult? Alright, we need to come down. To like right there. There we go. How close are we down here? Nah, we're not really that close. That's okay. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. I need to go get another soda. In fact, maybe I'll do that real quick. What's our ad break looking like? Oh, we just had one recently. I missed it. I apologize for that, by the way. Alright, let's slow this down a little bit. I just realized my algae is completely dry. And I do not see... I don't see any of the slime coming through, so let's just do this. Oh, haha, we actually had slime over here. Okay. That should help. Luckily, there's plenty of sources of oxygen around. Unfortunately, most of it is also spread out. We don't have the oxygen concentrated right now, and that's okay. Okay, I need to go upstairs to get me a soda, and I need to check on a couple things real quick, so I will be right back. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. I'll be right here. There it is. Okay. Ugh. Oi, come back here. Hey. There we go. Okay. I had to check in on wife and stuff, and baby's down, so baby monitor is now on. We are now listening for a baby. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on. I need to close the door behind me. I'll be looking at the camera constantly and wondering what's lurking behind me. A little bit of healthy paranoia. Hey, get back here. There we go. Alright, what's in the pod? Food's actually on the rise right now, so I'm pretty happy with that. I don't need any of those dupes, so let's get the seed for some options. Okay, how is this looking now? Ooh. Much better, as a matter of fact. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a polluted ice chunk that we need to get rid of. Okay. Swain made you hungry for Jack in the Box? How dare he? How dare he? What a bastard. What a bastard. Yeah, I'm just checking on a couple things real quick. Stand by. Gotta make sure I stay up on Moon. I almost lost my streak with him. I always get like these really high streaks, and I just randomly lose them out of the blue, and I hate that. Alright, looks like we're good there. Okay. Okay, we got the notification systems. Including the hammer, which is really funny. Hammer's fun. Okay. The Starvation Ranch has begun. You can see them all happily dying over there, which is hilarious. Expecting to lose all your streaks these 2 weeks? Aw, man. That's no good. Already? Man, I hope not. If we have to go and take care of a baby this early, we'll probably just pause stream. I don't want to end stream this quick. That would be crazy. Okay. Let's see. This is almost done, so then my plan, ultimately... Yeah, I can't let them sit up here in the cool environment. I need to make sure that they're actually kept hot as well, so I'll have to do that. Lost 50 plus because I couldn't watch one day. You know, usually it comes up with a notification that you could watch, like, the VOD the next day. At least, like, put it on for a few minutes to recover your streak. Or you watch, like, a clip or something. That's usually a way to maintain your streak. Okay, good. We can actually get rid of that stuff. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. I think she's just making some sleepy noises. Yeah, but it's just the rocket. It's just the rocket that's up there with that, so we should be alright. And we do have the airlock right there. Okay, trying to think here. Adding another duplicate would be kind of nice for the ranching bit to kind of help with that, but notifications don't go to your phone? Really? Oh, that's surprising. Mine do. But I guess I'm more deep in it right now. I'm in too deep, as it were. Okay, so now I can start building out that section. Because once we know where this is all going to sit, we can then plan out our storage for the steam. And my plan is we're going to store quite a bit of steam and try to hold it thermally stable. Which is going to involve another vacuum, of course. How are we going to do that, though? That's a good question. Probably do the same method, I'm thinking. I just have to decide how big it's going to be. Man, she has been on one today. I think the baby just hates me, to be honest with you. So we could go 1 in. Oh, I forgot we have to do something thermally stable. And I think if we do the gold amalgam, that bumps up to 125 degrees. So I have to make sure that the steam is coming through below 125 degrees when we're looking at that. Oh, Kurz, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you sleep very, very well, by the way. Okay, so that's our... That's our edge. So I'm going to do that to signify the edge right here. This is going to be some space for some other activities. And then I'm going to do that just to remind myself that's the full edge. And then we'll cancel those two, because we're just going to fill those in. Oh yeah, we'll have to come up and do that as well. There we go. Hey, Maldor. Nice to see you. I don't know who suffocated last. It was a brief thing. They're probably fine. They're probably fine. We got the celestial detection going now. Enclosed telescope. Party line phone. All kinds of happy stuff going on there. Are you still around, Omen, or did you fall off the face of the earth? I haven't heard of Pistachio either. I think Pistachio also died. Or was absconded with. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, that's not good. She already started crying. Okay, stand by. Hopefully this is a quick fix. I'll be right back. is still awake, so she's gonna give her a bottle, and we'll see if that pleases her. Hey, get back here. There we go. So I'm gonna keep the monitor off, let her give her some milk, and then we'll check back in with her in a few minutes. Okay, now we can speed this up since I'm actually back. You still trying to? You still thinking on playing something Omen, or did you give up on that? Give up on that idea? Gonna soak up the sun. Tell everyone to light it up. Man, still not getting that slime through. That kind of sucks. Honestly, kind of want to see what you wanted to do. Wait, what? I thought you were figuring out what you wanted to do. You can't make me decide what you want to do. That's up to you, not me. I can do anything. You can't decide? It's tough shit. If you want to play something, you got to decide. I'm not going to pick for you. Yeah, you crazy. Man, you and Pistachio both have that problem. How does that make you feel? Yeah, I compared you to Pistachio. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. It's that indecision. Eats at you. Consumes you. Watch this shit. Oh, baby. That was good. Mm-hmm. Okay. Not seeing bars over there, so I think she's good for a bit. Okay, we still have a lot of space over here that we can use for more space-related stuff, but he has a decision on everything. I just haven't what game I want to play. Close enough. Honestly, close enough. Alright, we're gonna deconstruct that ladder piece. Oh, wait. Gotta dig that out first. Kick. 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 He said kick. Are you? I guess there was a little bit of oxygen there. Not much. Not enough to breathe, surely. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I knew this was gonna take a long time over here. I knew that was gonna happen. It's okay, it'll be worth it. And what I didn't realize, though, is that this volcano, even though it is spitting out some magma at high temperatures, there's actually enough water here that it's completely just eating up the heat. Which is kind of crazy, but it's funny, too. I don't want to listen to that right now. What we got? I like Heatherdale. We'll do some Heatherdale. All the heat gone. I mean, basically, there's just so much liquid. Ooh! Okay, let's see. Oh. Oh my gosh. Ren, my boy, you are a prime ranch candidate. Oh my gosh. Ren, my boy, I think you're gonna be selected. Let's get you a good starting outfit for that, though, huh? Let's see. You strike me as a green flannel type of man. All right, we're adding a 9th dupe that we're going to keep and sustain, and we should be fine. Okay, so now I just need to add furniture in our super duper ultra basic living quarters here. Put a little tile there. Okay, so now I've got... Yeah, we'll syncopate them a little bit. A rancher per shift type of thing. Because even though we only have the 4 lavatories and stuff, they'll actually help with multiple dupes at a time because they use them pretty quickly compared to the other stuff. I mean, you can check if Pistachio is around. I don't think Pistachio is around, though. I think Pistachio died. Starve, damn it. Starve. Evolve. Haven't seen the message once. He was here earlier, before you a bit. He did check in. And I was mentioning Warhammer, he didn't say shit. I personally think that Pistachio is frightened of Warhammer. And I'm also thinking Famous is frightened of Warhammer with me now, because the day came and he just, he ghosted. He was like, no, I don't want to play. His fans are probably gonna hold of him for not giving you enough attention. That's probably true. That's probably true. I can see that. I can see that. Man, I would like to get in there, though. We got a bunch of other operations going on right now that are delaying this. And that's okay. That's, you know, just kind of the way that it goes. Okay, so now we just gotta... I mean, I guess honestly... we could... No, we don't do that right now. Just do ladders up there to get that whole thing finished. Usually plays when he says he's gonna play. Yeah, he hasn't been recently. So the usual pattern is that he'll say he wants to play. We'll actually pick a day, and then he says like, yeah, we're gonna do it. And then it comes and it's like, last time something came up. This is the first time he's just straight up ghosted me, so I'm kind of surprised because I've messaged him at 7:35, 8:20, and then 9:31. Nothing on all of them. Nothing on all of them. Very sad. I think he just hates me. I think it's what it is. I just realized I need to be able to get through to get all that. So I actually can't have that right there yet. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get it done. We're kind of just chewing through cycles trying to get all this done. And that's okay. So, let's see. Ren just barely started. So to get over here to this, he's going to need to build up some skills. Why do you want the crew to starve in that little nook? Well, so they turn into meat, obviously. Because you see, I have enough for what I need. These are the privileged ones. The rest will come over here. They hatch, they starve, and then they get turned into meat. They evolve, as it were. Now, is that better than the fate of the stone hatches that are over here? You see these guys? They're eggs. A lucky one gets chosen every now and then to replace the others. You see that? You see that right there? Oh, it's very kind, yes, it's very nice. But then, the rest sit here in this water. And then they are born in water. And then they are turned into barbecue. So which fate do you think is better? Do you want to be born into a world that you immediately drown? Or do you want to be born into a world that you starve slowly to death? But you still get to exist to your relative adulthood. These are the questions that we ask. Which is better? Who can say? Who can really say? Jeebus, man? What? What? It's just business. I mean, the same thing over here. We've got these slicksters whose whole purpose is to keep the CO2 down, and right now we've got polluted oxygen that's just, way too much right now. Which is why I need to actually hook this up in. I need to just start venting excess out, is what I need to do. And since we've actually broken to the surface, I probably could vent anything that's not carbon dioxide out just to get it out of here. Wicked minds. Very wicked, it's true. So what I could do a little filtering spiel around here. Because this whole point right here is to pump anything that's not CO2. But you can see here, CO2 is kind of getting pushed and compressed down. Right now, it doesn't really ever get to exist over here. So what I want to do is I want to take all these other gases, I want to separate them. So I want to separate useful gases, like polluted oxygen. It just needs to go to somewhere that we're actually filtering. So like over here, for example, this is getting kind of full, so that's probably not going to happen much longer. Or we could go like over here, where this is also filtering. Not filtering very well, apparently. That's a little sad. No wonder we're getting polluted oxygen in places now. We haven't been providing proper filtration. There we go. Like, as long as you keep up on these, they'll work just fine. But anyway, so what I want to do then is we need to do an area with gas reservoirs. I'm thinking just right here in the airlock is fine. Oxygen is insufficient. Okay, so here's... Do you want to know why it's saying that? Because we have 2 oxygen diffusers, which right now they just don't have any algae in them. But if you actually look over here, like right now, it's getting a little bit thin. But really, there's plenty of oxygen around, and if I could just get the slime around... I actually need to let the dupes go through and actually clean up stuff, because right now they're too busy doing the big project to actually pick up all the slime that we've collected around. But there's plenty of places I can get more algae and stuff. I'm just kind of delaying on getting to the actual electrolyzer, which I really shouldn't be delaying that, but I am. But I am anyway. It is what it is. It is what it is. Just kind of one of those things, you know? So... And there's a lot of carbon dioxide ended up getting kind of pushed into that, which is really funny. It's really funny that that happened. But, yeah, we want the carbon dioxide to basically end up over here, for the most part. And then I want to take the natural gas, and I want that to come and be added into here, and I want oxygen to be re-vented back out over here. And polluted oxygen needs to come over here. And then any other gas, basically, I don't care about. We're just going to vent that. You're making the game harder on yourself to enjoy it more. I think you'd love to do with all the games you play, hard mode or nothing. Am I making it harder on myself, though? Am I? I think I'm making it easier on myself. That's what that's the whole point of this project, you see. Because by doing this, it's a lot of work in the beginning, but then it's going to pay off later and make things just buttery smooth. Kind of like with Factorio. A lot of the stuff I do, it's hard to do at the beginning, but the stuff that I put in makes things easier later. I don't know if you've noticed that. Like with the trains, it was hard to set up the trains at first, but then it's just way easier to use the trains and actually integrate with the trains later. Does that make sense? It's hard for you circuits. Hey, the more you spend time with circuits, the easier they get, and the more powerful they get too, I'm just saying. Oh my gosh, is that Rooney? Is that him? I thought we'd lost you, Rooney. My gosh. My gosh, he's alive. It's nice to see you, Rooney. How you doing? But yeah, circuits are one of those things, again, it's hard to learn it. Well, okay, it's not really hard to learn it. It can just be a lot to wrap your head around at first. But once you learn it, like Pistachio's been learning, there's so many possibilities that open up to you, and you're only truly limited by your imagination and your willingness to push through a project, basically, right? So like I told him with his Fulgora thing, he can keep going with it if he wants to, or he could push for going to the solar system edge, getting that done, and then going back to it, because once you hit the solar system edge, you don't have to stop. You know what I mean? A lot of people think you have to stop when you reach the edge. You don't have to stop. Because now you have all the technologies unlocked, you can do the infinite research stuff. Which is its own fun and joy as well, you know? Like, I'm just saying. Oh, I just realized I need to set up repair Atmos suits forever. I prefer to say on novice. Is that a bad thing? No. No, it's not a bad thing. But why do you prefer to stay on novice? What's the reason? You know what I mean? Because the reason behind it can change how I view it, I guess. We got a lot more copper ore up here that we can strip out in a bit. Yeah, I need to get this ladder down so we can make sure we're getting this all cleaned up. Because it's the starting, I love taking what the other planets give it, integrating it into the starting planet. But you haven't done that yet, unless you've been doing another playthrough that I haven't seen, right? Because, I mean, you did your purple science, but I don't recall... Have you made anything that's used resources from the other planets yet? Or are you talking about the buildings? Oh, hello. Pete. Building digging... Nah. Rejected. Rejected. Overruled. Do not pass go. Okay, so we do have that 9th dupe helping with stuff. I need him to get 2 so he can actually do the ranching. Wow. These haven't been getting lullabied. I just realized. Why? Oh, this one's been getting lullabied. Are the times overlapping? Not at all. Oh, I wonder if that's the problem. Hold on. Let's go right here. So right here, this should be good. Yeah? Where are you going? Supplying ranch materials. Why are you not lullabying? Oh, wait a second. I got that. I said it that way. I said it that way. Duh, I said it that way. It won't turn on because we don't need the lullaby because the ranch is full. That's of course. Duh. I forgot what past me was thinking. Helping the voice building general allow to do 7 new pieces for the other planets, opening me up to more building. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can get behind that. Okay. Let's see. So the question is, should we do additional smooth hatches? Since we do have a lot of copper on this planetoid. We do have another rancher that's going to be available. But will that be too much work? I wonder. I wonder. I'm also curious. Maybe we get to see here in a second. Will the sweeper actually kick out the hatch to put in a new egg? I think it will. If it does that, that actually opens up an idea. But I gotta wait and see. It's 52%, 96%, so I gotta wait and see. I think it's exactly what it does, though. It would be interesting. It gives like an effective. Driving means to be wrong, but it's something I love doing nonetheless. That's fair. You like the process of creation, so to speak. That's a fine thing to like, I think. Yes, yeah. I see nothing wrong with that. That is a fine and noble purpose to have, after all. I was really hoping we'd be closer to finishing this by now. It's cycle 225. I think we started at 186? It might be the distance is playing a factor now. I jumped now. Wait a minute. Oh, there goes one. Oh, all the way up the ladder because it takes forever. They did it. Yay. Okay. We can actually nix those two. And honestly, we could do something similar there. Keep getting lost in your Omni playthrough. I'm enjoying watching it. Well, that's good. That's good, because I'm never sure if people enjoy watching me play this, because I tend to take a long time to actually start doing stuff. Okay, we are actually getting low on oxygen now, because everything is too spread out. We're not really compressing the oxygen, so it's time to do the electrolyzer nonsense, I think. So, electrolyzers are a funny thing. They're a funny thing indeed. Let's see. I gotta go off of memory on this a little bit. So typically, we'll put it next to our source of water. I think will be a good choice here. And well, nah, it doesn't matter that much. We'll just come over here where it's more stable. Let's see. I think we do. Is it 1? Do we do like a 1 space? So the idea here is that you've got these electrolyzers that you're gonna bring liquid in, right? So a liquid will come in this case it's gonna be water. Does it use much water? Oh yeah, of course it uses water. It uses quite a bit of water, but it's gonna be a good amount of water. And we have sustainable water too, so that's gonna be fine. Because you see, this will take 1,000 grams of water per second, and then each of these can actually output 888 grams per second. Which means that with these two total, we can actually comfortably support 16 duplicates worth of oxygen. There's some hydrogen gas that comes into play here as well. And that's fine. So we're going to have something like this. And then we need to kind of separate them a bit. So it's going to be something like this. I'm trying to remember. Because what you want to do here is you want to put these up on some tiles that allow you to separate out everything. Because what's going to happen is the hydrogen is going to rise and then oxygen is going to fall, right? And what I want to do is we do... Is it 2? Let me see here again. So these are putting out 888 grams per second each. So I think we do 2 just to make sure we can fully move everything. So it's 2 down here, and then we would do 2 pumps up here that are dedicated solely to the hydrogen bit. Now, the biggest thing here is that we need to make sure that we are also adding an Atmos sensor. Because we need to be able to tell how much pressure's in here. And then we only want to really pump when we have said pressure, right? Now, this is going to operate on a self-power system. A self-powered oxygen generator. So, we need to have our hydrogen generator that's going to come up here. And I think we can do it with just a singular hydrogen generator. Which this is going to... This will produce 800 watts of power, right? So right now, if I look at this, just to make sure I got this on the right track, these two will be 240 together. And then 240... Okay, I think we need to do 2 of them. I think this will actually end up doing enough that we can do 2. Maybe it won't be a full independent system this time, but we can make it work, I think. So we can do... I think we can get away with 1 pump up here, with its own Atmos sensor as well. Also, hi, Nutcrackers, good to see you again. Like this. And then we'll do an insulated tile because we want to keep everything nice and separate, right? So we'd have to do like this. And then we'll do some mechanized airlocks in order to allow for like a little bit of maintenance and stuff coming in here. But most likely we won't need to do this. But I'm going to add them in because they kind of look neat anyway. So we'll do like this. That should be fine. I'm going to leave these open at the bottoms just to allow that to get built. And then we're going to come up here and there's going to be... like this, you see here, yeah? I think 1 pump is fine. And we could probably cut this down to just 2 of these, but I think there's enough oxygen that comes out, it's actually more worthwhile to have these just come out joining like this, because they'll join their packets together like so, see? And then we'll be sending out oxygen in this manner. Whereas this is just going to have the one that comes up to do that nonsense. I'm going to set this to a priority of 7 because oxygen is now our priority here. Is oxygen included? Yes. Yes, it is, Mom. Yes. I would say so. I would say so. Let's go ahead, let's run the power while we're thinking about it. There we go. Ads are... Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody tell Mom I'm sorry. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Higby's stuck. Somebody save Higby. Alright. So yeah, this is going to take priority now because we do have an actual need for oxygen. And so what we can do is, because we still have, like, we have our filtration system over here and all that, we're actually going to pull from this and bring this water down before we actually tap into this. Because the other benefit is that this is also going to be fairly temperate. So that shouldn't be too hard to do. We'll just have to route the piping a little bit. That's going to be the trickiest bit. I don't want to pull from our bristle stuff here. In fact, I think we can just... No, I don't want to do it like that. So we'll come over here. So we're going to do a bridge. I want to make sure I get this all right before I actually commit too hard here. So this is just going to come down. And then we'll do a bridge here. There we go. That should all be easily accessible and such. Alright. We could just, like, manually transport water over. That would be way to do stuff, but I'd rather not. I forgot to even do it. And I'm just making this, the circuit law is just going to be super simple on this. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. We don't want to strain it too hard, because we do have oxygen beginning to falter now. And part of that's just going to be because of how we have everything set up. There is going to be a renovation, eventually, of all this stuff, because everything's very, very much kind of scattered around. I'm also kind of thinking if we bump up our algae distillers for a bit and let them get fed, that might be a wise thing to do. Oops, not what I meant to do. Let's see. Oh yeah, has Ren got their skill point yet? No, not yet. That's okay. That's okay. Gotta cancel that so they can actually reach and build all that down there. So like I said, I don't think this is going to be a truly self-powered system. And that's okay. And I'm not going to worry too much about the gases that are currently in here, because we're just going to assume that everything will just kind of get ported out anyway. And what I would like to do is have both of these kind of route up here, and we'll change this. We're going to actually use this to go the opposite way in just a bit. We're going to have one of these hook up to actually use this gas pipe to come up and distribute oxygen in this area, and the second one will distribute oxygen in another area, so we're splitting them a little bit. And then we'll have the oxygen distribution in kind of places that make a little bit more sense. I do have a rubber gasket that I could do one high-pressure gas vent right now. But we're going to go off of normal gas vents for the time being. Because that should just be overall better for us. And hopefully we get that liquid piping done quick. Let's get that out of here, because we're going to put our hydrogen generator. It's going to sit there eventually. Okay. And what's probably going to happen is we're going to have 2 hydrogen generators with this, because I think we'll get enough overall. Which means that we're going to have a gas res that'll sit over here somewhere. Just bump up the priority on that one. I definitely cannot afford another dupe at this time. Definitely not. Alright, we got that done. Now it's just building out the meat of this again. And I think we'll go ahead and just build out the floor of that whole thing, just to give us as much space as possible while we plan this out. So we'll plan on 2 hydrogen generators, and we'll get ourselves a gas res. Because that'll give us 1600 watts of power. These things are capable of 2000 watts. might as well go ahead and we'll just do a... We'll do a dumb battery down here, I think. Just to try to store up a little bit of bonus power. Just sit right there. Just like that. Okay, and then, of course... And I snake it like that because then it'll actually split between them. If I just do it like straight into one, then only the one's gonna do anything. Oh, and we'll have to do a smart battery. Because a smart battery we can actually control this better. Because then what that lets us do is it lets us actually intelligently use the hydrogen that we get as a result of this process. And I should have started this a long time ago. Alright. Well, again, the good news is that now there is going to be a little trickle of algae coming out of these distillers that will then be able to be ported over to our oxygen diffusers, which we should be putting these back up to a priority of 9. Mainly so that they continue to provide at least a trickle of oxygen when possible. Yeah, I usually ignore the insufficient oxygen generation because usually it literally doesn't matter, but in this case it did matter. Alright, so let's get that one ready to connect there, I think. Oh wait, that's gonna be unreachable. Wow, that really sucks. That's okay, we'll just do that, then they can reach it. And then we'll do the other pipe. And we keep this one nice and simple. Let's go like this. I'll have it kind of come up in line with where this one is. And then we'll have them spread their oxygen around. So we'll have a little bit of oxygen over here, a little bit of oxygen over here. And that should help them maintain that spread as well, too. And it is important that we get those gas pipes in now. So we're leaving the building priorities up at 7 because this is critical infrastructure that we need now. No message from Tia. I'm gonna assume that we turn this on now because it's getting late. She probably just forgot to message me and went to sleep. Okay, we can go ahead and deconstruct that pump now, since it's not in liquid anymore. We've been using the water that we had here to feed these bristle blossoms temporarily. But we've been given priority to what's down there first. Then we also have this one that is also available that we can do once we've filtered through. Which would be really nice. It would help us to actually cut through a lot of this. That's been building up, unfortunately. Let's see. Yeah, right now the diffusers will only have enough algae to just kind of delay. They won't really be able to maintain for long amounts of time because these algae distillers are just not that fast. They're simply not that fast. But we're getting close here. Getting close. Went to go grab a drink aside, leftover fried chicken, brought that back to me, it's drink and started showering down. Oh, nice! Good on you. I made some fried chicken myself today. It was really delicious. Loved it. I love chicken. Chicken's just good. Unreachable build. Really? Means I gotta deconstruct that tile then, so I can actually reach those bits. Because that's gonna be important. We need to be able to reach these and build this all out in order to have everything ready to keep the... The biggest thing with this is that we have to manage all of the gas, which is why we have these pumps down here, this pump up here. Oh, and then we can do... let's do like a simple 5 and 95 range on that. I don't remember the math behind this, but I'm pretty sure this system will work just fine. Once we kick it on, of course. Alright, those are two very important pieces there. Very important pieces. Yeah, getting this oxygen up and going will be very, very good. In fact, let's go ahead and map out kind of where we're going to distribute a little bit. So we need to kind of place these in critical places. So we can do like over here, we'll do a vent here. We'll do a vent there as well, because I haven't really put in any gas distribution right now. And there, because these are just places that dupes go a lot. And I'll even come down here. And then finally we'll put one up there. So then this is really simple. We'll just come up like this. Like that. That one might be too high for them to actually get to. Yep, so we'll have to do some temporary ladders right there. And then over here, on this side, we'd want to do like vent there. We'll do a vent inside the lab. One right there, out on the edge a bit. Kind of want to have them spread out some, but then we'll also do like one here. Let's see, so we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, and then we just, since we have this right here anyway, we'll do a 5th vent right there, right? So then again, this will just be eventually, of course. Not quite connecting these just yet. Yeah. So now, once we have this actually going, we can actually hook it up immediately and just start distributing oxygen, is the idea. Hey, Board, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Very kind of you, very kind. I'm not an important piece. Not me. Not me. One could certainly hope, but not me. Alright, here we go. So now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna snip. And then we're gonna snip. And deconstruct. Go ahead and just attach these. They'll be able to vent their gases as well, too, while we're at it. Get some ladders up there. A ladder there. Yeah, we love Danger Zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Okay. But yeah, we want to get all of these built out now, so that we can distribute the oxygen the second that we start turning this on. What's the polluted water storage for? So, glad you asked. The polluted water storage here is because when it's off-gassing, we can actually harvest some of that up here in order to create some clean oxygen. But the main purpose is that we're storing it here because we've got our bathroom system creates water in its process. So some of it, the clean water, comes down over here in order for us to actually filter it, which is why it's kind of coming over into this tank along with the polluted water. We also get polluted water from here, which is our main cooling loop right now. And anytime we get it warm enough, we send it over here into this tank. This tank then comes over and we take all the polluted water, we filter it. Usually we have germs, the food poisoning is over here. So this comes over to this little doohickey, which is a chlorine gas room, which has a little bit of automation in the background. And we let that water soak inside of this. So you'll see over here on these ones, there's a little bit of food poisoning germs on here, meaning that if dupes are touching and using the water, they get food poisoning. But over here, this is all clean because we've been soaking it in a chlorine bath before it comes up here to this stage. And then we have these bottle fillers that then distribute the water to the dupes. Chlorine gas room, that's correct, yes. Ooh, a pearl. Yep, so this is a room that is filled with chlorine gas. You see that right there? We put in some chlorine gas, we took out all the other gases, and then we sealed this off completely. So now, the water that is in here is exposed to chlorine gas, which kills off all of the germs that are on it. And then once we can detect that it's actually, you know, clean of germs, which I didn't have the ability to detect that before, so this runs on timers, and if it's still got water in it, it will actually just continue to cycle it until there's space, and then when it can actually fill the tank again, it will fill the tank and then do the cleaning process. Excess water that hasn't been cleaned yet can come down to the bristle blossoms, but right now we're trying to clean out this area, and so we've been actually using this water first, but this water will then eventually come down and deal with this. So, we are using a lot of water already. We're already cleaning some. We have plenty of water between this slush geyser. We have this cool salt slush geyser, which actually is producing brine. And then we have this steam vent over here, which is producing warmer water. So, because of that, we have a lot of water we can use to make an electrolyzer. But, we also have an oxygen vent over here, but it's hot, polluted oxygen that comes out. So I don't want to sit there and make a system to clean it or cool it right now. So we're making a self-contained system, and then we'll tap into that hot vent later. And this is a SPOM, or a self-powered oxygen machine, mostly. I don't remember if this is fully self-powered with its current configuration. We're gonna have to test it and see. But it should be able to basically produce its own power for the most part. We're going to give it a little bit of a kickstart, and then we'll disconnect it from the main power grid. And we can do that right here. We'll just kind of bring this over and just hook it in. And just see, we'll just see if it works, basically. It should. And we do want it to be on its own little power circuit. That is actually kind of important to what we're doing. Because we want to make sure that this is able to run constantly and not be tied to the main power grid. Because this is what's going to actually go and distribute all of our gases here and there and everywhere, what have you. I don't know why this isn't giving this. Oh, it's probably because of the priority right now. Yeah. A lot of priorities going on. A lot of priorities. Priority 7. Just all over right now, and that's okay. But yeah, since we've ran out of algae, we've been reduced to using these algae distillers, trying to squeeze a little bit more algae out of the slime that we've gotten. There is some algae around, but we don't have time to run around and just like dig up all the algae packs that are around. So instead, we're switching over to our electrolyzer. We probably should have switched over earlier, but we've been on pure algae and then, like, surrounding oxygen for 230 cycles, so that's not bad. That's more than some people can ask for. Especially because we've kind of aggressively expanded around. And this is all getting put on hold for a bit, and that's okay. Let's see. We can actually do that. We're going to close it off right there, because this is going to be the extent of that system. Oh. Those should be normal priority, actually. I need to change my building priority now. There we go. Perfect. And then we have the beginnings of our first rocket are going up here. It is going to be in due time, however. We are not expecting that to be soon, any way, shape, or form. Some redesign an ENX04 gold farm. Ooh, that's fun. Were you successful? I do want to deconstruct that pump, get it out of the way. There we go. Let's see. Then we can reclaim some of that power. Well, not the power, the material is what I meant to say. Yeah, I'd really like to have these vents actually made so we can clear the pipe some. There we go. That ought good. Rates closing in on 600 gold blocks an hour in Java. Very fun. Very fun. You like to see that. There we go. Now at least some of the oxygen that was stuck in the pipes can come out and be used by everybody else. So this is going to be the nice thing, is that now we'll be able to distribute oxygen much more efficiently around the entire colony, because we're going to be hooked up to a machine that actually is specifically making clean oxygen. The type of things your jam? Good, I like that. I'm still waiting on ceramic? We should have had ceramic for a while now. I don't know. Yep, still trying to squeeze out a little bit more algae from the slime. With, obviously, mixed success. I think we're gonna actually just pivot. Oh, that should be a priority 7 because we want to keep on. We want to take whatever oxygen we are getting out of this and just clean it as smoothly as we can. But I want them to start focusing back on this now. Weird mod for the Fallout Bunker game. Everyone keeps saying that, but this is way better. This is way better. Okay. So now we got the vents ready to do the distribution. I think that's all good right there. Yep, okay, so now we can add our insulated tile closures there. Let's change this one, huh? Let's give it a fun little look. Let's do that one. I like a little dinosaur look at that. And we've already routed the pipes, so that's going to be no problem there. We can capture our hydrogen cleanly. Although, of course, we should probably... we should do a shut-off. We should do a shut-off. Just so that we're making sure that we're only getting the hydrogen out of it. So if we do get a little extra oxygen, we'll just go ahead and just put the oxygen out in this area. Or try to, and then if the pressure is too great, then we can come over and hook up to that. Or try to, at least. We'll say above 500 grams of pressure. Okay, this is all starting to come together very cleanly, very neatly. And again, the whole point of this one right here is just to allow us to kind of separate out the oxygen. But specifically, we're going to be looking for our hydrogen and making sure the hydrogen goes where it needs to go. So after Peaky Blinders, I found a couple of games and I decided to play this when I had less going on in my life. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's a good call. It's a great game. You're definitely not going to regret buying it in any way, shape, or form. I can tell you that right now. Because it's very complex, and that complexity is a beautiful thing. Okay, now we can actually close in the sides here. And we should go ahead and... Wait, what? Did that actually not snip? There we go. Because we don't want to turn it on yet. We just want to get it ready to turn on. Because again, we have to kickstart it with a little bit of power, and since we have power here anyway, we're going to go ahead and just plug it in with what our main grid has got, and then we're going to disconnect it once it has enough to get things rolling and the hydrogen is flowing. Because right now, what's going to happen is we're going to be distributing some of the excess gases, including carbon dioxide. They're going to have to be vented out of this in order to allow the purity of the hydrogen and the oxygen relationship to actually take effect here. I'm actually starting to wonder if one... Let's see, 112 grams a second. What is this able to pump out? 500 grams per second. Okay, yeah. Yeah. One is plenty. One's plenty. In fact, these are probably overdoing it a little bit to have two of them back to back, but I also want them to do full 1,000-gram packets if possible. Is the idea. Oh boy, it's almost done. Almost done, almost done. How are we looking? Yeah, oxygen's getting a little thin out here. Critter starvation? Crazy. Who could have been allowing that? Corallium, give me that. Yeah, I'm not adding any more dupes until oxygen has been taken care of. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's the power line. We don't care about that right now. Those poor little guys starving over there. They're miserable. Aw, jeez. It's a good thing they're tasty, though. Look at that. What is that? Little eggshells going out. Haven't seen a lot of meat going out yet. Kind of surprised. They're all looking for food. I would think that one of them would die by now. That's okay. Maybe I gotta throw some water over there and actually drown them. Rather than letting them live in their miserable existence. Whoa! Hey, Murkai, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. 28 months. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. It is complete. Are you ready? We're gonna test it now. So like I said, we're going to inject it with some power at the beginning. Are you serious right now? Enabled? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Hold on a second. I went backwards on my logic with this. So I gotta do a NOT gate real quick. Ooh, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna give that a 9 now. Luckily, this shouldn't really get affected too much by that. Because all of the hydrogen should be the lightest gas that comes into this, and we'll just go straight up. I do not want to allow anyone in. So I'm just going to cut permissions to that, so they should just go like that. Because I don't want to allow hydrogen to escape. But now you can see there is a beautiful amount of oxygen, as well as the other gases that were kind of mixed in there, is now going out. If we're not careful, we'll probably have a little bit of hydrogen will start to kind of filter in, but I think this will catch up in time. We just need to be able to reach that and just we need to flip the value of the circuit, basically. Ah, jeez. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of hydrogen that's going to bleed in up there, but that'll be okay. Alright, we're good there now. So now we can let this come through, and now it will appropriately filter out the hydrogen, like it was supposed to begin with. Alright, so now we can actually turn this on. Like I said, a little bit of hydrogen snuck in there, and that's okay. Now you can see just how beautiful it is. So now I can actually allow this for a bit, because I want to make one small change. I want to take off the ladders. And I'm going to do a couple things. So we're going to kind of mess with the feng shui a little bit. It'll be worth it, though. So we're going to do AND gates. Just like so. And watch this. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to add in a... No, where is it? There should be an element sensor. It's probably under ventilation. There should just be a... Where is it? Hydro sensor, atmos sensor... gas element sensor. So we're going to put gas element sensors here, and then we're going to use both of those signals to actually make sure these turn on appropriately. And to be fair, we should probably do the same thing with this. But I'll be honest, I'm not super worried about this one getting overdone. We should be worried though, so let's go ahead and do it. It's better to have redundancies anyway, so we'll just do that, and then again we'll do our AND gate. Ooh, in fact, what if we change it? What if we do our AND gate down first, then we'll build around it? Yeah. And then we can do our gas element sensor here. The only problem now is reaching up here. I think we can disconnect these two tiles, actually. Okay, and now we can do our gas element sensors. Yeah, it was so close to perfection, I'll be honest with you. We just needed a little more. Oh my gosh, that's... Ooh, that's really annoying right there. Let's do this instead. Have that go straight up, and then we're gonna do something a little strange here. Ah, it's not gonna be clean. It's not gonna be clean, that's okay. Well, it's gonna be clean, just won't be symmetrical, I guess. Which is a bit annoying. Okay. So we're gonna have to deconstruct these tiles again and mess with the sanctity of the whole thing one more time. So, while we're doing that, to prevent further nonsense, we'll just cut the power to them right now while we get these all set. This will go much better in just a moment, I promise. I promise. This should be hydrogen. And these two will be focused on oxygen. So the idea is that we want to make sure that we just allow the appropriate gases to come through, right? And we can safely do this because we know that as we do this, these are just gonna very, very, very nicely integrate with each other. And as these just push out all the other gases and compress them, they'll eventually just get filtered out anyway, right? So even though we're gonna have some odd gases coming in here, this is just going to help us ensure that we have enough, and we're just trying to reduce the elements that are going into which pipes. We do have this filter because this is the most likely one that's going to have problems in keeping the hydrogen in with it, but it should work out in the end. Since we've also graciously given this its own power, and there is some hydrogen to start off here, now we can disconnect this, and then we'll switch to hooking this up to its own battery, and we'll see if it will sustain itself with the hydrogen that has been produced. I think it will. I don't remember if there's a way in Ani that I can connect and disconnect power. Because in Factorio you have the power switch, which very rarely gets used. But you can use it. This is just going to be oxygen. Yep, and then we just have to close these back up. Let's cancel that one. Just, I don't want them to get stuck inside. I'm paranoid. Come on, I thought we had it. Did I at least get some more oxygen to start it off? A little bit, but we need to turn this on. Like, perfect or not, this needs to turn on now. The time has arrived. Come on. Get in there. Finish it off. Alright, which way does it push this out? I'm curious. To the right? Perfect, okay. So now let's just do a quick little sweep to get those materials out. And then we can throw this in. And very minimal, very, very, very minimal gas contamination with it. So I would say that's acceptable levels of gas contamination here. Temperature is still stable down there. That volcano is not going to be steaming that up anytime soon, unfortunately. And that's okay. Alright. Now, one more time. And then we'll just make sure nobody can get in, but always allow people to get out there. That mechanized airlock turning on and off is going to get a little bit annoying, but that's okay. It's a minor thing. Ooh, please finish it before your shift is done. Come on, E-Gamer! No! No! So close. I'm starving. Hey, how? How? We have like a super abundance of calories. Get out of here. And sorry, Merc, I wasn't reading your question before. Did you see how I was getting the, Did you see what I'm doing with the hydrogen, I should say? I was getting really, really lost in the sauce there. You got it? Okay. Yeah, so you're thinking of playing the game. I like that. That's good. You saw it all? Oh, oh my. Oh dear. Alright, here we go. Yep, so we're putting the hydrogen up here, then we're actually, this whole thing is supposed to be self-powered. But on Stealth DLC? Good! That's exciting, that's a good time. Wrong element damage, that sometimes doesn't make it. Yep, we'll see if this is power positive right now. Yeah, you can already see right here that the gas elements have, for the most part, leveled out now. And so now, because of our automation, we're sticking primarily to hydrogen being up here. And that is largely holding true. And then oxygen remains at the bottom because oxygen is a heavier gas. What we can also do this is because now we have a pure source of oxygen, we can actually feed these Atmos suits here as these go through as well. But the main objective of this was to get oxygen now filtering and feeding out, and we're spreading it out throughout the colony, right? So it's going to take it a bit to catch up because it is going to spread out throughout all these. And it's not running at 100% full tilt right now, which is not the greatest, but it should be pretty good. It's mostly we're making sure that we can actually send out full packets as much as possible of 1,000 grams of oxygen at a time. It's an optimization thing that we're doing right now. And then looking over here, I believe 39.7, 39.6, 40. It looks like we're actually hydrogen positive, I believe. So I think what we can do with that one is... There's a couple things that we can do to make this better too, is if this is too full, we can actually turn these on and then just burn through some of our hydrogen. So we'll wait and see if that gets like too full, or if it'll just kind of balance and even itself out. We don't know yet. Okay, we're getting some good oxygen down there that's starting to flow through. That is expected because it's one of the first stops here, so it's going to get kind of priority on the oxygen at the lower levels. And then this one is having to fill the Atmos suits on its way down. So this one's kind of filling Atmos suits and then coming over here, which is going to slow it down a bit. And that's okay. But yeah, Murkai, I love this game, and if you like Factorio, you're gonna love this game as well, too. I'm just saying. Almost dead guarantee with it. Okay, I think we can do that, and then we'll go ahead and do that, because we're just gonna super beef this up right here. Big 3 starting tips. Don't expand too quickly. For one, and I'm going to include space-wise and duplicant-wise. Don't get too many dupes. 2, do the math. Math is going to be very important. Use math to your advantage. Dupes, yes. Your colonists. These guys are called duplicants. So the lingo for that is dupes for short. Every dupe that you add is going to be more oxygen that you need to have on hand, and you need to have more food on hand as well, too. It's more people to work, but it's also more people to feed. So until you can get something like this... So this system is actually capable of providing oxygen to 16 duplicants comfortably. Especially if you have, like, a more controlled system. So right now, our oxygen's getting back online. Here. Don't get too many dupes, though. And don't get too many colonists, so to speak. If that makes any sense. Let's see, so that was the first tip. So second tip, get familiar and research automation early. So in the research tree here, all the way down the bottom there's computers. There's the smart home right here, which has like the signal switch and the wire. Definitely get that really, really quick. But then even these generic sensors and the advanced automation, it's really easy to get these two. You don't really need the computing, the parallel automation, multiplexing, all that stuff, until you get deeper into it. But I would get down to this advanced automation and use it wherever you can think of, especially when you do your first power source. Typically, most people, that's going to be coal. If you want to save on your coal, get this researched, get the sound amplifier research, which has the smart battery, and then hook up your automation wire to your coal generators and make sure that you are turning them off when you have enough power. So kind of like what's going on over here, I have this right now set up. That shuts it off when the battery's at 95% full, and then turns on again at 5% full, right? But the funny thing with this is that I technically don't really need this, because what I should do is just have these kind of run all the time in order to burn through the hydrogen. So, but I want to make sure this actually runs properly, right? So, what I gotta do is, when this is too full, I need to ignore this setting and then just send a green signal on this. So get familiar with automation, because then you'll be able to make machines that will save your duplicants labor, time, and lives. Let's see, I'm trying to think of what else would be a good thing. Oh, don't be afraid to get wet or to get germs. Don't be afraid of, like, oh, over here there's the slime lung, there's this food poisoning over here. Don't be too afraid of this stuff. This will be a minor inconvenience. It's not going to kill your colony or anything. It's going to just kind of annoy you, right? The only thing that you should be careful of are these spore kids. See how it says zombie spores? These won't kill your duplicants. They used to. I think they don't kill them anymore. They will still... These ones will cause you the most grief. Try to avoid these and box these in whenever possible. Just don't mess with them. I think that's it. Oh, have at least 2 power systems. One is a backup and one is your primary. Ideally, get 3 if you can. Ideally, get 3. Is the thing that I would say. Okay, let me see. Let me do this here. Sends a green signal when it's less than low, red signal when reservoir is high threshold. Okay, so what we're going to do here, I'm going to set this up now so that we don't have to worry about it later. I'm going to get rid of the ladders up here, because we just don't need those. And what I want to do is we're going to use a memory toggle here. So the way we're going to use this memory toggle, we're going to actually use this same signal here in order to set and reset the toggle. So when you put this down, there is a reset and a set, and then there's the signal that you send, of course, right? So I'm going to go right here, give it one space. So I want to send this wire out here to kind of supersede, because the green signal should supersede all this stuff, right? So when I set the signal, I want the set to be the high threshold, which is the red signal, right? So when we've reached, and I'm going to be a little bit more cautious, I'm going to say 85, and then I want it to go until we hit 0. So what I need to do is I have to set that, so there's going to be one signal that's going to set this to green and then keep the green. Then we need to set something that is going to be the potential of when we've actually burned through enough hydrogen that we're feeling safe. One way you can do that, we can do it off timers. So we can do like a buffer gate, or we can do a filter gate. Has so longer. If we're receiving a green signal, it does that, right? So what we could do is this filter gate. We could have a filter gate right here. So watch this. What we'll do is we'll do an automation wire. This will then just set that. And then it's going to go red, but this is then going to start a timer once we've, like, identified that we've had this going for long enough. Actually, we should do it the other way. We should actually put the filter gate right here. I'll explain why in a bit. So we do the filter gate here to start the timer. Once we know we've been full long enough, we'll then come over and we'll set this thing to go, and then we're going to set a chain of filter gates in order to make sure that we burn through it completely, or completely enough, or at least one filter gate. We'll just go right here. No. Buffer gate. We need a buffer gate, because the buffer is the timer. Buffer gate. Filter gate, buffer gate. Yes, okay. So this will then trigger a series of events to happen. Okay, once we have it all hooked up, then I'll show you what we're talking about with it. Okay, they're actually getting through it with priority 5, so we're good. I don't want to mess with anything else right now. So once you can see all the wires and stuff set up, you'll then see kind of what I'm talking about here. And what's really fun about these, that I really like, see this AND gate? There's some visual representation of how an AND gate works. So you see how it has like the two little pistons that are kind of moving? So when they both come up, then the signal is green and true. If either of them are out of it, or both of them are out of it, the signal's red. It's an AND gate. Both signals have to be the same in order to come out. So AND, right? Then you have OR, which is just, you know, one or the other signal can be good. Sends a green when it's low. Ah, shit. That ain't good. Alright. Yeah, visually pleasing, by the way, but I did this wrong. I gotta do a NOT. Gotta do a NOT. So I do a NOT gate here, then I can do a filter. The filter has to go here. And then this will actually turn out slightly cleaner. So then this will come this way and that way. Because we're looking for the opposite of what this is saying here. Because you see right here, the gas reservoir sends a red signal when we've reached the high threshold. Until we've reached low again. So this isn't, like, absolutely necessary, I suppose. In fact, actually I don't think it is. Because if it is actually going to hold it till the low threshold's reached, then none of this is necessary and I am overthinking this. So never mind. So yeah, never mind. We've gone too far with it. All we had to do is just that. I wanted it to be super cool and stuff, but really we just have to do this. This will literally do exactly what we wanted anyway. Yep, and I am ashamed of that. That's okay. So basically now what's going to happen is that this system will now act like a... Basically this will act like an OR gate. What I need to do though is I actually need to turn off this. I do need to flip it though, because we want it to have the other behavior. So right now it's sending green because we're low. We want to send green when we're high, actually. So we want the opposite of this behavior. So I did need the NOT gate, just not just not the way that it wanted me to, essentially. And in fact, I can just cancel that. I can just cut those off, and then we can do like that. There we go. Yep, so now that gives us the actual overhead that we need. So that then, if this gets too full, which we can actually go ahead and set this to 100 now, meaning that we're definitely too full, then we're just going to go ahead and turn these on until we purge it, right? In fact, we can test that out by just doing like bring it down to like 15. And this is going off like percentage-wise and stuff, right? So we could even go down to like 9. So we see here, this is now red. It's all turning on, which means that even though the battery is going to go up, this will continue to show green and just keep on generating electricity and burning through. Which, naturally, it will only happen when that NOT gate's actually in. I forgot that that's not in. So yeah, it doesn't have to be all that complicated. Yeah, if you really want to get into the circuits, Murkai, Boolean algebra is a great thing to look into. So let's look at this now. So now it's actually turned on. What we need to see now is will this burn through the hydrogen now that we turned it on, just like we said, because we hit 121 kilograms, I saw. Or are we going to be so damn efficient that now it's just going to just do its thing? It should slowly eat through all the hydrogen. It should be hydrogen negative by the end of this. It's just going to be extremely slow. Although right now I'm looking very hydrogen positive, and I'm concerned. I'm a little concerned. I think we're slowly gaining hydrogen right now. Oh, wait. It's fluctuating quite a bit. It had a low of 119 kilograms. It's kind of hard to tell, actually. If I had... Oh, wait, there it is. It is slowly dipping down. It is slowly dipping down. Very slowly, but it is dipping down, so... We could probably just do... shoot, I don't know. We'll just do 85. Man, it does not like me typing into it. Yeah, we'll just do that. So right now, it's still triggered that red signal. So it's going to continue to do that, but when it comes off, then we'll actually have we'll have a little bit of hydrogen storage, and then it'll be fine. Bully what? Huh? Bully? I never said bully. Did I? I didn't mean to. Alright. Now let's have a look at our oxygen situation. Ah, beautiful. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. This also gives us an outlet for the water, and now you'll be able to see our chlorine room in action. Yeah, that's right. So what's gonna happen with this right now, basically to explain the circuitry in layman's terms, we're waiting for this tank to completely empty, which takes it a little bit of time, of course, because we're, you know, going through and only allowing water through when we can actually allow water through. But once the tank is empty, the circuits will then start, and we'll load in our water that we're trying to clean. Because we built this before we had a germ sensor. It said something Boolean algebra. Oh, Boolean algebra. Boolean. Would be a good thing to know if you want to get more into the circuits, because you can make more efficient circuits with it. It's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing, really. Yep, so now oxygen is no longer a concern. We can actually get 7 more dupes if we so chose right now. Very, very comfortably. I don't want to, though, because food is still a problem. Ooh, aloe vera seed. Once we get food a little bit more established, which is mainly going to be by establishing more of these ranches, then we'll be in a way better spot for this. But coming back over here again, so now we're about to empty this out, and you can see now this is turned on, and there's some circuit magic going on over here, which includes some timers and all that, in order to time out how long it takes us to actually clean and sanitize this water. But the water comes into the chlorine room. So you see our liquid reservoir over here. There's some water in here. It has some germs. And if we come over here, you'll see the germs kind of fluctuate. They get kind of increasing and going up and down. That's because we're adding water in that has germs, but then we're killing the germs as we're bringing them in. So what'll happen is once this is full, we'll then let it sit here and cycle through and clean the water, and then once the water's clean, we'll then try to eject it. Don't know what that is? Oh, Murkai, you should learn. You should learn. It's a great way to do it. True false logic is another way to research it out there. That's true. Yep, you can just go off of that. You can just go off that. That's also true. Like I said, if you wanted to do more efficient and like cut down how many circuits you're using for some of your builds, Boolean algebra would be something you'd want to go and like research a bit. So looking over here now, we're about halfway full of this tank. Here in just a few seconds we will be halfway full. And the germs have already gone down by a fair amount. Already gone down by a fair amount. It is wonderful, it is stupendous, it is fantastic. And you love to see it. And you love to see it. So now what we're waiting for is, this is just going to continue to fill up a little bit. And then once it is full, it'll then cycle the water around in order to keep it flowing more. And you can see it right here because we have this liquid bridge. When we put a liquid bridge on here, you'll notice that this is passing through, but this is not. So this is giving priority to what's already in the pipe before it tries to add anything else onto it. So what's going to happen is this allows us to fill the tank properly, and our circuits will be able to track that a bit. Boolean math, yes. How the hell do I spell it? You got it. You nailed it. There, you'll see right here, the circuits will go into action as soon as we hit full, basically here, or just before full, because we want to have a little bit of gap. I forget what I set it to exactly, but you'll see the circuits will all trigger here. So there's the AND gate once again. There's our actual memory, or set reset latch. So everything just kicked on right there, you can see. So the set part over there and the memory output has now started the timer over on this end. So this timer is going to be that we're sitting here, we've been in here long enough. This will then trigger our condition to say, hey, we've been in here long enough, so we should be good now, right? And then this one, that's the shut-off flow. That's our output there. I forget what I did with this exactly, but there's like some cool stuff going on with how this all connects, basically. Yeah. So then coming back over here, see? The water in the tank is now clean. We give it a little extra time because we feel like we need to do that. So now this has come on. We've turned on this pump, and then we set it over here. Basically what we're saying here is like right now, we're in the cleaning cycle. We've now finished the clean cycle, and we're now saying, hey, we're currently trying to empty this out right now. And this is now saying, great, you know, you're trying to empty it out. And once we have this is now ready to actually input in, then we'll be able to do all this other nonsense, basically. It's a little kind of janky and finicky, and it's also extremely compact. But essentially, we are reading off of the liquid tanks automation over here, which is what this is right here, the liquid reservoir. And this is then sending over, so when this goes green, this will then trigger the AND gate, which then comes up and sets a filter gate. Once this has been on long enough, meaning that we've had enough time that this was empty and we sent all the water we could through, we'll then hit the reset and we'll start the cycle again. English is not my first language, I can tell. Healthy dips are better working dips. Avoid this pesky as far as the key goal. That's true. Sustainability is always the end game. Yep, so now what's going to happen here is, you can see here, this is going to kind of constantly cycle, and every now and then this shutoff will kick on, because now we've cleaned it, now it's trying to distribute the liquid. So the circuit doesn't allow us to try to bring anything more in until we've ejected all the stuff that we've already cleaned. Because that's just the way that I like it. I like to have it do it that way. It makes me feel very happy. So then we're looking over here, and oxygen is beautiful. What's also nice about this is that this will also create pressure everywhere. And we can even take some of the excess oxygen that's coming from this, and we can bring it up here in case we need it, which we will need it for rocket stuff. Which would be very exciting indeed. And now that we've solved our oxygen crisis, and our food is kind of fluctuating up there a little bit, but it is stable. I promise it's stable. Now we're just coming down here. And we're adding in the final touches to the vacuum. The vacuum tube. It's coming. It's coming! Now the question is, do we have enough ceramic? Yeah, we've had enough ceramic cycling through, so we should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. Yeah, and I would suggest, Murkai, don't look up too many things. Part of the joy and the journey of it is discovering for yourself. But I do know that a lot of people, when they start playing Oxygen Not Included, do look up a lot of stuff, because there is, to be fair, a lot going on. There really is a lot going on. So, don't be afraid to look up some stuff if you get stuck, but try to do it yourself first. And I guarantee you, you're going to have a really fun time with it. Really fun time. You'll spank it? Mm-hmm. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Okay. We can start thinking about our rocket a little bit more in earnest. So what I'd like to do, there's a liquid cargo tank. I think I need... Isn't there like a gas storage tank so I can put some more steam in there? Or is that not an option? I don't remember if that's an option. I think it's one of the limiting factors, actually, of a steam engine, if I recall. Let me see. Gas, rocket portal, gas cargo canister. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, right here. Available to Columbia while the rockets return. I think it's the one we want. I'm pretty sure that's what we want. Because we want to store some gas, and then I think this will then use the gas. No gas intake, and it takes steam. Range remaining. Yeah, should be fine. So we'll start building in the vacuum chamber there. Would be great. What are you feeling? See what we're asking. Can this be improved? Oh yeah. Just like Factorio, compactness is nice and all that, but it's not necessary. You've always got space. When you do the spaced out DLC, this is smaller than normal. If you do your spaced out all your DLCs, but then you do like a not spaced out setting, you'll have a whole bunch of space, like way more than you'll know what to deal with. This is a spaced out setting, so this is more small, and there's not as many resources around me, which is forcing me to go to space and then go and get stuff around. You'll still have the star map if you have like spaced out DLC and you're doing like the other settings, but you're going to be making use of the star map. You're going to want to have the logistics with it. And logistics is the majority of the fun, really. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, wow, that's really pumping out the water there now. I'd love to see that. So right now, this tank is largely stable, but a lot of it's because there is an insulated liquid pipe over here that has been damaged. I'm assuming because there's some... It's just gotten really hot, basically. And I don't know why. That just happens sometimes. Oh, another free gasket! Give me that. Perfect. Absolutely marvelous. Also, another tip. Your morals. Throw them out. It's all about efficiency. This may seem cruel to let them all starve and die here, but I'll have you know, it is manifest destiny, and I just want to make that very clear right now. It's manifest destiny. They should have been born better. They should have been born better. Just saying. I'm just saying. We're also going to improve this design, and we're going to make this fully automated. See how these guys are all actually like out here walking around? These sweepers can actually pull out from those incubators. So see how this one's kind of just sitting here? He's waiting for someone to come and grab him to put him in here. So he's just kind of sitting here and he's just chilling. He's being useless, basically. And I don't like that. I'm cruel, but I'm not that cruel. So we are going to improve this, but I don't feel like fixing that right now. So I've seen a couple of designs that I really like, so I'm going to do my own take on it. I'll do my own take on it. It's going to be really fun. It's going to involve happy automation. Alright, we're still working this. What do you want to do? Point of view, do you want to go? Alright, so if we look at this right now, range remaining 0 star hexes, rocket speed, blah 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 blah. So I gotta remember how much steam this can hold. Does it tell me right off the bat? More components can be added, requires gas intake, effects, power, overheat temperature, category. Engine power by burden, height 5, module burden is 15, module engine power is 27. Okay. I don't know if I gave myself enough space to get a liquid lock on that, come to think of it. Although if I made this all a vacuum, I can actually just use the vacuum here to come up and do all that stuff, even if it's going to take forever to get there. Alright, this is almost dormant, and then all this brine, polluted water stuff is just going to sit here for a bit. Matter of fact, what we can do is... Have I actually ran out of copper ore? Man, that's surprising. We have to get some more. Gotta keep those smooth hatches fed. Let's go... just straight across here, and we'll just pick up some of that good ore going through. It's wise for us to go ahead and do this, just make some space anyway. Then we can see kind of the extent of what's all over here too, so it'll be good. I haven't noticed any real meteor showers or anything, so that's kind of interesting. We'll also come over and just snag some of that while we're here. Oh, why'd I do that? Don't need to do that. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be getting this done tonight. This is taking a lot longer than I thought. But that's okay. Alright, so now we got the advanced gas flow. So now if I add a gas module... And let's do some copper. I'm getting the feeling that it doesn't quite work like that. We'll see. Let's see. So I want the gas module. I'd want to do at least a couple of cargo bays, I think. Maybe like 2 cargo bays? I'd like the gas canister to be down lower. And then let's add another module. I do want that. I want the research module. Will be important. Cargo to the surface of the planet do not yet have a rocket platform. That's going to be important if we're going to be colonizing. So then we can load that with some cargo. We can just do... I got zinc ore. Why not? I'm not doing anything else with zinc. Traveler. So we'll do a Trailblazer. We then need... Let's install at the top of the rocket. Oh, well, duh. Yes, let's do. Alright. Unreachable build. As always. We'll just do that for now. I wanted to do some gantries, but I'm still pretty light on the, steel end right now. I'm not getting a whole lot of steel. Alright, now that gives us at least the beginnings of the rocket itself. Even though we're not going to be using the rocket just yet, because we're going to be limited a little bit on that. But it will be good to be able to actually get that progressing a wee bit. We'll feel a sense of accomplishment, really. And then we'll probably have to Let's see, when is this next dormant? In 26 cycles? Alright, if this goes dormant before it creates all this into Steam, we'll have to actually create a Steam room and have this, you know, actually turn everything into Steam. Because right now I think there's just too much liquid, so we'll have to meter the liquid a little bit and get that Steam flow going like we were expecting. Okay, but now we've got our oxygen pressure is phenomenal now. Absolutely phenomenal. We love to see that. Yeah, hopefully this helps us get through some of this as well. There's a little bit of brine there. It's probably okay, though. I was going to filter out some of the brine over at this stage, but didn't really end up happening. And that's okay. Unreachable storage, huh? Filters not designated. Unbreathable gas. Natural gas. Oxygen. I wasn't seeing steam on that, so maybe I can't do excess steam. That's okay. We could probably fill it up with some oxygen. So an orbital cargo module gives us 6,000 kilograms of something. So we could probably do... How much is it for the platform again? It's 800, so we could do some steel. Some steel and some food? I mean, realistically, right? Solo Spacefarer nose cone. I didn't see... Rovers module. Oh, artificial friends. Duh. Yeah, freaking duh. I should have known that. And the cargo bays are gonna be for bringing stuff back, is the idea. And then we'll outfit this with the intake fittings and the conveyor loaders. Conveyor receptacle. First rocket module available space within the interior of a rocket module. Rocket in... Okay, that's the rocket insertion. So then I need the rocket port extensions. Ongoing things built to the side of a rocket platform. Yes. Allows rocket platforms to be built farther apart. Oh, was that not the... Is that not the loading and unloading? Vacuum fluid, hydrocarbon propulsion, small petroleum engine, mission control station, petroleum engine, biodiesel engine, drill cone comes into play later, targeting beacon, hydrogen engine and liquid oxidizer tank, rad bolt engine, research reactor. I might be blind. I might just be straight up blind, to be honest with you, so that's okay. That's okay, it won't be a huge deal. The biggest thing is that we get the rover module, and we get that available, so that Rover can get down there and build the platform on the first planet that we can find that actually has, like, regular, metal volcanoes. I definitely don't need coal. I have infinite coal right now. Building, ranching, farming. Another rancher. Building impaired, though, with a +3 to construction. I'll just take the coal. I'll take the spare coal, why not? Those guys were kinda lame, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. So, oxygen has been solved, pretty much for the far future, I am not worried about oxygen anymore by any way, shape, or form. We've got some natural thimble reeds that we don't really have to irrigate, which is really nice. I do need to come over here and tame this cool steam vent, and then probably should go ahead and tame the hot polluted oxygen vent up here, since I've got an easy source of cooling over here that I can utilize for that. But not strictly necessary, I should say. Since we are on electrolyzers now, we pretty much don't need these oxygen diffusers, so we're just going to go ahead and rip those up. They are a thing of the past. They are no longer necessary. We don't even have algae anymore to do that. We're just going to go ahead. We'll process the slime that we have whenever we get it, but I'm not too concerned about getting around to that right now. When it happens, basically. So, let's see. We did get more copper ore in general there. That's very nice. What's our height looking like right now? Can I see it? Cargo bay... Height 24, 25. Okay, so if I were to add a module right now... Right now our height is at 26, so I'd probably have to remove... I'd have to just change this module. Okay. So, as I understand it, this is going to provide 600 watts of power just on its own. Which is good. So then we have our solo interior deal here. Gas input port. Oh, that's why I needed the gas. That's right. Gas and liquid both. So there's going to be rocketry. Wall toilet. Yeah, we'll definitely use the wall toilet and stuff, so I'll have to set this up. Luckily, we do have a gasket available. That'll help a little bit. So the gasket's going to come into play there. We need to deal with carbon dioxide. This is going to be the biggest thing now. So gases, we need gas distribution, gas intake fitting, and outtake fitting. Into the rocket storage. Where's the small pump, though? Can I ask noob questions here? Absolutely! I love noob questions. We were all noobs once, you know. There it is, valve miniaturization. That's the next one. That's the next one that we need for that. What do you need? What do you got? Alright. There we go. Now we can get the rover. So we're going to swap out this one and put a rover module now, please. There it is. Rover's module. And we can go ahead and make that out of steel. That should be fine. That should be fine. When I use the desalination... I know what you're talking about. Constantly taking cold damage. Okay, so let's have a look at that station first off. So let's go to refinement. So desalinator on its own. As I recall, this should actually be typically a heat generator. So let's look at it here, right? So typically this will output heat, right? And it has an overheat temperature of 75, which is good. And typically these buildings don't get too cold. Unless you have stuff coming in that when it gets cold enough and you are taking your brine, which your brine, if we recall here, if we look at our handy-dandy data sheet, brine will turn to a solid at negative 22.5 degrees. But you are separating you're turning the brine in the desalinator. Right over here. Where is it? Salt water to brine and ice. Right here. Desalinator, you're going from brine, and then you're going to get some water, you're going to get some salt. The problem is that water itself turns to a solid at negative 0.6. So, is that the problem? Is it turning into ice as it comes out and wrecking your pipes? Yes, okay. Here's what you do. Take your source, your brine, which you can see this one's coming out at negative 10 degrees Celsius, right? In this case, I've got this already set, so let's go over here. So let's say that this one was brine instead. It's coming out at the same temperature anyway, so it's perfect. Take that, as it comes out, you can see here it's already below. This would turn into solid ice if we allowed it, right? Take this and have it go through and use it in cooling loops. Basically, you want to come over, in this case, we have a natural gas geyser. And we heat up the liquid by cooling down the gas over here. You could also come down to a power plant, such as this, and do a similar thing here. Run your water through here, or your brine. So you see over here that now it's at 28. I've got it set that I only want it to come out above 30 degrees, right? That's my limit, that's what I want with it. You don't have to do this necessarily, but this is just a good way to do it. And then you can send it over to your tank, which in this case, this is a tank that has about 40 degrees max right now. And then from there, you can put it through your water sieve, your desalinator stuff, whatever have you with that one. And then it'll be at a stable temperature for all that. Does that kind of make sense? Have you done a cooling loop yet? Do you understand the concept of a cooling loop? Because you said a noob question. I'm trying to gauge how noob are we talking here. There's no wrong answer, by the way. We've all been noob once. Basically have to warm the liquid up somehow. Yes. If you want a simpler way, you can actually come down to... Where is it? Where is it? Utilities, I believe, if you research this. There is something called a liquid tepidizer. So what this does is this actually warms bodies of liquid. However, it is, it's large. See this? It's quite large, and it also costs a whopping 960 watts of power to go. The brine is currently -3 Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. When it's in the pipes. Okay. So all you gotta do is just get some radiant pipe then, and run it through some warmer areas in order to get it to warm up a little bit. Once you get it to warm up, then you can send it off. Depending on the research you have, if you have access to automation, and I would suggest doing this, this will give you more fine-tuned control of it, come over here and get the liquid pipe thermosensor. You'll actually be able to find that one if you come over down to liquids. In liquid tuning, it's very easy to get this, and this is going to be a major help. You'll need it anyway for the liquid pipe, the radiant liquid pipe, and you'll also need the liquid tepidizer if you just want to warm a body of liquid before sending it out. You're going to have to research this anyway for whatever method you do, but if you want to keep it in the pipes, do this, and then you're going to use that in conjunction with a liquid shutoff, similar to what we did here. And also, by the way, Bing, I'm going to call you Bing. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. That's very helpful of you. Very kind. So right over here, this is one example. This is the cooling loop. So you see over here, we got all of this comes down and loops through all these hotter stations. So if I click on the temperature, you can see that little flame icon. All of these are heat producers, basically, right? So I want to cool them all down with the exception of over here, which right now I don't have any slicksters. I think it's because I was out of carbon dioxide. We are no longer out, so we're going to go ahead and wrangle some of our spares down there back up here to start eating through that a little bit. But the pipe thermosensor is very easy. You can see it's just a one-to-one connection there. There's also, it takes 10 watts of power to run a liquid shutoff. They're extremely cheap, and they're way better than doing a liquid or a gas filter like these, because these things run at 120 watts. Just do this instead. This is a way better method. You run your liquid pipe directly up into this, and then have it branch off, and then run your output pipe. You can then come over here to your thermosensor, set your condition. Mine's above 30 degrees in this case, because I want it to be a little warm, but not too warm, right? So when there's any packet of water here that goes above 30 degrees, this will turn on and send it down, and then give room for new, cooler liquid. See, 16.3 right there, versus 27.9. So these have been kind of sitting here. They're in insulated pipes to keep them thermally stable as much as possible, but they do end up sitting over here sometimes, which that's probably what one of that was. Yeah, some of these were sitting over there for a little bit of time. Most of them are below 0 degrees, so very cool, very easy to come in here and keep everything nice and chilled. Ideally, you'd run this through your whole colony, but this colony is a hodgepodge and a spaghetti mess right now. The plan is, everything is now stable. With oxygen, you can see right here, oxygen is just all throughout our colony. Now we're in a position that we can actually do a renovation at some point, which is ideal. You want to be in a state that you can actually do a renovation freely without having any fear, so to speak. Trailblazer module. Rover's module. There he is. I love Rover. Okay, and then over here, orbital cargo module isn't loaded with anything yet. Trying to decide what we do load it with, though, because we can do a couple things. We also haven't designed the interior of the rocket yet, and that's okay. That is okay. Then the gas cargo canister, that's going to be loaded with oxygen. Both for, like, when we're in flight, and then when we're actually out in a boot. Oh, I accidentally used iron ore on that one. That's okay. It's not a huge deal. We're gonna find iron somewhere. I guarantee it. I guarantee you we'll find iron somewhere. Alright, but with all that done, so we're not allowing anyone through there. We can let people through here now because we need to come in and mop all of that anyway. But yeah, Ridla, I hope I answered your question. I hope I didn't go too far off the tracks with it. Because again, like, I wasn't sure how new you are with it. So I wanted to give as many options as possible to let you know there's multiple ways to solve the same problem. It just depends on what specifically you want to implement, if that makes any sense. Almost got this. Almost got this. We're so close. We're so close. This has been cycles in the making. Cycles, I tell you. Let's see, is this all done there? Oh boy! There we go. Then we can just do that as well. And then the longest part of that project is complete. Which is an exciting time. Very exciting time. Colony achievement earned. Which one? Okay. Yeah, oh, okay. We finally revealed the whole map, I guess. Because I went through, we're just strip mining over in this direction, so. Which is fine. There's like a lot of just excess gases that are around. The main goal is that we have all of our core and important areas are filled with the oxygen, the clean oxygen. Which you can see a little bit better right here. There is like some extra packets of gas that are around, but for the most part we have clean oxygen in the main areas that we're working in. I have dedicated this space over here a little bit. This is one of the areas that I've been considering setting up the Stone Hatch ranching in its end game here. But I was also considering here in this area, ripping this out, getting this cleaned up a bit, because of the volcano here and here. But honestly, distance doesn't really mean a whole lot because we have shipping and all that really easily. And honestly, these are just going to be used as heat sources for some steam turbines as another power source. And then for their igneous rock, just to continuously feed the stone hatches. We have 846 tons of igneous rock. We're not running out anytime soon, so I'm not too concerned about getting on top of that too quickly right now. I would like to get this rocket ready to go so I can start exploring. But I have to finish the tunnel project. The vacuum tunnel project, excuse me. I gotta make sure I say the right names on that one. So that I can actually run everything through. Because I gotta keep it, like I said, thermally stable is the goal. And this is gonna be dormant in a few cycles, which is gonna kinda stink. Not much we can do about it, though. I really thought this was gonna heat up the water faster, and it did not. It did not. And since we have infinite igneous rock with all of that, we're just going through and hitting this. I do have some diamond I picked up on the other planet that we could actually tap into the magma pools down below and just do a big old magma power. What is wrong with me? I'm having a hard time thinking now, I guess. Okay. But yes, everything is working just fine. Just fine. Ooh, hello. What we get? Something good? Alright. We are in the market for more dupes now. I would like another rancher, potentially. Oh, Gossman. Ranching, building, and researching. Ludite, decreased machinery. You know what? Gossman, you'll do just fine. Yeah, you look like a yellow flannel. Alright, then we'll do schedule, and we're going to put Gossman on that one. Speaking of that, let's go over to Ren. Let's get their ranching up. Boom! Just like that. I think Nisbet, we need to give them for the ranching too. There we go. Now we have 2 ranchers and a third one on the way. Okay, and we got assignments done there, so furniture. We're still on our early barracks right now. We're gonna be giving them much better rooms in a bit. So fret not, fret not. They still have a cramped living space. They're gonna get a better living space soon. Is what I keep telling myself. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so if I want to do this for... Let's see. Do I need to do that? I could probably just do a pneumatic door, honestly. Like right here. It's like 100 tiles wide. Alright, this is just me kind of thinking out loud right now, so give me a second. So I think we need to do a grooming station there. Then we could do our feeder. Oh, that's not food. We don't need to do the critter drop-offs, except for, like, maybe the beginning bit. So, like, a single critter feeder there. And then we could do a critter condo. So I got 6 tiles of space to work with, so if we just did a pneumatic door, and then 1 tile up, that leaves a space there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, right? So if I did this. Oh, I need 96. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. That would do it. So then, what I need to do, because I saw this idea, this was a genius idea, by the way. We then just need to take off 2 tiles. Or some tiles here. Let me think a little bit. Because we need to do... Because it was Engineer Troy had a really good idea for a hatch ranch. And I wanted to copy it and kind of do my own take on it a little bit. And usually it involves doors going straight down like this, but I'm trying to decide if I want them kind of pushed up or if I want to do right here. I don't think it matters too much. I'll start with like here. Well, do that. This should work, and then what should happen is I just match. Well, let's just do the tiles, and then we'll worry about the rest of it. Because the idea is that this will not have to have duplicates worry about actually populating these at all. And then I'm going to have some excess space over here. Oh, which... we could do it for storage. What are you actually allowed to have in a stable? Just requires a ranching building. So, I mean, this would technically work. We could even leave the pneumatic door open. Oh, no, I can't leave it open because that would mess with stuff. Oh, speaking of messing with stuff, we would need... yeah, a critter sensor has to be used as part of this process. I just remembered. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, okay. They can reach that. Okay. So I wanted to do the critter condo because it just makes sense. And then you can have 9. You can have 9 hatches comfortably in here. This gives us space for 3. Pretty comfortably. I do like that a lot. And then we want to set up shipping stuff. Oh, speaking... yeah, shipping. Oh, shoot. We need room for a sweeper. Has to be here. And then we have a conveyor receptacle for actually feeding them. Then we can do a conveyor loader, I believe. Yes. Yeah. Just good to have that all in place. Because the loader is going to help us pick up the eggs and the meat that come out of here. Is the biggest thing. Eggs and meat come out. Then we're going to use the doors on this one as well. It's going to be a big thing. And we'll actually, we'll probably pull a separate transformer set for this area over here. Because we want this to be very independent, is what I'm thinking right now. So we'll do this over here, but then we'll do the smooth hatches over here as long as we have the copper ore to sustain them. And that's actually something that we should track. I might have just heard the baby. She might have made like one noise. What time is it right now? She might wake up. She might wake up. Okay. I'm hoping that we at least make it another half hour. That might not happen, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. Okay, so what I want to do here is once I have the actual stuff set up, I then want to determine how I'm going to set up the doors. That's going to determine all these ones down here. Come on, baby, to sleep. I know, right? Oh, Murka, you're going to like this, by the way. if you haven't played yet. Maybe you shouldn't watch this. This might be a little bit of a spoiler on, like, ranch design and all that. That's kind of like a typical common bit. It's kind of, it exploits a couple of mechanics in the game. So I don't know if you necessarily want to see that, or if you care about spoilers in any way, shape, or form. Is that ethanol, or is that water? That is ethanol. Where did the ethanol come from? What? Was there ethanol above? Where am I getting ethanol from? Probably forget anyways. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. And what I'm going to be doing here, this is actually going to be a joint thing. So I want stone hatch eggs, and I'll actually include hatch eggs just in case they actually spawn in here or anything. I'll just include all of those eggs, and then we'll also do meat. We need to do meat because sometimes when these critters die of old age, we want to make sure that we can actually extract the meat and not have duplicants worry about extracting said meat. And then conveyor rails are just going to basically have this happen. They'll all go onto the same rail going up, just in joint with each other. And then we're going to have provider rails here going around up to these receptacles that will be holding the igneous rock after it gets processed down to reasonable temperatures, is what we'll call it. I'm actually going to put in a door at this end to allow dupes to pass through if they so choose. I don't usually do that, but I'm going to do it this time because we're going to make use of this space somehow. I don't know exactly how yet. We'll figure it out as we go. Yeah, I'm thinking 3 stables here, maybe even 4, if we really come down here and like get into the weeds of it. But I want to start with 3. And what we're going to do is we're going to start this in a way that it will kind of start to seed itself because it's really interesting to watch that happen. I think, at least. And this is going to be something that won't require duplicants to really do much of anything, really, other than just kind of seed the first egg, I think. And we'll probably do 3 eggs. This is where I wanted to have an opportunity to use the ribbon wire stuff, so. It's as good a time as any, right? So I think we'll go ahead and we'll just kind of build out the floors of each of these. We'll actually keep the tiles there. But we're going to go ahead and just kind of dig out all that. That's going to get dug out. I don't care about that dartle. I don't even know how that dartle got all the way over there. That's kind of surprising. And then we'll just do this. Because this is the bit of the design that's going to stay the same. Is the pneumatic doors all the way at the end doing their nonsense. This is the bit that's going to be variable and up to change. But we are going to go ahead and do this in order to designate those areas, and that should be the same. What else should be the same? The ranch, oh my goodness, where is it? The grooming stations and the feeder stations should be in the same spots. The critter condos, I'm still debating on if they are worth it right now. Okay. Anyway, this should now give us... well, we're still waiting on that door. This will eventually give us what we want. And then I'll go ahead and I'll set the conveyor rail. So we're going to assume that we've got something good going for us here. Just like that. And again, this is for transporting the igneous rock over here. That is its whole purpose. Is to provide igneous rock, and then these sweepers will then feed in. Like so. And I'm pretty confident that we can just do this. Then this will come out. Okay. The difference is going to be how we route eggs and stuff up here. So we're going to make another door. 1, 2, 3, 4. A door/room area. Just, you know, keep things semi-consistent, but we won't necessarily have this be purely dedicated to ranching. We might do something else of interest up there. Maybe even put like a geotuner or two, if we so choose. There's going to be a couple of cool things we can do here. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and put the critter condos in each of these. Because who doesn't want to have their little critters live their best lives, right? Just like that. Yeah, we'll just route the power like that. That's fine. I'm still... Where did the ethanol come from? I'm so confused. I have no clue. It sounds like the baby quieted down, so I think we're safe right now. Okay, not trying to detract from all the other projects here. I just think this one will be a more immediate and useful thing, since we do have one volcano that is close to being tamed, that we're going to want to get on top of that. And we even have this one we're going to want to kind of look at some. I'm debating on doing a petroleum boiler or not. Okay. Why do we have so many long hair slicksters? Uh-oh. Oh, wait. There's a slickster right there. Wrangle him. Wrangle him to death. I need at least one slickster. I'll take this one, too, if we can. It says he's elderly. He's got like 5 cycles to live, but maybe he can do something useful up above a little bit, maybe. Where are the wranglers? Oh, there's one. Get him! Secured. And probably not gonna get transported now, though. Wait a minute. Ah, that's okay. They'll get him. They'll get him. Okay. Oh, these rooms are looking pretty good right now, so I'm pretty happy about that. Oh, I forgot to add the one tile up right there. That's actually pretty important to have that. And then we can clean off all this stuff later. Then we can just copy. Ah! Ooh. That sounded a lot more awake, actually. Is light oil useful in Factorio? Absolutely, yes. Light oil is how you produce your rocket fuel. Absolutely. Very good. It's very good. Very nice. We love it. Light oil is my personal favorite. The only thing I don't have right here is room for a light. I just realized. For late game, right? Rocket fuel? No. No, you can research that pretty early on, actually. I would call that like a mid-game thing. Unless, are you doing Space Age or are you doing just vanilla? Ooh, excuse me. Space Age? Early game, then. That's early game. Get on that. Rocket fuel's the best. Use it on your trains and your cars, your tanks, everything. It's very good. Very good. Let's see. Still not done with that? That's crazy. Oh, wait, I know why. There we go. Oh boy, here goes the Oni. It goes pretty good. We got our rocket up now. It took us a few cycles to do it because I was neglecting it and doing other things, but now we're setting up our Stonehatch Ranch, which we're going to make it extremely nice. So what I want to do now, let me slow this down a bit more, is... Oh, that's just about perfect, I think. What if I bump the space out just a little bit more? I think if I bump the space out a little bit more, I can have the drop hatch be separate and not interfere with anything. I'm gonna do that actually, so let's come out. Just gonna kinda take all that out, and then I'm gonna do... Let's see, I think I do... I'm gonna do like that. It's only for rocket fuel? No, I don't think so. Let me see here. Factorio Wiki. Boom. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna look at our intermediates. We're gonna look at the solid rocket fuel, and then I'm gonna look at light oil. We can use it in rocket fuel and the solid fuel. You can also use it for your flamethrowers, which is really good. But you're also going to be using it for your supercapacitors later. That's that comes later, by the way. But then you're going to use your rocket fuel in quite a few things, actually. And you can use it in a few things, and you should use it in a few things. I would basically skip solid fuel. Don't even bother with solid fuel if you can. Just go straight for the rocket fuel. Okay, so then we're gonna do that right there, and then I didn't give myself enough space. Yes, I did, I think, actually. I can actually just get away with a cheap pneumatic door on this one. Do double up right there, and then I'm gonna actually, because there's gonna be a kind of unique edge case that'll happen here that I need that to be free for. Clear that out right there. You'll see what I'm meaning in a bit. Okay, so we need to do that, and then... We'll probably go like this, I think. Because then I still want to do my critter sensors up in the corner, because I think that just looks very clean. But then I want to take these auto sweepers and bump them to the side once, I think. Unless that's... Oh, I can't, because I need them to cover the whole area there. Dang, that sucks. Can I do a receptacle down here? No. Because I was trying to add a light, is what I'm doing. Could do it just a lamp. Does a lamp have automation? Auto inputs, enable, disable. It does, actually. Okay, so what I need to do then is remove the... No, the whole point of me putting these to the side was so that the lamp, not the lamp, the doors don't interfere with function on that. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just leave these out here, like so. As well. It'll be okay. So I'm going like that, and again, conveyor rails. Actually, hold on. I want to make this look like semi-neat. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I like that so much better. Kind of going like that, yeah. Yeah. And then we can just deconstruct that little tail end there. Or we could just... You know what, actually? I start walking your way, you start walking mine. We meet in the middle, that old Georgia line. We came on the ground, 'cause we both give a little. Ain't no room too long, we meet. Yeah, that's better. That's better, I like that a lot. And then these will, of course, have their own power coming up through the floor. Alright. And I'm not going to set these just yet. That's going to come in handy later. But I then want to add another critter sensor that's going to then govern kind of how these guys function a little bit. There's also going to be some other stuff going on. I'll start walking your way, you start walking mine. We meet in the middle. Let that build out for now. Mark all the hatch eggs in this case. And then meat. Oh, and I forgot coal needs to get pulled out of this too, so it's actually a good thing that I did this then. Because I would have totally spaced on the coal. I think this just looks a little better to have the airlocks separate. let's just elevate the room a little bit, I think. Because we need to be able to check and interact with this. So I also want to allow... Let's see here. I think I need to do... Dang it. That's okay. Since I'm elevating the room anyway, I'll actually be able to put that somewhere else, so... Yeah, I just realized I need this up here. This will make sense later, I promise. I might have to do some testing on this over the weekend, though. I think I've got a really good idea for the ranch, though, overall. And I just really like routing the power through the walls to keep it as, like, minimized as possible. And then I need a critter sensor at some point in here, so it's got to be right there. So I think what I actually need to do is deconstruct this and move it one tile over. Yeah, move this one tile over, I believe. Because the idea is that I want them to go into a drowning chamber, so to speak. So this one would actually go over here. And then this one here. Okay. We'll see if this is going to actually work out the way I think. This might not. This actually might go completely terribly. Try to, like, fill in that gap a little bit there. Okay, so my idea here is that we're going to basically have critters get ported in here, right? Oh, I need a way to be able to add eggs here on command, though. Oh, you know what? I just drop eggs. In a chute. We'll just tie it over here to the critter sensor, basically. Okay, this might be half-baked right now. This might be half-baked. I think we got something developing here, though. We got something developing. So basically, I want to have... Let's see. So when we're shipping, eggs are going to be coming through at some point. And then moving on to somewhere else, right? So what I need to do is I need to be able to separate eggs and have them pass through here as a check first, and then they can move on to where they're going, which in this case, we're having them go to the main area. And then they're just kind of drowning in our general stuff. Look at that. Look at that poor little guy. He's drowning. He's drowning. He's very unhappy. Very unhappy indeed. But the idea is that we'll be able to have the eggs go over to that drowned chamber, but first they need to be able to actually come up here. So, to do that... do a conveyor meter. This does have an auto input that can reset the meter. I wonder if that's too complicated, though. Plus... I need to filter out igneous rock. I might be able to use this track that I've already got on hand and repurpose it for distributing igneous rock when I'm ready, but we'll get to that in a bit. Walk. Alright, we're just gonna put in some automation, little blips there, just to kind of get these guys set and not annoying us with all the notifications that we already have. And then I want to do these as priority 1s so that duplicates never touch them, is the idea. That's looking very good. Very, very good. None of these are counting as stables yet. We're still working on that, I guess. Alright, so our gas geyser's gone dormant. But I think power-wise we're totally fine, because there's actually quite a bit of gas stored in here, to be honest with you. We could probably expand that as well. Ooh, a little bit, excuse me. It's fine as it is for now, though, so we're just going to kind of leave it. Okay. Just setting all these to priority 1 right now. I feel like I might not have given myself enough space on that one. I guess we'll see. There we go. This gets like some of the little notification blips away. And when we actually get the stables made, that notification goes away. I'm not going to assign anything to these feeders because I don't want them to actually load anything into them. I want the system to load it. So this is kind of one of those things that, again, it's it's work up front that pays for itself, right? Because this is gonna be a super sustaining food supply. Usually, like, I don't do the hatches long term, but we have the volcanoes, we have buckets of the igneous rock. We might as well, since we're gonna have to sustain long term to get anything really decent going on. Okay, and then we're gonna do priority 7s on these, I think. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna do priority 8s on all of these, because these, we should be taking care of our critters first and foremost. Okay, that's looking pretty good, and aha! 1 stable, 96 tops, perfect. Perfect. Okay, and then we'll be cleaning these out to get rid of any of the unnecessary stuff. Make them nice and clean. Good, clean areas to work in will be nice. Let's see, we can probably go ahead and do... I really want to do the insulated stuff, but it's probably not happening anytime soon. We should probably go ahead and build that out some. As well as clean that out. Because I know there's some heat transfer going on there, so we should just go ahead and remove that. Oh, power wire connected. Oh my gosh, has that been this way the whole time? That's embarrassing. Not that these have done anything, because they've all just been handled by the power automation stuff. That's okay. You know, I should honestly just allow some of that to come through. Now that I think about it, since these things are getting cooled anyway. So let's actually do... I'm gonna... Let's do some airflow tiles. That actually would give somewhere for that gas to go, now that I think about it. That's a surprisingly good idea. Every now and then I surprise myself in my insanity and my schizophrenia. No, we're still good. We're still good. I was suspicious. I thought I heard it again. I'm getting paranoid. I'm hearing things now. Okay, perfect. So those are now counting as stables. We did measure that out correctly. That's really nice. So now this allows duplicants to still pass through, but it also gives us some space we can work with over here if we need to kind of dedicate some space for some additional things. Mostly it's going to be like some extra storage stuff that we can do. Organizing a little bit, so I'll probably do like some storage bits for some of the stuff that we have that maybe isn't necessarily permanent, but we'll see. And then we're gonna actually set up our critter signals here, so we're expecting We're expecting 9. Now here, we want to send a green signal. Well, no, I want to send green signal. As long as it's below 4, maybe? Green for, like, all as well. Or we could do above 3. So that green is like a turn on type of thing. Haven't decided fully yet, because there's something I kind of want to do that's a little bit fancy over here. And what it is like, essentially we can have both of these turn on and let duplicants just pass through willy-nilly. If we get too many coming in here, meaning that we've now, like, swapped out one of the incubators and there's, like, an extra hatch now coming in here, we want to close off the doors, open this one, and leave this one open, and when it exits, we want to have, like, a filter, we shut this, and we allow this to fall through, type of thing, right? Additionally with that, we want to have these come down like this. Because these are going to essentially send the signal that, hey, you know, we require stuff, right? So it sends a green signal for below 9, yes. That's right, because what that's going to do, this is going to, oh, that's going to do... We actually need above 8, I believe. No, wait, let's do below 9, and then we just want to do like a not gate, because it just makes more sense to track it that way. And then we'll just add... Where'd it go? So we're going to do a NOT gate to invert the signal. In this case, we're just going to go this way, because we still need to send the signal. And we're still going to go down, we're just going to have this come out this way instead. I think. Wait, so I actually should invert the signal sooner then. Or is it really necessary to invert? No, we should invert the signal. Because we're tracking a specific case here. And we want to make sure that our logic is sound in our mind. So we're just going to invert this so that our expression will remain accurate. And then this will go off to the side on whatever we do. Let's see, and then if we just did the one going up, but I think we could do better with a ribbon reader on this, but we're gonna do like so. And essentially what this would do normally is function like one really big NOT gate. Meaning that just if any of these are requiring some extra hatches, this is just gonna do its thing, basically, right? Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Slight error, slight error. We actually want the green signal for that bit. Which means that we don't actually need the NOT gate for the bottom one. So we can actually get away with just that. Yep, so once that is all done, what should happen is that these doors will remain closed because they want hatches. They're requesting the hatches, right? Yep, so that'll close them, and then this one will open because it says, hey, we want to kind of capture whatever's coming in here, and then we want to shove it down below, right? And then once the first one is filled up, then it will open up and allow others to pass down. Yep. Just like that. So that's the simplest bit of the circuit there, in my eyes. Have that going on. Then we need to have this one. This is going to take a little bit more complicated stuff here. But essentially we're going to have a timer sensor for all three of these. And then we need 3 AND gates. I believe. Like so. Ah, right. That's right. This is where I needed the ribbon stuff. Okay, so let's actually... Let's cut these. I need to, actually. Let me see. Because we can do the ribbon bridge. The ribbon comes up, and then a ribbon reader. Trying to think what the best way to do this is, because I'd have to read from the ribbon. What if I did a... Right, so then we just did... Yeah. ribbon readers. Ah, man. That is such a shame. That could have looked really clean if I had done that correctly. Because now this is just going to have to go like this, and then you would have your ribbons like that, yeah, and then go. Which isn't super clean looking. Let's see. So just kind of thinking. So these came down like so. Then if I did a ribbon rider, yeah, which is what this would be. But then these are all connected. So then you can't really write that as is because they're all connected, right? What if we got rid of all that? And then if I look at the ribbon rider, that can actually hide behind this stuff. So then it could actually sit here, read, and then head up before any of that. Actually might be a good idea. So let's do... Alright. We've got ideas. So let's hold off on this bit. Because I need to figure out how I want to route it up, and then I'll decide how I'm going to actually distribute it from the ribbons. I feel like I'm getting a little too lost in the weeds on something that doesn't really matter, but there's a snazzy violet suit with someone's name on it. And I think we give that one to Camille for being such a trooper. That's what I think. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of spitballing the circuit logic a little bit more than I probably should. It's probably fine, though. Okay, so again, we're assuming that we're going to be using ribbons, so we're going to have a ribbon rider directly below each, with our ribbon going up, which I just realized, do I have to bridge? I probably should, just to be safe. And then each of these come down. To their not gate. To then control the door. And then this one is because we need to send a signal up for this particular one. And I don't think a ribbon reader can do more than one bit, right? which means it would be wise to just... Oh, I did not mean to do that. That kind of scared me. I don't know why it scared me. It just did. It'd be wise to do this. Ah, nope, because then we're crossing signals. Because then we're crossing signals on that one. So I don't really have a way to separate those signals, so it's probably best to do something with the ribbon reader at that point. One, 2, and 3, maybe? Oh, we could try it. We're just gonna end up having the ribbon come out and be exposed, is all. So then, yeah, we can totally just do this. That'll at least let us know if we're reading the correct ribbons and whatnot, and making sure that everything is valid. Because the idea is, I want this to kind of be hiding, you know, in the background a little bit. At least slightly cleanly. So we'll see. We'll see how this looks. And then we just do... So we'll do... This is bit 1. Bit 3. Right? Bit 1. That's bit 1. This is bit 2. This is bit 3. Oh, did I not connect? There we go. I think. This should have all 3 of these. Green. There's a ribbon piece missing, that's why. And then this one can read bit 1. Ah, this one can read 2 and 3. Looks pretty. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And what's nice is that, you know, it hides it for the most part, but then when you look, then you can see the meat and potatoes of it down there. But the idea now is we need to take these on the ribbon, and then we're going to read them and use the same, the bit readers in order to control these incubators and turn on the appropriate ones, right? So maybe I need to move the timer sensor, because the timer sensor is important, just not like super important. And I think we'll just unfortunately have to accept that we're gonna have these all come up here. So then we'll have to do an AND gate, and I think I'll just have these point. To their incubator like this. I think that'll actually look the best. Because these are going to be for controlling the incubators, then we'll have the ribbons come up and they'll read into their slots. So these all line up like that, and then just pausing so that I can get my thoughts collected. So we do our ribbon readers again. Come down like so. Is that what I heard? A raid? Nethercloud. Hello, Nethercloud. Nethercloud. Nice. Nethercloud. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. What were you up to just now? What have you been doing? I'm guessing you were also doing auction not included. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid once again. And, hold on really quick here. Nether Cloud. I'm going to get you put into my automatic shout out later, but for now, take my manual shout out, and I hope that you've been fantastic this whole time. Got our coolant limited nuclear reactor and working automation. Nice, very good. I like that. I like that. Brought his nether crowd. I love that. So I'm making a stone hatch ranch that I saw. I think it was Engineer Troy made one. I'm trying to do kind of my own take on it a little bit from memory, and try to do something that I kind of like the way it looks a little bit. So kind of inspired by what he did, but I'm doing a couple little quirks and tweaks to it right now. And I just barely got my rocket back up there because I found out that this planetoid does not have a metal volcano. And I'm a little sad about that, but we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. Yes, it's very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Let me get my elevator pitch out of the way so we can talk a little bit more here. For those of you that don't know me, which is most of you in the Nether crowd, if not all of you, hello, my name is Seto. I do a great variety of games here. Primarily, I do enjoy automation games. I've done a lot of Factorio. I still do Factorio. I've been teaching people how to play Factorio. I've done Oxygen Not Included, coming back to it recently. And I also have done Tarkov in the past. I do tactical FPS. Bellum is another one that I've been doing a lot recently. I have a history of doing real-time strategy games semi-competitively. Never went full pro because I'm just not that good. And yeah, I like a huge variety of games. Survival is one of the big ones. Automation is something I really do like. And yeah, it's really nice to meet you guys. If you have any other questions for me, don't be afraid to ask. And Nethercloud, you are absolutely fine running. I know that usually when you raid, it's the end of the night for you. You go and get some sleep, and I would look forward to talking to you later. I can't wait to catch one of your streams one of these times. It'll be a great time. Thank you very much for the raid once again. And for those of you in the Nether crowd, welcome here. We'll try to make you a very nice home. One word of warning, though, I do have the unfortunate truth that I've got a newborn child that I am listening to, so at any time, if we start to hear that kid, I'm going to have to cut stream. But I'm going to try to go until that happens. So if you hear this and I don't, make sure you let me know. Because that is something we're dealing with right now. We think she's going through sleep regression, which kind of sucks, but that's going to be okay. And let me just really quickly, Nethercloud, thank you again for the raid and the follow, and then... Axtril? I'm not sure exactly how to say that. I'm going to call you Axtril until you correct me on that, because I'm pretty sure that's wrong. But thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so let's keep on going with this. I'm trying to kind of lay out how I want this automation ribbon. I'm thinking like this to come straight down, and I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit bulky, a little bit nasty. But I'm going to do this for the timer sensor to come down like so with all of these, and then this can come down nice and cleanly. Very easy to read. I can't really hide this as much as I would like, but that's okay. And then these are all going to be tied to our timer sensor, which is going to be... Oh, if I'm doing bridges, I should stick to the bridges, right? Because I want to allow that ribbon reader to go down the line just in case I'm going to use it for something else later. Ah, there we go. That should be good, and then we can do our timer, not the cycle, timer sensor. There we go. Yeah, I think it'll look good. I think it'll look good. Hard A. A-Kestrel. A-Kestrel. Okay. I'm gonna try my best to remember that. If I ever mispronounce it again, just kick my butt. I mean unreachable pig. Oh, it is unreachable for now. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna let that roll for a little bit, and then we can set the actual bits, because what I want to do is I assign each of these to one of these ranches, which in the beginning it's gonna be ranch at stable, whatever it is. It's gonna be all of them in the beginning, but then it's gonna self-control later. This is the easiest bit. The part that really impressed me with what Engineer Troy did was over here, where he actually did some Boolean algebra to kind of figure out and water this down a little bit more. I'm going to see if I can figure out something similar using a door system like this. And I'm also going to do... I've never seen this before, where he has this idea where he has eggs just pass through here, and he actually controls this using the critter sensor as well in here. But I also need to control other things with this critter sensor, so I might have actually put myself in a corner on this one. Oops. Yeah, I did. I definitely did. So bit readers are fine on this one. This itself is fine. I need to take all of this and bump it up 1, I think. And that's mainly because I need this to come out and control this for 1, but then it's gonna have to also control some of this stuff over here. Kicks butt for first pronunciation. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And kick it again as often as you need to. As often as you need to. I'm not gonna be mad. So I'm gonna set that one to bit 1. This will be bit 2, and then this one can be. Oh, I thought it was done. This one can be bit 3. Okay, that should be good. Punching bag. Yeah, basically. Okay. I like the way this looks. Unfortunately, we gotta bump it up 1. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to bump up 1. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that strip right there. In fact, what am I waiting for? Let's just ruin all of this right now, including that bridge. Because, yeah, I gotta go up 1 more. Gonna come up, so this is gonna be that. Although, all the automation, I can just go straight through it. That's fine. Always happens, Every time. I always sit there, I'm like, oh, this is a great idea. It's so compact, it's so clean, then... Oh, I actually need to... I need to thread a little automation through, so... That's okay. This is really easy to set up. This isn't the hard part. Like I said, the trickier part is going to be kind of this little idea contraption I've got that's going to be super cool if we pull it off. And I don't know if we'll have time to pull it off, because like I said, I swear I heard a baby on that monitor, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it. It is 1:20 in the morning, so it's very likely to happen. You just have to wait for it. Okay, so now we just got to do our automation bridge in this case, and I'm gonna go ahead and do like this just to allow full pass through and also to keep it symmetrical-esque. And then I don't know how those ones did that. Okay, so now I can just go ahead and build it up for the AND gates again. So just like this. So just bumping up. I guess now you can see them fully, which is kind of cool. And then I was doing the single wire bridges for this. And coming in on that, and then ribbon reader, excuse me. And then our ribbon just comes up and then curves through there. This does that, and then we just hook in. Just like that. Simple as can be, right? And then this one will be bit 2, bit 3, so 1, 2, 3. Corresponding there, 1, 2, 3. Very nice, very simple. And that was 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes, and then I can get rid of the ladders and keep these all like nice. I kind of like the way that looks, actually. I kind of like the way that looks for now. Temporarily speaking, at least. Okay. So we have that. Now I can actually come through here, but this is set to above 3. Right? Above 3, which means it's going to be green. Because what would this do? 3 would come in, which are going to be in the incubators. And then a 4th egg comes in and just drops right here. So we can have that as an extra egg, and then this would shut off. And then this would also trigger this automation stuff, because this is now in progress, basically, right? So what do I do with that? How do I want to handle that then? I'd want to turn this off for sure. And then this one as well, because now we're trying to hatch eggs and do all that, and then this should be open. This should be closed. If this condition's true, right? So then we need to reverse a little bit, y'all. Yeah, I didn't give myself a lot of space. That was probably a bad idea, not gonna lie. What if I do this? Right? And then we did a bridge here and here. And then for our knot, I give myself a bridge here. I definitely heard the baby that time. Now I'm paranoid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might be toast. Okay, this is gonna be kind of weird. Kind of weird. But this is gonna come over here like this. Then we can just do that. Okay, because the idea is that I want to have these kind of operate in tandem with one another, right? All right, we'll see if that works. She definitely made noise that time. I don't know if you guys can hear that. So we're probably in danger. I'm gonna go ahead and start looking for a raid target, just in case, and just have it on lock, essentially. While we're getting this all built up. Oh, this looks so bad now. This was looking all clean. Now this is all just looking like a jumbled spaghetti mess. Whoopsie poopsie. Okay, because right now this is set to have both of them closed. I'm missing something here. Because the idea is that I want to allow people to just walk through. If we're essentially not actively doing this stuff, right? Is this a case that I could use exclusive ore, actually? I just realized I actually probably can. I never get to use exclusive ore. Let me think about this. Because this would be not... Oh, wait, no. Because once that hits, this would flip, so then this would turn green. No, I did something wrong. Hold on. My thinking is flawed right now. Because right now, we don't have anything in there available. So we don't allow anything to pass through. Maybe it's not a bad thing, though. But I could simplify this by just having that be closed anyway. Hold on. What am I missing here? This definitely doesn't need to be this complex. So I can actually, I can get rid of, this. This is actually not really needed. The knot is not needed. Because I can just set this one just to be closed all the time. since this whole room, the whole purpose of this room is to do that. So let's see. Below 3. Yeah. Okay, so then eggs need to go somewhere else, right? They need to come over here, where this can actually see and pick them up. Which means that I could... No, I can't do right there. So what... Okay, let me... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this one. So if I do that, and then I did a tile here instead... So that I can do like a drown chamber right here, right? So like right here. Once I have the water in it, right? Because that would be here. I want to see if we can even reach that if I placed those. It should be able to. It's got the angle for it. Yeah, it looks fine. So it's right at the edge of it. And then just make sure door's there. So then, do I even need this one? I don't think I need this one. So I just would remove that. Or actually, could I? So then, okay, so if I just lock this and this, right? And then I just did shipping, we just did a shoot right here. So then all the eggs would just pass through, right? So they come up here. Eggs would come up. Just like that. I believe. So then I filtered the eggs out down here and have them travel up that way, is the idea. So this would then come over here, and then we would do a conveyor rail element sensor and our shutoff here, which would then direct those eggs back up this way. And then if not, they continue on. Which would be continuing on to drop off here. Which right now we don't have a clean way to get to that conclusion, it looks like. I think this is filtering out anything that's not coal. Okay, yeah, actually that works out pretty good. That works out better than I thought. So this would actually come up right there. Okay, that actually is very good. That's very good. We just have to do a conveyor bridge right there. And then I'll just deconstruct, or just cancel that. Okay, yeah, and then... it would just be power now. Okay. And then... Oh, could I do a loader? Oh, I could, actually. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So then I do a loader right here. Whenever there's meat, that can then just go down on the side. Oh, it's so good. Okay, it's looking so good now. Okay. It almost looks like I know what I'm doing. Not quite though, not quite. Okay, so this is all good, but now I need to get water in here first. So I think the easiest way is actually if I just deconstruct these tiles right here, and then I just do a bottle emptier right at the top. I can just drop it down because the doors aren't going to stop the liquid at all. And then I can still have everything, not have to like remove all that junk. Okay, now... Okay, wait, this isn't gonna work, because if I have a fourth critter out, that's just gonna close. So, I do need a knot gate, just for the one stage, yes. Oh my, yes. Okay, so then I would actually just do... removing those, and then we just do a knot gate right here. And then we can do our bridge. Oh, it's at the top. Dummy. Same basic idea, just it's slightly different spiel going on with that. There we go. Just leave that as auto right now. And then we'll just do regular water, enable auto bottle. Hey look, there's a Sweetle there already. How nice! I guess this will let us know if the drowning works, huh? What is it? Is it like 2 dupe deliveries that gets enough water in there? I think it's 2. Maybe 3. 2 or 3, something like that. I don't know. We just submerged it, though. We evolved. Yep, looks like 2 was just enough. I'll give it a 3rd one just to be safe. Just to be safe. If I gotta mop up a little bit, that's okay. That's how much water in there? Can I see the water amount? Oh yeah, we're fine. Okay, and then... That's good enough. Yep, then this is gonna be for meat. Alright, awesome. Awesome, I like it. How long has that been there? Whoops. I already got 1 salt vine, decorating, ranching, suit wearing, Ludite, gourmet, interior decorator. We are gonna have a little bit more. Let's see. How many ranchers? I got Ren right now, who's our 2nd rancher. I've got Nisbet. Does anyone else have an interest in ranching? Oh, that's right, Gossman. I forgot. Alright, we're good then. I'll take the salt vine just in case. We're good. We're good. Okay. It sounds like she quieted down. I think we're still nearing a critical turning point, though. Okay, then I want to do... I still want to say... I'm going to say, like, 85. I was doing 75 before. It didn't seem to work. And then, what is it? Is it, like... 15? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how you're supposed to do it. You subtract from the total 600. There's still all that ethanol that we haven't cleaned up. I don't know why, that makes me laugh, though. Just to see all those smooth hatches just jumping around there in anger. I should be drowning them, but... I'm kind of cruel, I think, is what it is. I'm a bit of a problem with that. Okay, gotta finish all that stuff. Oh, and then... reset timer. There we go. Because then it should be happening in the morning time there. Alright, it does say that our food is getting a little low. I'm a little surprised by that. Oh no, body temperature. Crap. Actually, let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna route some of our colder liquid over here. Let's see. Have I been pulling this out? 15 degrees? That should be fine. So then I can just do... this with our insulated pipe still. Oh, man. Oh, well, this is all done anyway, so... I didn't realize my bristle blossoms were so defunct right there. So let's give a priority to that cooling loop over construction. I just want to allow that liquid to come through and help to cool this stuff. It's not going to be passing straight over because that's how we put our irrigation, unfortunately, but this should still help to cool things down a little bit. I hope. Beautiful copper. Big, beautiful copper. And since we're doing a liquid bridge right there, everything should be fine as far as directing the flow. Because these guys want a temperature of what? Between 5 and 30, so yeah, that's totally doable with what we've got going right now. We don't have to worry too much about it. It just makes everything look significantly more spaghettified. But they're right on the edge of it, so I think just a little bit of a chill factor will do wonders for this. Let's see if that did the trick. This will push our tank up significantly higher. But the hope is that this will reduce the ambient temperature enough over a longer period of time that we will see these bristle blossoms will return to growing in full force. Looks like that is the case. Come over here and make sure that no one is eating meat still. Yes, good. Barbecue. Give that grill a priority 8. Much more important to do the grill than anything else right now. I should probably give him a work light, to be honest. That's okay, though. Alright. We need to make sure that we are feeding duplicants like 10,000 calories per cycle, so hopefully now, having those bristle blossoms up... help some. Okay. That brought them down to much more happier levels, thankfully. And now that we're actually generating oxygen with the electrolyzer, that should also help with all of this nonsense and trying to get this polluted water actually cleaned up. If not, we'll have to figure out some other creative solutions for that. Which will be fun in and of itself. Okay. So going back over here. And I just want to do... let's see. Specifically stone hatch eggs. Will come over here and be processed in such a fashion. Okay. See, that's all done now, so now we can do all that. Okay, this has all been done, so now let's do our little power transformer nonsense. Which is going to require ourselves to do a heavy watt joint plate, which will affect heating just a little bit. That's okay. That's fine. Let's do some of that, and then conductive wire. So let's see. Since that's already on its own circuit, we'll keep that separate. Oh, frame drop there. That didn't feel good. Alright, there we go. There we go. So now everything can turn on, and then we can just check if we have the appropriate power provision. We should. This shouldn't be too intensive on the power, because everything will just turn on when it's needed. These things will be the biggest draw on power, which is why I wanted to give us the 2,000 watt. The test run? Not quite. Not quite. We're close, though. We're very close. We're almost there. In fact, we could probably go ahead and just throw in our stone hatch eggs. And then we'll give these a priority of 9. Alright, and what should happen right now is that this should kick on in the morning. In fact, what if I just reset it to be more in line with that morning time? Right there. So it kicks on as soon as that's done. There's no power, so they're not going to get their lullabies yet. But we'll get the power hooked up, and then we'll see how things are going. We still have only used the first generators so far. We haven't actually switched to the other generators just yet. No power consumers. That's coming. Relax a little bit. Relax. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I guess what we're missing. For some reason, they weren't both hooked up there. That's very important. Get that done. Thank you. Okay. Potential load is 2,050 at this time, which is just above. We're never going to reach that. These things won't be all on at the exact same time. So, now, here's the tricky bit. Before we can really, truly turn this on, we need to be able to have the sweepers provide the igneous rock, which we haven't routed that just yet. So, what has to happen now is we need to have a conveyor loader specific for... Well, we can actually have this load on igneous rock as well, since that's the more important thing. So we do igneous rock, and then we see where this is going, right? So this is now trailing down here. We need it to come over this way when there is igneous rock. So we need to now... We're going to snip here, just to cut it off, because we're going to add a little something. We'll take the element sensor, along with a conveyor rail shut off, right there. So what's going to happen is this is going to go here. There we go. And then all that igneous rock is going to go over this way. With another conveyor bridge. Now this is a temporary fix, because this is going to lock up everything else that comes onto this rail. It's just going to happen. We cannot stop it. It is inevitable. But luckily right now its only focus really is on the slime. And I don't really care if slime makes it through, to be honest with you. Okay. So this is going to be igneous rock at a priority of 1. Then these receptacles will then take that rock that comes in over here. And we'll be good. We'll be golden. I gotta wait for this to be filled up right now. Actually, am I able to just pick this up now and let the slime go by? I think I am. And nope, because now it's just sending all that through. Which is really not what's supposed to happen there. I think it's because we just don't have anywhere for it to go right now. Ooh, Dreco eggs. For free? Yes. Alright, we need to have these done now. Immediately. Now see, somebody, for some reason, came in, inputted into the critter feeders already. That shouldn't have happened. Alright. These should kick on come the morning time now. And then because these are at a priority 9 when they come on, all of these should get their appropriate lullaby. They should be prioritized immediately. So they do. Does a rancher make their way over? They do. Faster, please. Oh, they only did 2 of them. No. All right. Let's do 105 500. That's so sad. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. That's cute. I know. I love it. Maybe I should actually change it. Let's probably do like a full 600 seconds after that, too. That way we make sure that a full cycle passes, and then they turn on, and then they're not turning on unnecessarily. I think that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Oh my goodness, please, just finish it. Finish it. That's not appropriate for right now. Oh, haha, this isn't even turned on. That's what I wanted. Igneous rock. It wasn't even filtering. That's the problem now. There we go. Alright. Now, everything should be right as rain. So, we've seeded this with some stone hatch eggs presently, right? And we gave these a priority of 9 right now, but this priority is only going to matter so long as we, of course, you know, have eggs over here. So we're going to have dupes come over and provide whatever eggs we have available here as needed. So since we're switching over to this ranch... Oh, I forgot I need to copy. What? What? Copy settings, thank you. Oh, shoot. I copied the wrong setting. This one should be the eggs. So this should be all the hatch eggs, coal, and meat. Yep, okay. There we go. That's more like it. Oh, there was actual slime? I don't believe it. That's crazy. Well, since the slime's already off-gassing here anyway, there's no point even having the receptacle then. We can just do a conveyor chute instead. So I'm gonna prioritize that because I need to get that slime pushing through now. Because if we don't have the slime going through, we also don't have the igneous rock that we've collected going through. Come on. Yep, just deconstruct it and then just leave it where it's at. Build it. Build it. Alright, this is gonna get hot. I probably should have put some cooling in with it. Because that's also gonna heat up the rest of the base inevitably. Yeah, I should have thought about that. That's okay. Alright, now we got a mix of slime and igneous rock coming through, which is totally fine. Especially because we don't have any critters in here just yet. So it doesn't super matter. Because there's nothing really eating these things yet. And we should just attack. No. They are not allowed in here. Kill them. Oh, I didn't mean to mop. That would have been embarrassing. Alright, then we do want to sweep up all this stuff, all this nonsense that's here. Let's see. So they did get... Did the lullaby reapply? Yes! Okay, it's working. It's working. It's wonderful. It's marvelous. It's gorgeous. Working as intended now. It's very cute. Very cute. So now the real test is going to come when we have... Oh, see, we already had one hatch. Okay, so now what I need to do is actually turn this one off because we're no longer accepting... We're not going to accept any more stone hatches over here. This is now going to get phased out, basically. There's a hatch. Yep, the hatch just hatched, as it were. So then it says below 3. We actually need below 4. Because what we want is we want them to take a hatch out and then put a hatch in, right? But to do that, we actually need hatch eggs in here. So the idea is that we want to get this hatch out of here automatically, which is why we need another egg. So I'm going to see if I can just snag a stone hatch egg and just do a relocate order right there, which should kick off the cycle. Should kick off the cycle here. Hey, Horsey, how's it going? I think. They should have the priorities to do that. No, they picked up rock. Picked up eggshell. Okay, so I think what I need to do is I need to start passing the eggs. What does this one says? So it's just filtering out the coal. Okay. So what I want to do then is I want to actually... Since I'm not super reliant on coal, I'm going to bring this over as a second rail, which seems rather redundant, I know, because it is. Not sure if I could even... How am I going to do this? Not play Palworld? Mr. Discord was disappointing. Will he? Will he be disappointed if I'm not playing Palworld? I don't think so. I don't think so. The game's great. I love this game. Oh, what I need to do actually is go the other way. And then up. Over to here. So watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. And I love this game. This game really speaks to me on a lot of levels. Let's come over here and then we're just gonna go. Mostly I just need to pass some eggs through. Like so. Kind of temporary setup with this. Temporary, but also sort of permanent. Oh, excuse me. Alright. And we need this now. Like that. There we go. Hey, Sandwraith. Frosty Planet, Prehistoric Planet, Aquatic Planet. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love them. I haven't done a whole lot of Aquatic Planet yet, but I have done the other ones. I really like them. We just decided to do kind of a more normal, spaced out one with all the DLCs kind of scrambled in. Because I was starting a new one for other people to kind of watch and all that. But yeah, I've done the others. I love them. I love them to death. They're great. Get in there. Get it over. That poor Hatch. Just sitting in there, wondering what his life is going to be like. Like all the only DLCs, New Way to Play Oni. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the aquatic one's been really fun so far, the little bit that I've played it. I really like the mechanics as they interact with the water. I think it's a lot of fun to do that. Like I said, you know, it's a new way to play it, different strategies, different problems to solve and whatnot, so... yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I absolutely 100% forgot to cool my, my oxygen producers there. Oh, which is a shame. It is a shame. That's okay. I could probably bring in some cooling in a bit. What was that? Big fish. I'm just gonna say big fish right there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Now you traverse large bodies of water. Oh yeah. I also like that if duplicates suffocate from like water or from just lack of air, that you can actually resuscitate them and they don't just immediately die. That was always kind of an annoying thing. So I'm really glad that that changed. I'm really glad that changed. Oh, I see you've got some emotes. Very nice. Let me give you a quick follow. I'll have to check you out sometime here. Seeing that modders found security hardware key for the PS5 can mean someone will install SteamOS on PlayStation 5. I mean, you could. Not quite sure why you would, though. I'll just grab a wart seed. I'm not looking for more dupes right now. Not sure why you would. Might as well just, you know, buy a computer. The way I see it, at least. Best one you got? The best one? Let's see. What's the best one I got? Why did the monkey fall out of the tree? Why'd the monkey fall out of the tree? Because it was dead. Got him. I don't know if that really counts as a dad joke, but it's one of my favorite jokes. What? Okay, here, I got a better one. I got a better one for you. Why did the loaf of bread fall out of the tree instead? How's that one? Why'd the loaf of bread fall out of the tree? No, because it was stapled to the monkey. Come on! That's a good one. That's a good one. We like that one. That was funny. That was very good. Very, very good, yes. Alright, we're just gonna redirect the other stuff down here that way because that will include some more stone hatch eggs, is what we're looking for right now. Now let's see, do we have any that are close to sending out an egg? 54%, 29. No. 47%, 58%. That's a good one. Hey, come on. Come on, Murkai. You know it's good. You know it's good. It's a classic. It's a classic one. I'm just saying. Loafing about. Sure. We could say loafing about. That's true. That's true. It's true. Come on. It's a classic, though. Alright, so if I can just get an egg produced, basically. Because clearly this relocation is not working. I'm just gonna cancel it. It's not even worth it. I don't know why they're not doing it. And this anything Cavalry. No, not anything Cavalry. I mean, like, yeah, the monkey was dead because it had bread stapled to it. How do you think the monkey died? Duh. Why the TV fall? Because it was plugged into the monkey? No. That's just silly. That's just silly right there, okay? I want you to know that right now. That's just silly talk that you've done. Can I get those eggs through now? Monkey was watching it? Why would Monkey watch TV? That's just great. See? What you're doing right now, it just doesn't make sense. Alright, you tried, Murkai, you tried. It's okay. A staple diet, might I say. Distracted getting bread stapled on his back. Ah, okay. That's fair. We could argue that one. You right. I'm not gonna try to deny it. It's funny. No, it's all funny. It's all good. Did I just crash? Hello? Oh. It just crashed. Well, I hope the autosave saved it. Hold on, it's gotta upload. It's gotta upload the crash. I've never had oxygen not included crash on me before. That's crazy. Logic 2 cracked. It wasn't anything crazy, I don't think. At least. Bad joke. How to put an elephant in a refrigerator. How? In pieces? Put it in an iceberg? I don't know. Well, I guess it's a freezer, huh? So that wouldn't do it. Yeah, Karma hit me real hard on that one, I think. I think the baby actually fell asleep. I'm really surprised. We're going real late now. It's really awesome. So good. So good. Open the door, put the elephant in, and close it. Well, now I'm just sad. Now I'm just sad. It was so literal. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's fair. That's fair. You get me on that one. How many apples does an apple tree grow? Put a giraffe in the refrigerator. I almost don't dare answer. Alright. I don't even remember what cycle it was when it crashed. I think everything is here, though, right? Oh, nope. Hold on. Oh, I thought it crashed again. I was gonna say, no, please, I worked so hard on this one. Don't corrupt. Don't do it. Alright, let's see what happens now. Got a Costco fridge for that, basically. The big elephant in the room, right? All of them? Okay, Murkai. Alright. Alright, I've had it with you, Murkai. I've had it. I'm done. I'm done with you. How dare you? All of them. What about the ones that doesn't grow, though? Huh? You ever thought about that? Maybe there's some there that it doesn't grow. There could be a few. There could be a few. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's not outside the realm of possibility to assume that there might be some apples that don't grow in the end. I swear to you, by the way, if this crashes again, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna go to bed crying if that happens. I've never had this game crash on me before. It's final end, it's all? I don't know. Why can't I scroll out? Oh. Duh, so I can't scroll out. Why is this still letting it go? I'm just gonna do 100. I'm nervous now. Shut it off! Shut it off! She's actually making noise now. That might just be sleep noises, though. I think we're safe. I gotta find that stone hatch egg. There it is. Cancel relocate. There we go. Had architect make plans for a house. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Have mercy, horsey. Don't do it. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I'm scared. Yeah, I got 3 hatches over here just waiting. Waiting for the opportune moment. Can we get this rolling already? Said he'll plan me a house. You don't want me to plan you a house. I plan a house that's gonna... The house itself will just be one massive crime against humanity. I don't know why, it's just built into me. I don't do things that people like. You should ask Mobius with the Dune Awakening base that we had. I never made the base in a way that he liked. Switching of logic and toilets. Dude, if... I'm not gonna lie, I really want to do a lot more automation around my house, and I have so many ideas. My only problem right now is time, and I have to fix things like my doors being misaligned because the house settled in the basement and all that, and I got like some others that I don't think the builders put it in quite straight, and now it's really starting to show, so I have to adjust doors and stuff. Like, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, I'm just saying, okay? So many things that have to be done. Constantly. Every day. Can I just get an egg, please? What's the rate once they've, like... Total change per cycle, 17%. Okay, this one's close. This one's close. You missed the punchline. I did. Okay, okay. I had an architect make me plans for a house. One big problem, it had big floor in the plan. So food grid and Masaduki was flush. Okay, I actually have an idea for my cats, okay? So one of the things that I hate about having cats is the litter box. And particularly what I hate about the litter box is having to go out and sift through the litter and try to get the good litter out, because there's usually just like a bunch of poop that's like piled up in it. So I lose out on a lot of the litter that I could have saved. So I had a thought. You take the litter box, okay? In this case, we have it covered. I'd probably uncover it to do this properly. Set up a gantry on it that has a fine-tooth comb, basically. Big enough to allow the litter kernels, or like little pellets, if you will, to go through. But it catches all the poop and sifts it out, right? Now, what this would also do, go slow enough that it doesn't break up the clumps that form from the urine. So it catches the poop, and it catches the urine, and it kind of works its way through. Then, here's the real kicker here. I'd also have it automatically refill the litter as well, to a certain level, and then shake it to even it out. I think I can do it. I'm actually really wanting to build it and try it out. I need to do some tests for it, though, okay? But I genuinely, literally have had this thought, and I've been batting it around for months. I just haven't had the time to sit down and set up a station to actually test the idea. But I've got the stuff. I've got most of the stuff. I'd have to buy a couple of, like, components and that. But what do you guys think? I think it's a great idea, personally speaking. I think it's $1 billion. How would you level it? Vibrate. So you take the whole thing, right? So the gantry itself would then have a device on it that you make that it would then vibrate in order to help level it. And then you could do a couple things to check the level, or you could just assume after you've shaken it for so long that everything is level. Because once you shake it, it kind of gets to a point where it does get level, and then it just kind of sits, right? So you just shake it like on a timer even. Laser it to read level? You could. So like laser it like to a certain point. You could also use like computer vision if you wanted to get real fancy with it. But you could also just do a timer and just assume that after like you go over a certain time, that it's probably level by then, knowing that cats are probably gonna come in and mess with it, right? But yeah, you could do like I mean, I wouldn't use this camera, but you could use a camera and have it go down and have like a pressure sensor that could then detect when it touches the litter box, right? Like it gets, well, it touches the litter. You can have it like do a little tap, 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 and then look and then see, does it look level? Does it not look level? You can even do machine learning with it if you really want to get fancy, but who's going to do that for a litter box, right? I might. That actually sounds really fun. That actually sounds like it would be really cool to do. If cat and box shake. So that's the other thing. It would definitely detect when there's motion in there, and then wait for the motion to stop. And when there's no motion, after like 10 minutes, it would then go through maybe like 20 minutes to give it time to actually like settle in with the litter and all that. And then it would go through and it would do the process of cleaning it out as the cats are finishing. Floor equals problem. British dry humor. I didn't realize that floor is like British for problem. I understand it now. Not something that I understand, like, you know, specifically, but... Good with those Lego things, forget what they're called. The Technics blocks and the motors and stuff. Is that what you mean? I would use like I'd use an Arduino. Maybe even like a Raspberry Pi if I really wanted to get fancy with it and do some more advanced stuff, but an Arduino, like a microcontroller, would be just fine. It seriously wouldn't be that hard to do. It just takes time, that's all. For mechanical, I just do like some stepper motors. I like the Lego Technic stuff, like mechanical-wise and all that too. But if I want this for this, I'd probably even 3D print some of the components. I'd want to make the gantry out of aluminum. Definitely, I'd want it out of metal. But you could do plastic easily for a lot of the other components. But I'd want metal for the main skeleton of the gantry to go along, so it's nice and tight and strong. And then I would also probably want to cast the teeth in metal just so they're durable. I'd probably do like a couple test runs with it in plastic to see how the plastic holds up, because plastic would be really easy to replace. But I do have the ability to cast 3D prints and, like, you know, use the prints as molds and then do it in metal. And I have plenty of aluminum from like soda cans and stuff. I think that would be totally fine in application for this. I got a couple of other metals I wanted to try that I think they're more of like a zinc alloy. I don't know if they really remelt and repurpose very well. Again, that's something I can't do that till I have actual time to try this stuff. So that's the question. When I start doing that stuff, do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see it? Do you want to be part of the experience in that, or would you rather just see the results whenever it happens, type of thing? Because I know we did do. I don't know if you guys remember. I have a CNC router, and I actually built it on stream. I assembled everything right here in this room. I even set up a phone camera straight up above right there, so you guys could actually see it from the top down. So you had the advantage up there, and you had it over here with our older camera that we had. I thought it was really cool. I thought it was really neat. So it might be something worth doing. Especially because I've got a nice mat right here. I've got most of my electronic components here that we could just bring over and tinker around with it. You weren't here for that? Oh, it was a good time. It was a good time, just saying. Okay, so now we have a hatch egg. So why aren't these getting swapped out? These should be getting swapped out. Is it waiting? Oh, it's probably waiting. I bet you when these turn back on at their regularly scheduled time, these will get swapped out. Should we test it? Let me just reset the timer now. What? Why aren't they switching out? What? I swear it was working for these guys. Yeah, these guys are out over here. I don't see the problem. I don't understand. It's making no sense. Continuous. I'll just remove them manually then, I guess. Did you see that? Oh, did you see that? Oh my gosh. Oh, they come out as adults. Oh. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Look, watch. Watch. You ready? You ready? You see this? And now it's fully automatic. And now the only thing that needs to happen is Dupes just come over to pet them and care for them and love them, and they don't have to worry about the rest of the nonsense. And you can see here, a regular hatch egg, we're saying get the F out of here. We don't want your kind. We're only accepting stone hatch eggs over here. That's perfect. That's perfect. So now they'll come over here as beautiful, marvelous adults. Very good. Very good. Surprised it worked? Why? Why are you surprised it worked? I told you it was going to exploit a game mechanic. It's actually a pretty well-known game mechanic that doesn't get used a whole lot, but when you see people use it, it's genius. It's beautiful. It's marvelous. Okay, so now what has to happen here is we just need to have our happy little hatches get their eggs in here in order to set the conditions proper. And I now just have to reset the timer to be more appropriate. Because when I get another, when they get another egg in here, I could kind of explain how it works a bit. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was the adult stage is when they just eject them from the incubator, but it makes sense. They just let them sit there and chill for a few days in the incubator. Because I think it takes like 4 cycles to reach adulthood. Ghost Recon Wetlands is getting a graphics upgrade DLC. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Good for them. Oh, good for them. Oh, yes. Okay, reset it right there. Oh my, yes. Alright, did they get their love? Is there a ranch out there who cares? Aw, Nisbet cares and Gossman cares. Aww. So cute. That was a fun game. Didn't like Ghost Recon Wetlands. I don't like Wildlands and then Breakpoint. I didn't even hear about a Wetlands, I'll be honest with you. It's the first I've heard of it right now. Man, that tank is so full. I can't believe we're not going through it faster. What to do about that? Oh, do you mean Wildlands? Wastelands, I mean. Didn't you chaps invent English? Was there a Wastelands? Are you talking about Wildlands? Is it Wildlands? Dyslexia playing up? I'm just saying. You Brits once were top of the world and all that, and now look at you. Didn't like it? From what I saw, I wasn't super impressed with it either, but I also remember what Ghost Recon used to be. You know what was actually a really fun Ghost Recon, PvP-wise? was Ghost Recon Future Soldier. I thought that one had some really cool ideas. What is happening? Oh no. Oh no, it's a loop! Wait, no it's not. Is it? It is a loop. We've made a mistake. We've made an egregious error. Okay, well, we've seeded it now, so there shouldn't be... Oh, wait. There is one coming. There's one coming. I need that to go. Okay. We can let the rest fly. Let the rest fly. Oh, baby, don't do it now. Okay. Let it go through, because then it'll drop here, and then we'll get the, we'll get to watch it happen again. We'll get to witness. It'll be perfect. I don't want the loop to loop. Alright, so now egg drops in, which then triggers this door to open, right? And then it just waits for this one to reach adulthood, and then it'll throw that in. Yep, so egg comes up, drops in, door cracks open. Perfect. And then, of course, like I said, we're just waiting for this incubator. There's a stone hatchling in here. We're just waiting for it to reach adulthood, and then he pops out. And we're all good. Man, how many cycles is it to reach adulthood, actually? Blame the French? Oh, it always comes down to the French being the problem. You right. Age 6. Wait a second. Did they reach adulthood sooner? In the incubator? No way, right? No, that can't be the case. That can't be right. This cannot be. This goes against all the laws of nature. He'll turn into an adult any second now, right? It's 6 cycles, right? Any second, right? 6 Murkai, I swear. You're done. I've had it with you. Never giving you a lick of Factorio advice ever again. In fact, you are banned from watching me play Factorio in the future, by the way. That's true. It's a true thing. IP banned, I would say. Every time I turn on Factorio, I'm banning your IP. Immediately. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Alright, so the cool thing about this, the first iteration of the system here, is because this door is open, you saw that the hatches fall straight down, right? So what'll happen is when there's enough here, this will open up and allow the rest of the hatches to come down as well. Because these can be open. Yeah, there it is. OH5. So these can be open, they can still walk on them, but when you close a door like this, it actually forces them to fall. Is what goes on here. But we have to wait for these guys to appropriately age out, as it were. Of course, I could also just manually remove this in order to get it working. In fact, maybe I'll do that just to get the eggs rolling this time. Yep, so he just drops down. So he was going to turn into an adult soon. But this will also help to get the eggs rolling more, and then this will be able to sustain itself much faster. So basically, this is now just kind of like a rolling effect, because now these guys came out pre-tamed. They just need to be groomed and stuff. So like right here, you'll see the reproduction goes from 2% a cycle. It jumps up now to 20% a cycle because they're happy and they've been groomed. And grooming is what makes them really happy as well. And they're already pre-tamed. And they have a nice little critter condo. So they're just ecstatic to be here. So because of that, we no longer, of course, need to sustain this. So we're just going to remove the critter drop-off entirely. And we're going to allow these critters to maintain their lives for the remainder of their time here. And then when they're done, they're done. Another rancher. Ooh, so tempting. But yes, so this old guard over here will be allowed to just kind of maintain the status quo. And we'll just let these guys continue to use their eggs to reproduce themselves, essentially. And these guys' eggs are all going to be going towards feeding the colony at this time. Now, smooth hatches are going to be having probably a similar deal go on later. But right now, these smooth hatches are mostly being used for refining our copper for free. And then they also have a small starvation ranch going on over here. There's a couple of these guys that are just kind of floating around freeform-like, willy-nilly. And that's okay. They're gonna starve out anyway. It is what it is. It is what it is. So this is kind of this is a longer version of a drowning chamber because they just starve over here, and when they starve, we just get the meat. It takes longer to get there. Versus drowning, it just happens like the moment they're born, basically. It's like video game veal, essentially, if you will. So these ones are incubating. I didn't see them get their bonus. Yeah, this is probably why. Because they're waiting a full 600 seconds for the cycle switch. So what happens is kind of at a random time during the day. Which means that it has a chance to happen at night, which kinda sucks, but that's okay. We can fine-tune it and get it more in sync later. But isn't that pretty? Look at all that. I mean, it's kind of ugly at this stage over here, but this first bit's really pretty. I think so, at least. I really like the ribbon wire. I need to find more excuses to use that. Alright, see, what time is it right now? Okay. She hasn't fully woken up yet, but she's starting to make more noise. I might need to go upstairs and get ready to just, like, kind of intercept her, essentially, here. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we can go ahead, and since we're done with this, we can deconstruct. All of this. This is no longer needed, so I'm just gonna get rid of it because it's unsightly. That's what it is. It's unsightly, unseemly, even. Godless entirely. I kind of wish there was a way to dynamically count how many, like, differentiate between eggs and then the actual living hatches in here, and then have, like, you know, when there's 3, like, have 6 eggs, and then count when there's, like, 3 of the individuals. Because right now this count. Oh, you can count eggs. My gosh. Has that always been there? That's gotta be new, right? This changes things. That changes things. Because I could have more eggs in here, ready to go on a whim. couldn't... I made it so compact already, though. Wait. No, I can't do that, because I need the door there to reach this. So if I put a tile there, it wouldn't be able to reach through like that. This is the problem. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about that. That is actually so interesting. Where would it... I don't think it lets me put it anywhere right now. I mean, right there, but... since that one is affecting that only... Oh no, hold on. Pause. So I do this, right? We deconstruct this NOT gate because it's no longer necessary. So now this can actually count critters if they're above 0. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me think. Because it'd have to be like this. Oh my goodness gracious. I didn't think it could get better so quick, and it just got better. I didn't realize that the sensors could do that. Oh, I swear, if it's been that way for a long time, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be really sad. Because now I can actually stack up a bunch of eggs. So I have like 6 eggs total, ready to go, ready for repopulating, and all that. They can just swap in nice and quick. Maybe have like 5 eggs on hand at a time. I think it'd be fair. I think 5 eggs is good. And then as soon as there's any critter detected, that's when it does the rest of it. Okay, yes, then just goes with another bridge. Just like that. Oh, and it's perfect because that's all hidden behind the AND gates and stuff. It's beautiful. It's just so beautiful. So this is going to count eggs. Let's do 5. So that one comes. Saw what one coming? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this one's so close. So now the question. So what I want to see is, as soon as this turns into a hatchling. Yep. Okay. It immediately opens the door because it says. Oh, but then what happens when... Oh, okay. What happens when there's 2 of them now, though? Right? Yeah, see? This is what I mean about the dynamic bit. It'd be so nice if we could have it be dynamic. Just... Okay, this changes things a little bit now. I wish there was a way. Dang, I thought it was gonna be so clever with it. It's actually made it marginally worse, I feel like, though. You control when they grow, can you, though? It doesn't technically let you, is the problem. No, I think we have to go back to the other way. And the reason I say that is actually largely because of one critical thing. Which, namely, is that we have to count both of them because we have to account for, we have to account for how many there are. And if we separate the count, it actually just complicates things more than it needs to be complicated. So I just have to do a NOT gate here, and count critters, green signal, below 4. Man, I know, I was liking that quite a bit too. And then I forgot the whole purpose of like how we'd set it up already. That's okay. It would have been really nice, but it's okay. Just grab some... Oh, a Mammoth egg, actually. We'll do that just in case we feel so inclined to ranch some Mammoths. Don't remember what all they take. Ooh, we might not... I think I got a Plum Squash, actually. Alright. Just deconstruct that, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, this just helps to keep it more controlled and maintained, I suppose. Now I just have to wait for those ones to become adults, and we have to wait for these ones to start throwing their eggs around. Let's see, 68%, 67%. Two of them are going to be, like, right at the same time. So for the sake of just speeding this up, I'm gonna go ahead and remove these two. And let them just kind of chill there. So that the second that we get one of these eggs up there, we'll be able to just immediately at least get one more down and out. Did I get both of them? Oh my goodness. That was awesome. They actually just went and grabbed some more eggs because they were at a priority 9. Awesome. Okay. I just wanted some more hatches going, so we're good there. Yeah, if I was super crazy about it, I could just go, putting the kitchen over there, too. I feel like it's too far away from everything, though. I like to have the kitchen right there, so I think we'll just maintain that. Once this is all going, this will be really easy to maintain, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it. There's no way that's... Is that? You know what? You know what? Stop the slime. We no longer want the slime. I don't know how much. 24.1 tons of igneous rock just went down there for no reason. Ugh. Lame. So lame. That's okay. That's okay. Alright. Let's get this addressed. Yeah, we're no longer really that concerned about the slime. So we'll just save some space. Just like that. Okay. Whew, there we go. Outrageous. Outrageous. We got it now. Okay, it's almost 3 o'clock. She's got to be waking up soon. I probably have to go get ready for that. But this is the ranch stack, and it is glorious. This will run completely automatic now. The only thing that dupes have to do is just come over and give care and aid to the beloved ones there. So that'll be a fun time. But we'll have to continue that next time. I think what we'll do, I'm gonna let this go down to the next cycle in the morning. Just kind of let things roll a bit here. And then we'll be good to go. There is a possibility that I stream tomorrow, or, well, tonight, I guess, so to speak. Not a huge possibility, because it depends on how factors work for my favor throughout the day. But there is a chance, just throwing it out there, just to let you guys know. But our regularly scheduled time is on Friday. And Friday should still be happening as far as I'm aware. I don't think anything's gonna get in the way of Friday. I'm not 100% positive, so you'll be working. Boo. Boo. That's okay. Let's see. How long is this dormant for? 30 more cycles? We might have enough power. We'll see. We'll see. Yes, this is now all running stupendously. The next thing is going to be cooling this down so that our oxygen is cooler as a rule. So, we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, go to the beginning of the next cycle and then we're good. Oh, man. What a good day, though. What a good day. Don't always get good days, but today was a good day. We got a lot done on this one, so I'm pretty happy with that. It looks a bit warm. It's a little warm. It's a little warm. We'll fix it, though. We'll fix it. It won't be that big of a deal. Like I said, there's a whole... We're going to do a whole renovation now that we have this set up. This is one of our more permanent fixtures, along with this one over here. So, we're going to be working on that eventually here. And, like, this coal generator stack, this is going to go away. This is going to go away right here. I'm going to move and improve the gas storage, so there's just more gas storage in general getting out of here. And then we're going to have a much better and more efficient cooling system, where we're actually going to take a lot of this liquid now that gets hot and heated up to enough. We're going to bring it down here and let it heat up the rest of the way as part of this this system. And then life will be dreamy. In theory. Just wanna live. Okay, anyway, it was the start of the next cycle, so save and quit right there. Touchdown. We're done there. And... ooh, where'd my raid target go? There they are. It's Mahalik. We gotta raid Mahalik. We love Mahalik. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over to Mahalik. He's a fantastic Factorio streamer. Very lovely. Give him all my loves and kisses and a good time over there. And I will catch you guys Friday at the latest. If you want to check and see if I am going to be here tomorrow or tonight, whatever it is for your time zone, you can follow us over on Discord. I'll go ahead and put the Discord link right there if you want to. You don't have to. Don't feel obligated to. But it is an option that you have in order to keep up with us, and I will let you guys know then. And otherwise, as long as you're following, you should get a notification. You'll know. You'll just know that way. So, it's going to be a good time. Going to be a good time. We will catch you guys later. Have a great day, morning, afternoon, whatever it is. And I love you all so much. See you Friday at the latest. Kill stream.